Day 129 in a row of streaming, and we're not stopping until 2024. We're going to go ahead and answer your fantasy football questions here. Let's start it off with Go Bill says, PBR flex start, Hopkins, Godwin, or Kenneth Walker. I think you have to go ahead and play Kenneth Walker this week. Going up against the Rams, I don't think we all have a big role from Zach Charbonnet right away. I think he's in a really good spot, at least week one. James has traded London Madison for Olave. What are your thoughts on a PBR format? Love that, my man. Way to go through, sell some depth for the best player in the deal this time of year. Caden coming out says 12-team PPR, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. How do you feel about Lawrence, Bijan, Sanders, Kupp, Olave, Metcalf, Addison, Dotson, Mitchell, Pirine, Damian Harris? Tough spot whenever we have Cooper Kupp in a double flex league, at least to get by at the beginning of the season. But if somehow we get Kupp back by week 2, week 3, week 4, then I think we will be in a very good spot in the long term. And yeah, I guess we have Dotson to cover for Kupp at the beginning of the year with the McLaurin injury. But Nicholas coming out says non-PPR, where we have Jalen Hurts, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Jefferson, Diggs, Kincaid, London, Swift, Dalvin. What do I do for the first 4 weeks? My team has a ton of upside, but we don't know what to do early. Yeah, specifically at running back, it's going to be tough in a non-PPR format if we're going to be sitting here with Jonathan Taylor and Breece Hall at the beginning of the year. I definitely think if we're going to be struggling there at the beginning of the season, we just simply can't afford to go through and start a rookie tight end on top of that. I would look to start Dalvin and Hall early, hope that the Jets offense is elite, probably pivot and see if we can find a different option when it comes to Dalton Kincaid at tight end at the beginning of the season. I mean, I like Kincaid late, but it's just very hard to assume that we get anything from a rookie tight end right away. Now, Trailer Park Boys coming out says traded Javonte Lockett for DK and Dalvin. Team is Lamar, DK, Keenan, Watson, Sky, Pittman, Freiermuth, Dalvin, Jacobs, Pollard, Saquon. What are your thoughts? Tried for Andrews and no luck. Interesting spot in that if Dalvin is the starting running back for the Jets early on, which of course we don't know, but if he is, then at that point we could potentially look to sell Dalvin Cook high. In my mind, I think we are getting an upgrade from Lockett to DK, even if that hasn't been the case over the past few seasons. But I mean, at this point, Lockett going into year 10 of his NFL career, going into age 31. I think that it's a fair deal. I think we like it at the beginning of the season. Maybe the long-term upside lies with Javonte. But I mean, if we can pivot and possibly sell Dalvin Cook high, if he has that very large role with Breece Hall, I mean, most likely, at least in my mind, starting slow, I think it could be a good spot. But Matt coming out says 12-team full BBR salary draft. We have Lamar, Lamb, Garrett Wilson, James Cook, Javonte, and Njoku Amari. And then on the bench, we have DeAndre Swift, Rashad Penny, Tyler Higbee, Deion Jackson, Jerome Ford, and DJ Chark. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends here if our top guy is David Njoku. I like on the bench that we are primarily focusing on running backs with upside, so I'm fine with our 1 bench wide receiver being DJ Chark. Really like the construction of the team overall. Will be interesting to see who the starting running back is and what the overall split is in Philadelphia. I mean, obviously, so much of that's up in the air. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, JJ, longtime member of the vlog, says, phone died, so auto-drafted kicked in for a bit. Oh, my gosh. Hurts, Garrett Wilson, Smith, Etienne, Akers, Pitts, Christian Watson. On the bench, we have Pickett, Jahan Dotson, Elijah Mitchell, JSN, Quentin Johnson, Tajee Spears. Any advice? Generally, if we can get rid of Kenny Pickett, I would. I would honestly rather roster 2 tight ends on a team if our tight end 1's Kyle Pitts than 2 quarterbacks on a team if our QB1 is Jalen Hurts. Outside of that, we have a lot of long-term upside with JSN Johnston. I think once we have one of those guys breaking out, we'll most likely be looking to sell Dotson high in a package with a running back like Akers for an RB upgrade. But we're going to have to wait until one of those rookies breaks out, though. Now, before we get to our next question, let me remind y'all, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out any of these season-long pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is the best place to do so. You know, we've been drafting every single day on Underdog Fantasy this offseason, not stopping anytime soon. And if you want to get a best ball draft with us on Underdog, no time commitment at all during the year. Side draft 700 teams, $150,000 last season. Same place that you see all those pick'em lines. And now is the best time to do so because they also have a site-wide special with Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a total yard week 1 against the Detroit Lions. There is a Flock exclusive Josh Allen special, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets on Monday night. And then also only with promo code FLOCK are you going to be getting a third additional special pick'em as well. With, if you were new to Underdog, there's a mystery pick'em special. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems in the same week, let alone 3. So make sure you're taking advantage. Link in the live chat, description section, comment section. Promo code FLOCK's also going to give you a 100% deposit match, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. But going over to our next question, coming out from B, says, 10-team PPR double flex league. We have Hurts, Saquon, Walker, Lamb, Watson, Ayuk, London, Andrews, Michael Thomas, DJ Moore, AJ Dillon, Zach Charbonnet, Roschon Johnson, Tony, and Bateman. Should I trade Jalen Hurts for Lamar and Lockett? So obviously you will have a little bit more importance to go through and get the wide receiver depth in a 2-flex league in comparison to a 1-flex league, but we're still giving up the best player in the deal. And specifically with a team that already has this much depth, I don't necessarily think this is a trade that we are trying to make. If it was like a 12-team format, if it was a 14-team league, I'd say hell yeah. But specifically in a 10-team league, I think we're fine enough at running back, wide receiver. Now, Trey coming out says 18 PPR where we have Hurts, Etienne, Walker, Lamb, Smith, Kelsey, Amari. And then on the bench, we have Madison, Sanders, London, Dobbins, Pickens, JSN, and Zach Charbonnet. Thoughts, and who are we flexing week 1? Madison has a really good matchup against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If you want to go Madison over Amari, I'm not going to fault you for it. Overall, I mean, it's an elite level team with Hurts, Kelsey holding down the fort at quarterback and tight end. If we could take a depth running back like Alexander Madison or Miles Sanders, though, trade them in a package with Amari Cooper to get an upgrade at the flex, specifically to a team that drafted either Jonathan Taylor or Alvin Kamara that maybe is lacking a little bit of running back depth at the beginning of the season. I would really like that just because we have so much depth with this team overall. But Taco, long time member of the flock, coming out, says 12-team PPR where we have Hurts, Mixon, Hall, Jefferson, London, Goddard, Lockett, Brian Robinson, and JSN benched. Would I be a fool to opt for Jalen Hurts and Tyler Lockett? For a second, I was like, oh my gosh, is this the team that's going through and trading over here with B? But never mind. But offering Hurts and Lockett for Kirk Cousins and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Love St. Brown. The Bulls aren't the Bulls without MJ. Thank you as always. Now, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock for years now. Now, I 100% agree. We are getting an upgrade from Tyler Lockett to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And if you want to trade for Amon-Ra St. Brown, you probably got to do it now, because I would imagine in a beautiful matchup against the Chiefs week 1, Amon-Ra St. Brown hits the ground running and he becomes unobtainable after that game. But with that being said, the question is, where is the bigger points per game gap? Is that going to be going from Jalen Hurts to Kirk Cousins or Tyler Lockett to Amon-Ra St. Brown? In my mind, I think that there's going to be a bigger points per game gap specifically at the quarterback position. I mean, if we were to go through and look this up to see what we saw last year, I mean, of course, last year doesn't mean, it's going to happen again this season, but just to give a general idea from a points per game perspective. I mean, here, if you're going to be looking at Jalen Hurts, he averaged 25.6 points per game. Kirk Cousins was at 18. So it's going to be 7.5 for the difference between points per game there. Whereas if you're going to be looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown last year was at 16.7, and in comparison, Lockett was at 14.8. So like a 1.5. That's why I'm always in line to go with the elite level quarterback. I'm always in line to go just with the player that can have the most overall points in fantasy football. I specifically would keep Jalen Hurts, my friend. Of course, that's not to say that the exact production we saw last year is going to repeat this season, but just to give us a baseline expectation of what we're going to see with the differences between the elite level quarterback and then that tier down. Jay Swaggy says, started a best ball draft today with Diggs, Lamb, Andrews, Jackson, and I got JT at pick 106. That's unfair, my man. I hate you. I mean, don't talk to me. Schoenberg coming out says 10-team PBR where we have Herbert, Bijan, JT, Swift, Pirine, Dillon, Andrews, AJ Brown, Debo, McLaurin, Gabe Davis, Pickens, Tony. Any tips? Should we upgrade at running back? Obviously, early on, it may be a little bit difficult with JT here, but in the long term, I think we will be fine at RB. And early on, it may be a little tough at wide receiver with the injury to Terry McLaurin. So actually, I don't know if this is a team that can afford to go out there and upgrade running back right now. I mean, maybe if after week 1, we see that DeAndre Swift just has such a small role in Philadelphia, then we go through and change our mind. But until we actually get confirmation that Swift isn't someone we can be excited about, I think you go into the season with that move. With that squad. Now, Sean coming out says 10-team PBR. We're starting Justin Herbert, Saquon Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jefferson, Godwin, Kittle, and possibly McLaurin. On the bench, we have Pickens, a tough matchup against 49ers week 1. JSN, Gabe Davis, Charbonnet, Deonta Foreman, Bateman, and Luke Musgrave. I would really like to see if we could go through and potentially get a Justin Herbert stack here. Like if we could trade Godwin and go get Keenan Allen, I think that would make a lot of sense. Or maybe even Godwin and go get Mike Williams, just so we can have that one consolidated bet on the Los Angeles Chargers offense. I think it's a good team in the long term. Short term is going to be tough with the JSN injury, with Pickens playing the 49ers, with McLaurin dealing with the turf toe. I actually may start Gabe Davis over George Pickens this week. As crazy as that sounds, Gabe Davis going up against the Jets, also a tough defense, but I mean, at least that game could be a shootout. Right now, you actually have Vegas going out there and projecting the 49ers game against the Steelers to be a bottom 5 game this week in overall points scored. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 200 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, help your boy out. Now, Andrew says 12-team PBR double flex. We have Prescott, Chase, Waddle, Walker, Gibson, trash tight end, White, Olave, Dotson on the bench, and JT on the IR. Definitely want to be rostering 2 tight ends if this is going to be our build at the very top. I think it's a team that has a lot of depth. I mean, if we have Dotson on the bench, once JT comes back, I think then at that point, we have a little bit of the expendable depth where we could potentially sell Dotson and our tight end to go get a tight end upgrade. But for the time being, we're chilling. Now, Daniel says 10-team at PBR where we have Fields, Bijan, Taylor, Jamal, Warren, Elijah Mitchell, Adams, Waddle, Watson, JSN, Burks, Elijah Moore, Andrews. What moves are we making? Lamar owner open to trade? Hell yes. Would love to go through and see if we can swing a deal for Lamar here. I think if we could trade, say, Justin Fields and Jackson Smith and Jigba, or Justin Fields and Treylon Burks, Justin Fields and Elijah Moore, pretty much any of those depth wide receivers to get a swing for Lamar to stack Lamar and Andrews, I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, the issue is we can't really be including a running back in that deal. We can't be trading away Jamal Williams just because we need Jamal to cover for Taylor, right? Jason coming out says Mike Evans or Cam Akers. Full BBR format. I think we're going to go ahead and play Mike Evans, my friend. Really good matchup against the Vikings where you assume that game could be a shootout. Randy says 10-team full BBR starters are Fields, Chase, Wilson, Pierce, Pollard, Andrews, Keenan. On the bench, we have Kirk, Kamara, Dotson, Williams, Robinson, Elijah Moore. Rate the squad. It really depends on who that Williams is. Down there on the bench, if that's Jamal Williams, I think you're in a great spot with a great team. Jamison Williams, we definitely have too much wide receiver depth and not enough running back depth, especially with Kamara spending at the beginning of the season. Overall, a great team, though. I mean, similar to the team that we were looking at previously, if we have Fields and Andrews here, if we could trade a depth wide receiver with Justin Fields to go and get Lamar and make that one big bet on the Ravens offense, I would like that. Now, 860 coming out says, happy BR draft last night. First overall in order, we have Jefferson, Olave, Gibbs, Pierce, Hall, Godwin, JSN, Gabe Davis, JT, David Njoku, Cousins, Bateman, and Laporta. Okay, so if we're rostering Laporta, I'm okay doing it on a team that has David Njoku. If we're rostering Kirk Cousins, the spot where I'm okay having 2 quarterbacks. The wide receivers we have on the roster right now have a lot of upside, specifically down there on the bench. The issue we may run into is having like Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor on the same team, as well as JSN, just not enough production at the beginning of the season, an elite level ceiling down the stretch. Hopefully it's a league with only 1 flex. If it's a league with 1 flex where we can wait until those guys come back, I think we're in a great spot. But Jay says 14 TPBR 6-point passing touchdown format. We have Cousins. I actually like him more in a 6-point passing touchdown format. Ramondre, Walker, St. Brown, CD, Greg Dulcich, James Cook. Do I trade Kirk Cousins and Kenneth Walker for Allen and Zeke? Want that? Oh, hell yeah, we would. 14-team format, going to be a little bit tougher to make that deal because depth's a little bit harder to come by. But yeah, if you can get Josh Allen, I mean, we're going to go ahead and do it. I mean, going back to what we were looking at previously with the gap that you have between those elite quarterback scores and the guys underneath, I mean, there's a massive difference. Joseph says, have BBR 2-year keeper. We have Fields, Dak at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan, Connor, Gibson, Mitchell, Warren, Devon, A-Chain, Tank, Bigsby. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. Wide receiver, we're sitting with Diggs, St. Brown, Christian Watson, and Jahan Dotson. How are you feeling? Do we have too many running backs? I mean, there's no such thing in a league where we have access to the waiver wire and shoot for upside here, my friend. I mean, we have a quarterback we can start every single week regardless of matchup. We have a tight end that we can start every single week regardless of matchup. We have the elite wide receivers at the very top with Diggs, St. Brown, Watson. We have someone else we can start with Jahan Dotson. And we're swinging on running backs with upside down than the bench. That's exactly what we're looking for. Robert says, what are your thoughts? We have Deshaun Watson, Josh Jacobs, J.K. Dobbins, Tyreek Hill, Amari Cooper, Andrews. And then the flex at the moment, we have Mike Evans. Down there on the bench, we have Hall, Gabe Davis, JSN, Swift, Penny, Algier, and Zamir White. Definitely agree Evans is going to be in the flex here for week 1. And I really like on the bench that we are rostering a lot of these running backs that if their situation were to change, all of a sudden, I mean, they could be actual difference-making players for us. Guys like Swift, I mean, Swift and Penny. What happens if one of these players turns out to be the clear running back 1 in Philadelphia, and we just have another starting running back that we have on this team? What happens if Bijan Robinson goes down week 1 with Tyler Algier? He turns into a league winner. Really like how we're optimizing the bench down there. And I think we keep that team as is, definitely at the top at least. Now, Quinter coming out says 12-team half BBR where we have CMC, Mahomes, Kupp, Watson, Williams, Dotson, Waller, Pirine, Sky, McKinnon, Sutton, Zay, Roshan, Spears, Mingo. Running back light, any moves. It's going to be hard to make a move until we get Cooper Kupp back. But once we have Cooper Kupp back, then at that point, if we wanted to try to take a depth wide receiver like Dotson and Samaje Perine to go get a running back upgrade there, I think it would be interesting. But you're going to have to wait till Cooper Kupp comes back, right? If Kupp's going to miss the first few weeks, I mean, you don't want to be selling wide receiver depth to go try to get an upgrade at running back, even if we're light there at the moment. Nika says, rate my team at a 12-team league where we start 3 wide receivers and 1 flex. Bijan, Burrow, Swift, Olave, Higgins, Debo, Pittman, Frymuth. On the bench, we have Bigsby, Addison, Johnston, Condre Miller, Sam Laporta, and Rashad Bateman. Don't feel great about running back depth. I would agree. I think running back depth down there on the bench, we're going to be a little bit weak, especially with the Condre Miller hamstring injury. But specifically, if we're going to be looking at this as a league where it's a full BBR format, where we're more inclined to play a wide receiver in the flex spot, while at the same time, we have to start 3 wide receivers. So we're going to be starting 4 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective. This is the kind of league where you can afford to be a little bit weak at running back depth. Generally, when you hear me telling people like, oh, drop your backup, drop your wide receiver 6, drop your wide receiver 7, go get a running back, go get a running back, go get a running back. We want running back depth. It's more so for like those 10-team leagues where you only have 1 flex and it's like, okay, what the hell are we doing here rostering this many wide receivers? In this league, I think you can get away with rostering this many. Tony says traded A.J. Brown and Elijah Moore for Garrett and Judy. What are your thoughts? I mean, A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, kind of in the same tier. Elijah Moore to Judy. I'd rather have Judy, so I like it. I mean, it's not like a highway robbery by any means. Matthew coming out says 12-team PBR double flex. Right now we're sitting with Burrow and Geno at quarterback. Running back, we have Eckler, White, Dalvin, Mostert. Wide receiver, we have Higgins, Lockett, Kupp, Burks, Zay. Tight end, we have Njoku and Jawan Johnson. Thoughts on the team and any advice? Generally in a team where you have to start 2 flexes, don't love having both 2 quarterbacks as well as 2 tight ends because you are going to be severely handicapping the overall upside that we can have specifically for those flex spots. So generally, I would go through and see if we can pivot off of maybe a backup quarterback here with Geno Smith. I mean, you are going to be able to go through. You're going to be able to start Burrow every single week regardless of matchup. So I don't necessarily know if Geno's someone that we really want here. I mean, we just need more depth on a league where we have to start 2 flexes, especially if we don't have Kupp at the beginning of the season. I'd probably rather roster 2 tight ends on a team where your first tight end is David Njoku than 2 quarterbacks if your first quarterback is Joe Burrow. Now, GBD12, longtime member of the vlog, says 10-team full PPR. We have Hurts, CMC, Jacobs, Amari, Hopkins, Mike Williams in the flex, Ingram at tight end. And then on the bench, we have Hall, Pickens, Khalil Herbert, Robinson, Penny, Gallup, Adam Thielen. Any obvious moves? So with this only being a 1 flex league, going back to what we were talking about previously, these guys at the very bottom end of the roster, like Adam Thielen, Michael Gallup, I think that you're a little bit more inclined to go ahead and take a swing on a running back that's maybe an injury away with these spots, even if we have the elite level running backs at the very top with CMC and Josh Jacobs. Love this team in terms of us optimizing for the format with the starting lineup, having Jalen Hurts, having CMC, having Josh Jacobs here. The only thing I'd really change is possibly taking some players like more upside down there at the very bottom end of the team. I'd rather have, I think Penny's like the perfect example of someone to have where we're going to get clarity on his situation week 1, where possibly he's a cut. Maybe he has some upside if his situation's better than we initially thought. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, Adam Thielen, like what has to happen for you to then be excited about Adam Thielen in a league with only 1 flex spot in 10 teams? Now, Dominic coming out says, loving the streams. What are your thoughts on a 10-team full PPR format where we have Hurts, Barkley, Pollard, Keenan, Deontay, Dallas Goedert, DJ Moore? Love the Goddard and Hurts stack. On the bench, we have Christian Kirk, Jahan Dotson, Zay Flowers, Deshaun Watson, Thielen, Bigsby, Devon Achane. I'm sorry to sound like a broken record. Drop Adam Thielen. He's never going to do anything for you in this kind of format. Go pick up a running back off the waiver wire that's an injury away from having upside. That's what we're looking for at the bottom end of our roster in a 10-team league with only 1 flex. Love the Hurts and Dallas Goedert stack. Really like the running backs we have at the top with Saquon Barkley and Tony Pollard as well. I will say if you could like pivot off of DJ Moore and trade him in a package with one of those other wide receivers, whether that's Kirk, Dotson, or Flowers, to go get like Devonta Smith and get that upgrade there, I think that'd be interesting. And I know people love DJ Moore right now, so it's an actual thing that we could possibly pull off. Blake Wheeler, longtime member of the flock, coming out, says, 10-team, happy BR, 2 wide receivers and a flex. We have Herbert, Chubb, Dobbins, Chase, St. Brown, Andrews. Hell yeah, love the elite level tight in this format. Lockett, London, Swift, Flowers, Johnson, Warren, Charbonnet, and Devon Achane. Love that we're prioritizing running backs on the bottom end of the bench, specifically with this format. We have Chase, St. Brown at the very top. We have Mark Andrews as well. I have no idea how we got Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Nick Chubb, and Mark Andrews on the same squad. That doesn't really seem possible to me. The only thing I would say is if we could package together like Lockett and London and go get a stack that we really like for Justin Herbert. Like, if we could go sell, say, Lockett and a smaller piece for, like, Keenan Allen, I would like that in this league. But Crore coming out says, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex in a 12-team league, 5th pick. Drafting tomorrow. Kelsey, then Mahomes and ETN. Should we skip Mahomes if Henry's there and pray Allen falls? Should we pivot off Kelsey? No, if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I really do like going Kelsey round 1. And then I do want an elite level quarterback. What I would say is if you've seen another quarterback go off the board by the time you're on the clock in the 2nd round, like if you've seen like Jalen Hurts get drafted there at the 1-2 turn and you still have the ability to take Mahomes, go ahead and just take Mahomes, lock it in. But if no quarterbacks have gone and you think that you're going to get one of the big 3 on the way back around in the middle of the 2nd, and you do have a running back like Derrick Henry there, I probably would go Derrick Henry and then look to get the elite level quarterback round 3. Okay. But our next question coming out from Marco says, 12-team, happy BR, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. $200 buy-in, pick 2. Go Chase and a running back and a top quarterback in the first 3 rounds. Generally, that's what I would do. If you think that it's going to be very hard to find a running back that we like at the 2-3 turn, and you have an idea that maybe you're going to see like Garrett Wilson or Amon-Ra St. Brown there at wide receiver, you could end up going CMC if you really wanted to round 1, then wide receiver an elite level quarterback there in round 3. But yeah, I definitely want to be planning on an elite level quarterback at the 2-3 turn. It really comes down to what do you expect your league mates to give you on the way back around. AB says, 12-team BBR, we have Lamar Jackson, James Cook, Khalil Herbert, Stephon Diggs, Garrett Wilson, Andrews, Christian Watson, Monster, Hollywood, Nico, Quentin Johnson, Bigsby, Mingo. Any advice for the running back room? So yeah, the running back room's not great at the very top. And if you go ahead and you roster the elite level wide receivers in Diggs, Garrett Wilson, it's a great spot to be in that you have so much clarity that you're never going to have to go through and bench these guys. But if that's going to be the case, why the hell are we rostering? We have already the elite level guys in Garrett Wilson, Stephon Diggs. Then beyond that, we have Christian Watson, Hollywood Brown, Nico Collins, Quentin Johnston, Jonathan Mingo. If you start off Stephon Diggs, Garrett Wilson, love it, but you're not supposed to be rostering 7 wide receivers in a 1 flex league. Drop Nico Collins, drop Jonathan Mingo, go to the waiver wire, try to figure out the running back position there. The last thing I want to do is tell you to go through and make a trade. If you can, of course, go through and trade like Christian Watson and Khalil Herbert for an elite level running back, you do it. But I mean, the easier move is just to optimize the bench down there. I mean, we know for a damn fact you can do that. We don't know if your league mates will be willing to trade one of their RBs. Criminal Kids, longtime member of the flock, coming out says, my guy, been a while, drafted today. I took Richardson, Eckler, Mixon, Adams, Waddle, and Njoku, Godwin, Deontay. And then on the bench, we have JT, Brian Robinson, Odell, Tony, and Pittman. Any tips? I really like the team if Anthony Richardson is who we think he is. If Anthony Richardson can go out there and be a top 10 quarterback right away, then I think you're in a spot to crush. The only concern that I have is possibly at the beginning of the season, where I don't necessarily know if Richardson's going to be startable like week 1. I'd rather see it before we believe it with Anthony Richardson. So maybe if you have another quarterback that you really like the matchup week 1 of, we can go ahead and go in that direction. But long-term, I think it's a team that has a lot of upside. Happy to see you back, my friend. Happy to see you back. And Jesus coming out says 10-team PPR format where we have Hurts, Ramondre, White, Hill, St. Brown, Godwin, Freiermuth as starters. Down on the bench, we have James Cook, Ayuk, Dobbins, Zay, Johnson, Warren, Nico. Any advice? Love the elite level quarterback. Love the elite level wide receivers at the top. Running back 2 is a little bit questionable. I think that we have upside RBs down on the bench, such as James Cook and J.K. Dobbins. So no, my man, I think you're in a great spot. And I don't really think we need to be making any moves there. Love the team. Now, Anchor coming out says Kenneth Walker or Mike Williams to the flex. Love the matchup for Mike Williams. I do think I go Kenneth Walker, though, in that, I mean, the Seahawks are favored by 5 points against the Rams. I don't expect Charbonnet to have a massive role early on, right? Maybe Charbonnet expands his role as the season progresses, but it's not going to happen right away. Now, Patrick says, 12-team full BBR, 3 wide receivers in a flex. We have Goff, Gibbs, Hill, Lamb, Olave, and Njoku, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Ayuk, Pickens, Sutton, Laporta, and Kenny Pickett, Rashad Penny. I'm fine if we want to roster Pickett and Goff and play the matchups and chase for upside. And I'm fine if you wanted to roster 2 tight ends as well if David Njoku's our first guy. And I agree, I think wide receivers going to be primarily what we're looking for with depth in a full PBR format, 12-team league, 3 wide receivers, mandatory to start. Yeah, overall, top to bottom, I really do like this team, my friend. I like the team. I like that we make the consolidated bet on the Detroit Lions offense well with like Goff and Gibbs on the same roster. Jaden says, my DJ Moore for Najee and London. Hell yeah, go get Najee and London. I have Jefferson, Bateman, Mims, Chark, and Reed at wide receiver. He also gave me the option of Hollywood versus London. I would go London over Hollywood. I mean, the Cardinals just look like they're going to be horrendous. But yeah, I think DJ Moore and London are kind of comparable in my mind. If you're picking up a free Najee Harris, let's send it. Joseph says 12-team 1 flex happy BR where we have Fields, Tyreek, Devonta Smith, Jamal, Pierce, Kincaid, and the flex is Christian Watson. Down there on the bench, we have James Cook, Dotson, Algier, and Jalen Warren. Interesting spot to be in. I just really don't want to start Kincaid week 1. Similar to what we've said with a couple of these other rookies. Can we see it before we have to believe it? I think running back, wide receiver are in a great spot, but if we can find another tight end off the waiver wire that you're excited about their week 1 projection like Tyler Higbee, I'll probably go like Higbee over Kincaid week 1. And then hopefully we get the elite level ceiling with Kincaid later on. But ladies and gentlemen, we just said 400 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there, dropping a like. If you have not done so already, hit that like button. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat description, comment section. Promo code FLOCK will get you 100% a positive match. Also, our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find our 2023 fantasy football draft guide. And now is by far and away the best time to go get on Underdog because they have a site-wide special. Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions on Thursday night, plus a Flock exclusive special, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen Monday night against the Jets. And if you are new to Underdog, you're also going to get a mystery special pick'em on top of that. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage. You're only going to get all 3 with promo code FLOCK, though. Now, our next question coming out from Nicholas says, 8-team happy BR need assistance with choosing a running back to start alongside Barkley. We have Pierce, gross matchup going up against Baltimore, Sanders, and Rashad White. As always, thanks for the great content and long live the Flock. No, thank you so much, my man. And I do really like Dameon Pierce in the long term. The issue is they're 10-point dogs against the Baltimore Ravens this week. So I think it's going to be a very difficult spot to go through and get excited about Dameon Pierce. I have Miles Sanders and Dameon Pierce literally back-to-back in my rankings. I probably do go Miles Sanders this week against the Atlanta Falcons. I like the matchup a little bit more, but I think most weeks we will take Dameon Pierce, right? Most weeks we will. But dear God, we have a massive donation coming out from Eastall. Thank you so much. My man says, flock me. Do you think JT will play this season after the 4-game PUP? Okay, my man. Tough spot, obviously. I don't know. I personally have gone through and I've drafted Jonathan Taylor in a decent amount of spots. What's nice about Taylor is you can go through and you can throw this guy, obviously, on your IR where you're not having to waste a bench spot down there on him. If you have to waste a bench spot, it's going to be a lot tougher. If I just look at the incentives for all parties aligned, I don't see how it is a win situation for anybody if Jonathan Taylor doesn't play this year. Now, keep in mind, I'm the idiot that was drafting Jonathan Taylor at a discount before he was placed on the PUP. So I'm bag holding Jonathan Taylor right here, and I'll be the first person to admit it. So I'm an idiot, and I wouldn't trust me, but I just look at the overall situation and say, how does it make sense for the Colts? How does it make sense for JT? How does it make sense for anybody involved if this guy doesn't play this next season? So I'm operating under the assumption that JT will be back and playing at some point this year. Now, of course, that's not guaranteed. If it was guaranteed, he would be going way higher than he is currently in fantasy football drafts. But I think if in your league, you can go through and you can put him on the IR slot and you don't have to waste a bench spot on him, I still think that he is a fine guy to take a swing on for the overall upside, especially if you go with a couple running backs early and you're not going to need someone to start at the beginning of the season. Or possibly if you go through and pair him up with like Jamal Williams or potentially say like Raheem Mostert, where you have a running back that we can start at the beginning of the year almost regardless. But in coming out says, hey, I asked this one yesterday, but the tank was Bigsby and not Dell. So 20-team league, trade Deontay, Damian Harris, Chuba Hubbard for Montgomery, Adam Thielen, Tank, Bigsby. Okay, very sorry about that, my friend. Happy to have the clarity now. Definitely way better spot if we're trading for Tank Bigsby. I'd rather have Bigsby over Damian Harris. I'd rather have him over Chuba Hubbard. Montgomery versus Deontay. I'd rather have Deontay in the majority of leagues, but not a 20-team league. Give me the running back production there. I am fine with us going through and making this trade. I would try to opt in to keep Damian Harris and tell them they can keep Adam Thielen. If we could send like Deontay and Chuba Hubbard for David Montgomery and Tank Bigsby in a 20-team league, I think that'd be exciting. I don't necessarily know if we also want to be sending Damian Harris because Harris does have the upside to move the needle for you, especially in a 20-team format. Now, Green Blocker coming out says, hey, just want to say thanks for the stream. So thank you, my man. Also, I'm in a very weird last place punishment league. Touchdowns are everything and the only thing. Which two running backs week 1? Pacheco, Jamal, Swift, and Penny. Oh my gosh, my man. That is a tough spot to be in. And wishing you the best of luck. What sucks is touchdowns are the most random thing to predict on a week-to-week perspective. Pacheco is supposed to be in the highest scoring offense of the week. Plus, at the same time, we know his role in KC. It's locked in. So I'm going to go with Isaiah Pacheco. And the other spot, I'm going to go Jamal Williams because at least we know Jamal's going to get the guaranteed workload. Whereas with Swift and Penny, they may have upside, but by no means is it a guarantee. It's also a tough matchup against New England. So I go Jamal and Pacheco. Now, Big B coming out says, how did I do? It's a 10-team league where we have Hurts, Bijan, Gibbs, Hall, Hill, Allen, Frymuth. And then on the bench, we have Richardson, Taylor, Devon Achane, Kirk, Johnston, Tony, and Jay Williams. As long as this is Jamal Williams, I'm in a good spot. If it's Jameson Williams, I think we need to do some cleanup down here on the bench. Because if it's Jameson, we're going to be rostering, Jonathan Taylor getting nothing at the beginning of the year. Devon Achane getting nothing at the beginning of the season. Quentin Johnson getting nothing at the beginning of the year. Jameson Williams getting us nothing at the beginning of the season. So the actual waiver wire moves that we can make with this team will be extremely limited. For that reason, I think in this style league, we would drop Jameson Williams. That way we can play the waiver wire at the beginning of the year and we aren't just playing with our hands tied behind our backs. But overall, great team, my friend. Great team. Now, Dilly G says, hey, Mason, Motherflocker here. Submitted my roster in the Discord, but wanted to hear your thoughts on my first 3 picks. 10-team full BBR. 101 is Jefferson, Pollard, and Mahomes. Oh, beautiful, my man. I'm going to see a lot of teams that can get Mahomes to the 2-3 turn, and that's what I want to be doing. I want to get an elite level quarterback there. But the amount of teams that are going to be able to get Pollard there at the 2-3 turn? Slim to none. You love to see it, my friend. Now, Sal coming out says 10-team PPR 1 flex, where we have Watson, Lamb, Higgins, Bijan, Gibbs, Hawkinson, Watson, Brees, and Mike Evans on the bench. Any recommendations, and who should I be starting at flex? So I think this week we're actually probably going to go ahead and start Mike Evans over Christian Watson. I kind of want to get the clarity and see what that offense is going to look like with Jordan Love in Green Bay. While at the same time, if you look at Evans, he's in a great spot where it could be a potential shootout against the Minnesota Vikings. Overall, I really like the upside of the team long term. I think it would be potentially interesting to see if we could go through and possibly trade like Christian Watson in a small piece to go get Amari Cooper to stack up Amari and Deshaun Watson. Now, Dylan says 10-team non-PPR format double flex. We have Hurts and Wilson at quarterback. Definitely want to be cutting Russell Wilson. No reason to roster Russ in a 10-team format if we have Hurts to start every single week, regardless of matchup. Running back, we have Pacheco, Etienne, Dobbins, JT Gainwell. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Hopkins, Metcalf, Hollywood, Cooks. Tight end, we have Goddard. Love the team. Only thing I'd say is let's drop Russell Wilson, pick up another running back in a non-PPR format that has some upside, especially if we drafted JT. Now, Mikkel coming out says 12-team PPR 1 flex, where we have Hurts, Mostert, Montgomery, Jefferson, Smith, Hawkinson, the flex London, and then on the bench we have Kamara, Myers, Gallup, Lazard, McKinnon, Singletary. My running backs lacking. Yeah, overall, if we're going to be in a spot like this where we have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end, and the elite wide receivers such as Jefferson and Smith, I think that we're going to be in a position where we have a lot of upside in the long term if we can solve the running back position off the waiver wire. But, I mean, if we're going to plan on doing that, you need to go out there and you need to roster some of these running backs, my friend. I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we're going to be dropping guys like Jacoby Myers. I think we're going to be dropping someone like Michael Gallup or Allen Lazard, because ultimately, are they ever going to make a difference in a one flex league where we have Jefferson, Smith, London at the very top? And we do want to have some more upside shots on running back down there on the bench. But ladies and gentlemen, we are one like away from hitting 500 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us get to 500. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, description section, comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $200, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. Now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a site-wide special, more than less than half a total yard for Patrick Mahomes week 1 against the Lions. Plus, on top of that, we have an exclusive Flock special, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the New York Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get an additional mystery special pick'em this week. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Gonzalez says 12-team PPR, where we have Tua, Hall, Sanders, Hill, A.J. Brown, Olave, London, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Pacheco, Brian Robinson, Roshan, Bateman, Devon Achane, Marvin Mims. Any advice, Flock up? Thank you so much, my man, for coming out. Like that we have so many of those high upside running backs down there on the bench. I mean, we're in a spot that with Tua, having him stacked with Tyreek, we're making that one consolidated bet. We have a tight end with Hawkinson we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. Great team, and I don't think we change anything, my friend. Now, Jamie says 12-team PPR, where we have Watson, Chubb, Pollard, James Cook, Kupp, Cooper, Deontay, Christian Watson, Addison, and Pat Freiermuth. I mean, obviously, it's going to be a little bit tough at the beginning of the season not having Kupp, but I mean, once we get past that point and Cooper Kupp is a wide receiver 1 again, I really do like the team, and I think we have a lot of upside. Would be interesting to see if we could take like Deontay Johnson and trade him in a package, go get an upgrade at wide receiver for, actually, no, we already have him. Never mind. Actually, we're in a great spot. If you're saying Cooper is Amari, it kind of mixed me up because we had Kupp and then Cooper. I thought you meant Cooper Kupp, but no, if that's Kupp and then Amari Cooper, we're in a great spot and I don't do anything. Jay Amin says 12-team PPR 1 flex, where we have Mahomes, Walker, Sanders, Akers, Jamal, Jefferson, Olave, Amari, Juwan Johnson, Greg Dulcich. Confused about running back and tight end. Completely fine rostering 2 tight ends here. That's going to be our first guy. I think we're going to start Juwan Johnson at week 1. If you're going to be looking at the running backs, I think you're in a really good spot. I mean, we can go through, we can start Kenneth Walker, and I want to say Jamal Williams week 1 as well, and see what the role is going to be like for Miles Sanders and Cam Akers this year, because that is a little bit up in the air. But long term, we do have upside there. We're not having to rely on Jamal Williams by the time Kamara comes back. C. Mello says, rate the team in a 10-team format with only one flex. We have Mahomes, Pollard, Najee, Jefferson, Keenan, Freiermuth, Lockett. On the bench, we have Sanders, Evans, Jamal, Juju, Perine, Bateman. I think you're in a great spot overall. Love the elite level quarterback in a league with only one flex. I would say if we're in a position where Jamal Williams is going to be on our bench early on in the season, even with the Kamara suspension and the Condre Miller injury, if we're not starting Jamal Williams now, are we ever going to be starting him? So I think we can go and approach like the Jonathan Taylor team, approach the Alvin Kamara team, approach one of those teams that don't really have a running back for the beginning of the season, and see if we can trade like Jamal Williams and Miles Sanders, or Jamal Williams and Tyler Lockett to go get an upgrade somewhere else in the starting lineup for one of those teams that may actually need the running back production. Now, Sam coming out says, 10-team at PBR League just traded Dobbins, Christian Watson, and Deontay for Olave and London. Ooh, okay. So, I mean, if we're going to go Christian Watson, Dobbins to Olave in a 10-team at PBR format, I'd rather have Olave, Deontay to London, same tier. Rest of the roster is Herbert, Henry, Pierce, so we are good at running back. Ridley, Tyreek, Freiermuth, Brian Robinson, Juju, Warren, Rice, Roshan. Thoughts on the move? Love the move considering the roster if it's a one flex league. If it's a league with like 2 flex spots, I think it's fair. I think it's up to you. League with 3 flex spots, maybe I prefer the depth a little bit more. But if it's a 10-team league with only one flex, I mean, I'm never going to say anything bad about going out there and getting the best player in the trade. Now, Forrest coming out says 12-team PBR where we have Lawrence, Etienne, Pierce, St. Brown, Christian Watson, Kelsey, Dotson. Do I trade either Lawrence or Etienne or keep him on the team? No, I love the team and I love the spot. I mean, in general, we want to be making those consolidated bets with our fantasy football team so we don't have to get a ton of stuff right. I mean, if we just get this one thing right where the Jacksonville Jaguars look to be a better offense than people expect this next season, then, I mean, we can be out here printing money and it looks like that's a possibility. So, I mean, I really like the team and I know I like having those guys together. Joey, another team with Lawrence and Etienne. But we have Lawrence, CMC, Etienne, Kupp, Ridley, Sutton, Judy, Kittle, all Miami running backs. Do I need changes? No, I think you're in a really good spot. I mean, long-term, having CMC and Cooper Kupp on the same roster, it's a team that if our upside hits, very few people, if any at all, are going to be able to actually compete with us. But obviously it comes down to like, okay, does Cooper Kupp play this next year? If Kupp plays this next year and we're happy about the spot, my man, I think we can crush. It just comes down to what are we going to be getting with Cooper Kupp? Okay. Now, Ben says 12-team full BBR, one flex, where we have Hurts, Jefferson, Ridley, Pierce, Walker, Pickens, Charbonnet, JSN, Deion Jackson, Brian Robinson, Bateman, Kincaid, and Hayden Hurst. I actually like having 2 tight ends if our first tight end is going to be Dalton Kincaid here. We have the elite level quarterback. We have Jefferson and Ridley somehow on the roster as well. Beautiful team. I don't even change anything. I like what we're doing down there on the bench. A great team top to bottom. If I was going to say anything, if we could trade Ridley for Devonta Smith on a team that has Jalen Hurts, I think it's interesting, but we don't have to do anything there. Now, Ryan says, trade Breece Hall for the 108, 109, 201, Daniel Jones Kmet. Have BBR rebuilding. Already have 4 firsts this year. Other running backs are Jamal and Brian Robinson. Well, if we're rebuilding, my man, we're looking to sell all running backs if we can. So I actually do go ahead and do this if it's a super flex league, because in a super flex league, we'll be looking at like Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison. They're in the middle to the end of the first round. If it's going to be a 1 quarterback format, those picks are going to be so much worse, where I'd almost rather have like future first rather than the 108 and the 109 in a 1 quarterback dynasty league. Just really depends on if it's going to be super flex or 1 QB in your dynasty league, because like we said, just a completely different player pool that we're going to be looking at there. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, AC Ford says, rate the 12-team full BBR format where we have Mahomes, CMC, Walker, St. Brown, Higgins, Freiermuth. And then on the bench, we have Ayuk, the Bills defense. We have Ayuk. And on the bench, we have JSN, McKinnon, Pickett. No reason to have Pickett on the same roster as Mahomes. Go ahead and cut Pickett if we can't trade him. I mean, if you have Mahomes, you're starting him every single week, regardless of matchup. I don't want to like have a handcuff quarterback here. Lazard, Everett, KJ Osborne, and MVS. Also, say down there like the bottom end, we probably want to be rostering more running backs than wide receivers. I don't love that we only have 1 running back on this bench with Jarrett McKinnon. I definitely want to drop Kenny Pickett, see if we can pick up another RB, and honestly drop Marquez Valdes-Scantling as well. I think MVS can like be a good guy in underdog drafts with some random spike weeks. Specifically in your regular draft, though, it's going to be very hard to figure out when we could ever actually start the dude. Andrew says, should I trade Ridley for Etienne and Deebo Samuel? I personally would. Ryan says, part 2 league is Dynasty 12-team standard lineup. I figured it was Dynasty. If it's going to be that 1 non-PBR format, I'm sorry, that's going to be a 1 quarterback format. No, don't do it. Now, Pedro coming out says, as my flex, I have Christian Watson on the bench. I have Deontay Johnson, Brad Robinson, James Cook. Should I keep Christian Watson as a flex? Okay, so generally, if we're going to be looking at week 1, Deontay Johnson's going up against the 49ers. I don't really want to play him there. I probably actually would start Brian Robinson. I mean, Brian Robinson, beautiful matchup that he has against the Arizona Cardinals. I'd rather get that clarity on what the offense is going to look like with Jordan Love this year before we have to go through and start Christian Watson if we don't need to. Now, Aaron coming out says thoughts. It's a 10-team map PBR, 6-point passing touchdown, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, 2 flex. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Pierce, Ridley, Higgins, Adams, Ingram, Godwin, Dalvin. And then on the bench, we have Fournette, Penny, Dillon, Elijah Mitchell, Algiers. Love the team. Built around wide receiver at the very top. In a league where we can go through and start 5 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective, we take a whole lot of running backs down there on the bench that we are going to get clarity on early on. Like if we get to Sunday and we have no news with Fournette, cut him. Who cares? If Penny is a running back that's RB3 in Philadelphia, cut him. Who cares? I mean, if Singletary doesn't touch the field, cut him. Who cares? Like having those running backs with upside that we're going to get clarity on early on the season down there on the bench is exactly what we're trying to do right now. We have the Lawrence Ridley stack as well. Love the team top to bottom, my friend. Okay. So let's move this over. I believe the next few questions we're going to bring up, I'm actually not going to be able to show on the screen, my friends. Definitely not going to miss any donation questions, but I'm just going to have to read them out loud. So please be listening for them. I'm very sorry about not being able to show them on the live stream. Really wish I could, but give me 1 second. And as I pull this up, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over here on the side of the screen, you can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat in the description section, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you will get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find our 2023 fantasy football draft guide. And also, now is the best time to be getting on Underdog because they have a site-wide Patrick Mahomes special, more than less than half a passing yard week 1 against the Detroit Lions. They have a Flock exclusive special where you have Josh Allen more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets. And if you're new to Underdog, you get a 3rd mystery special pick'em plus that 100% deposit match. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of that. Only going to get all 3 with code FLOCK. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Jacob says 12-team PPR, 1 flex. We were the 5th pick. We have Josh Allen. Quarterback, running back, we have Bijan, Kamara, Dobbins, Zeke, and Hunt. Wide receiver, we have Brown, Debo, Michael Thomas, Jonathan Mingo, Jacoby Myers. Tight end, we have Freiermuth, Ferguson. Patriots and Seahawks defense, I think I need more wide receiver depth. So generally, if this is going to be a league where, I mean, you only have 1 flex, wide receiver depth is not going to be a super important spot. But I agree, we are lacking a little bit of depth of like Michael Thomas is our wide receiver 3, Mingo's our wide receiver 4. The thing is you can't have 2 starting defenses. If you really wanted to have the Seahawks to play this week against the Rams and then the Patriots for the long term, sure you can. But then immediately after the week, go through and look to sell, not even sell, look to drop the Seattle Seahawks defense and then go ahead and see if we can just, I don't know, pick up a wide receiver you like off the week 1 waiver wire. I mean, week 1 is going to be a time to be super active off the waiver wire where we are going to get a lot of clarity top to bottom. Okay, so now going over to our next spot. This is going to be coming out from Cameron. It says 12-team PPR, Dynasty Superflex, 2 flex. I have Lawrence, Tua, Sanders, Swift, Waddle, Ridley, Connor, Amari, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Evan Hull, Jaden Reed, Justin Ross, Rashee Rice, plus Scrubs. Any advice and any moves? Dynasty League, obviously, bench is going to be a little bit different than your shallow redraft format. Superflex format, really like to have both Lawrence and Tua. Like having them stacked up with both Calvin Ridley and Jalen Waddle. Really like the team top to bottom. I don't think there are too many moves that we can look to make right now. It really does come down to, I mean, in your dynasty league, by the time we get to weeks 3, 4, 5, hopefully having more clarity top to bottom on if we're a team that's actually looking to contend right away or looking to rebuild and then making moves at that point. But right now, you just want to go into the season and stay flexible. But Ethan says 10-team PBR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. We have Watson, CMC, Pollard, Stevenson, McKinnon, Mostert, Brian Robinson, Wilson, Watson, London, Pickens, Myers, Burks, and Hawkinson. So, I mean, generally, if it's a double flex league, you can prioritize wide receiver depth a little bit more than otherwise. I mean, running back depth is okay here for Mostert's like a running back 4, running back 5. I mean, alongside Brian Robinson. I mean, so yeah, the only thing I'd say is, I mean, long-term, if we get a couple of these young studs breaking out like Christian Watson, Drake London, Garrett Wilson, and we have a little more wide receiver depth than we initially thought, if we can package together, say like Drake London and Deshaun Watson to go get a quarterback upgrade, that'd be really nice. But not necessarily something that we're looking to do right now, right? I mean, we definitely want to have some clarity on what the situation is going to be like when it comes to the wide receiver breakout candidates, specifically going into year 2. But Yoda Pilled coming out says 10-team PBR, 2 flex. We have Burrow, Chase, Kupp, Godwin, JSN, Thomas, Quentin Johnston, Josh Jacobs, James Cook, Javonte Williams, Elijah Mitchell, Jalen Warren, Andrews, and Pitts. Changes to make. I really like this squad, my friend. I mean, having Chase Burrow stacked up, it's going to be a tough spot at the beginning of the season, though, because we have Quentin Johnson, JSN, and Cooper Kupp. These guys we like the long-term upside of, but not going to give us anything early on in the year. For that reason, I think it makes a lot of sense in a league with 2 flex spots. If we can find a price point that we like to sell either Andrews or Kyle Pitts to go get a wide receiver we can start on a week-to-week basis, I think that makes sense. If you wanted to sell like Mark Andrews and go out and get like T. Higgins, and then go ahead and start T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow every single week, I would like that. Now, CT coming out says, 10-team at PBR, 1 flex. I had pick 5, went CMC, Wilson, Gibbs, Ramondre, Fields, DJ Moore, Dobbins, Pitts. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Sky Moore, Johnson, Devon Achane. How did we do? I love the bench, having guys like Devon Achane and Sky Moore that we should be able to see their role at the beginning of the season. I mean, we're going to get to see Sky Moore on Thursday night. Love the top end, CMC, Garrett Wilson, Gibbs, out the gates, elite. We have a quarterback with upside with Justin Fields stacked with DJ Moore. Great team. Keegan says 8-team non-PPR where we start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. Starters are Lamar, Barkley, Bijan, Higgins, Amari, Hall, and Kelsey. So Lamar and Kelsey, 8-team non-PPR format. We are also going to be wanting to push up running backs. We pump wide receiver. Beautiful. Bench is Moore, Hopkins, Ayuk, Pierce, Flowers, Prescott. And on the IR, we have JT. Any trade ideas? I mean, nothing that stands out immediately. I love the way that we've constructed this team for now. But I would say just in general, every time that we make a 2-for-1 deal anytime we make a trade in an 8-team league, it needs to be a 2-for-1 deal. We need to go ahead and we need to be trying to get the best player in return and just selling depth, because depth's not really going to matter at all in that 8-team format. Now, Voss says 12-team PPR where we have Watson, Kupp, Ayuk, Jacobs, Mixon, Ferguson, Aaron Jones. Was offered Josh Jacobs for Andrews and Khalil Herbert. You're saying we already have Jacobs on the team. Maybe you made this deal. I would rather have Josh Jacobs over Andrews and Khalil Herbert. I know we don't have a good tight end, but don't trade Josh Jacobs for Andrews. I mean, if you look at the workload Jacobs had last year and go through history and see, I mean, what tends to follow? 50% of the time, running backs that had over 300 carries and 50 receptions a year prior end up being top 6 running backs in fantasy. 75% of the time, they're top 12 RBs. Like, Jacobs has an incredibly high floor and ceiling. Matt says, why are people so low on Khalil Herbert? I mean, overall offense that Justin Fields is going to monopolize a lot of the rushing points himself, especially when it comes to the rushing touchdowns. While at the same time with Justin Fields, because he's going to run the ball himself, you're not going to see a high check down rate to the running back side of the backfield. And you may have a role for both Deonta Foreman as well as Roschon Johnson this season. Now, T-Soof says 10-team full BBR, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Jefferson, Keenan, Christian Watson, Mixon, Stevenson, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Sanders, Javonte, Gibson, Robinson, etc. I like that we're focusing on those running backs down there on the bench. 10-team league with only 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have the elite level wide receivers at the very top. We're making a consolidated bet there with the Cincinnati Bengals offense with with Mixon specifically at running back. I really like the team. There's really nothing we can do there. I mean, if we have like an ability to ever trade for Kelsey, like by patching together like Goddard and one of those RBs, then we do it. Like go Goddard and Stevenson and see if we can get Kelsey, then of course. But I mean, I assume we can't, but Jake coming out says 10-team PBR where we have Lawrence, CMC, Aaron Jones, Garrett Wilson, Calvin Ridley. Tight end, we have David Njoku. The flex, we have Gibbs, Mike Williams, Ayuk, Jay Williams. Okay. I want to be saying something right now for everybody here. Please, everybody, do not say Jay Williams. I know everybody's doing it, but y'all got to remember, there's Javonte Williams, there's Jamal Williams, and there's Jamison Williams. It's almost impossible for me to know who you're all talking about. So please say either Jamal, Javonte, or Jamison. You don't even need to include the Williams. Flowers, Elijah Moore, Tank Dell, and Treylon Burks. Drop Tank Dell. We've only had 3 wide receivers since the year 2000 that weighed as little of him as actually wide receivers that put up 100 fantasy points in a season. They were all like 100 points, 110, 120. Like, they were gross. No real upside there. 10-team league. We just only care about upside. Outside of that, love the team. I mean, I think if in general we can go through and take like Brandon Ayuk and David Njoku to go get a tight end upgrade like Hawkinson or Waller or Kittle, just given the fact that, I mean, we're so elite at wide receiver and running back already, it makes sense. But Thomas says, please rate the 12-team league where we have Hurts, Eckler, Madison, Christian Watson, Williams, Andrews, and Christian Kirk. I've been having Hurts and Andrews puts us in a very good position where we can roster as many running backs, wide receivers possible on the bench. I mean, running back maybe looks a little bit weak right now at RB2, and the wide receiver maybe looks a little bit weak. But in the long term, when we're able to go through and hopefully find some waiver wire options that do something for us, I think you're in a very good spot. If you have someone like Jalen Hurts and Andrews holding you down at quarterback and tight ends, your team's only going to get better as the season progresses with the waiver wire. Now, Axel Cushy coming out says, have PBR for running back, full PBR for wide receiver and tight end. So generally, we are wanting to go through, start a wide receiver every single week if we can in the flex spot. If you're going to get a full point per reception for wide receiver, half a point per reception for running back, it's a league where we start 2 wide receivers and 3 flexes. We only start 1 running back. My man, I really hope we built around wide receiver. Wide receiver, we're sitting with Tyreek, A.J. Brown, Higgins, Williams, DJ Moore, Pittman, Collins. Love it. Running backs, we even have Josh Jacobs, Najee Harris, Rashad White. Quarterback, we have Tua Cousins. Beautiful. We don't have a tight end here either. Love to see that. Definitely optimized for the format. That's the kind of league we want to roster as many wide receivers as possible. Rich says, start Deion Jackson or Deontay Johnson, happy BR. I'm going to go through. I'm going to start Deontay Johnson. It's a very tough matchup against the 49ers, but at least I know the role Deontay Johnson's going to have. With Deion Jackson, he has upside, but we just have no certainty with that role week 1. And also the offense could be really bad. Daniel says 12-team at PBR league where we have at quarterback Trevor Lawrence, running back we have Etienne James Conner, wide receiver we have Jefferson Olave, flex London, and then we also have Rashad White in the flex. So we have 2 flex spots, Tyler Higbee, and then on the bench we have Judy McKinnon, Zach Charbonnet, and Elijah Moore. Great squad. Love that we're making the consolidated bet when it comes to the Jacksonville Jaguars offense with both Lawrence as well as Travis Etienne. We have the elite level wide receivers in a league where we can start up to 4 of them with Jefferson and Olave. I would say if we had Tyler Higbee as our tight end, let's roster a backup tight end as well. But yeah, great team. Jay says, great channel. What are your thoughts? 10-team league, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a flex, 1 IDP. We have Rodgers, Bijan, Jacobs, Metcalf, Ridley, Watson, Kenneth Walker. Would you trade Jacobs and Rodgers for the Dak and Lamb stack? So particularly in a full PBR format where we have to start 3 wide receivers and can start up to 4 every single week, I'd say Jacobs and Lamb are going to be close together in our rankings. I would definitely prefer having Dak Prescott over Aaron Rodgers, so we're getting an upgrade there. We already have Metcalf, Ridley, Watson at wide receiver, but we have Kenneth Walker down there in the flex. So I actually would go ahead and make that move if you are excited about the Dallas Cowboys offense. But Patrick, longtime member of the vlog, out back with us, says, glad to see you back, my guy. My draft last night was a steal, and we ended up getting Hurts, Etienne, Connor, Adams, Wilson, Higgins, Cousins, Rashad White, Evans. The only spot I'm feeling about is tight end where we have Ingram and Higbee. No, we have upside at tight end. I love to see that. The only thing I'd say is if we have Jalen Hurts, there's no reason in rostering a backup quarterback, so I think it would be interesting to go through and see if we could like package together Cousins and another option to go get an upgrade elsewhere in the starting lineup. Having the elite level quarterback with Jalen Hurts just gives you so much flexibility to make those plays down there on the bench, specifically at RB. I have no idea how the hell we got Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins, Travis Etienne, and Jalen Hurts all on the same roster. So an incredible amount of value. Really like the team, my man. I'd just say, I would try to move Cousins if we can. Now, Yo Boy Mall coming out says 12-team full PPR, where we have Lawrence, Bijan, Stevenson, Khalil Herbert, Lamb, Higgins, Watson, Deontay, and Sky Moore. Elite level wide receivers, we have, hopefully a spot where we can potentially trade either T. Higgins or maybe like Christian Watson in a smaller piece to go get Calvin Ridley to stack Lawrence with Ridley. But we have the running back production at the top end. We have wide receivers with upside. Great team. Samir, longtime member of the flock, coming out, says 12-team PPR, 3 wide receivers and a flex. We have Tua, Chubb, Walker, Diggs, Tyreek, Ridley, Sutton, JSN, Kittle, Richardson, Penny, Roschon, Mims. Should I be trying to trade for a quarterback or any other changes? 3 wide receivers and a flex. I'm a little less inclined to get the elite level quarterback in comparison to a league where we're going to start 2 wide receivers and a flex. We have a lot of upside with the combo of Tua as well as Anthony Richardson, so I think we are going to be fine there. I'm fine if we want to go a little bit heavier on the wide receiver depth, knowing that we have to start 3 of these guys, assuming it's a full PPR format. So actually, no, I don't trade for a quarterback. I think we're in a good spot. I don't think we make any moves. Now, we have a donation coming out from a name I cannot pronounce. I am very, very sorry, my friend, but I am an idiot. We'll be happy to look at this team. Saying I just traded my first pick last year, and I have the 13th pick in the second round. Who do I take? Happy BR 12-team league, leaning to go with Mahomes or Jalen Hurts. So if we don't have a first-round selection, I will say that's going to be a league where we're a little more inclined to say that we don't have the flexibility to go ahead and take an elite level quarterback, right? If you don't have a round 1 selection, I think that you are most likely going to be inclined to go ahead and get a running back wide receiver combo out the gate, stay a little bit more flexible at the top end of the draft, and potentially look to see if we can go ahead and stream the quarterback position. I really like getting an elite level quarterback with either Mahomes or Allen in the majority of leagues, but specifically in a league where we don't have a round 1 selection, I don't know if we can, my friend. Now, Paul says 10-team full PPR, 1 flex. We have Fields, CMC, Pollard, Lamb, Olave, Higbee, and Hopkins in the flex. On the bench, we have Hall, Ingram, Ayuk, Gibson, Geno, Nico Collins, and Jonathan Mingo. Generally, I think down there on the bench, we don't need to be rostering guys like Nico Collins, Jonathan Mingo. I would rather pick up some running backs with upside if we currently are sitting with Lamb, Olave at the very top end of this roster. And at the same time, it's only a 10-team league with 1 flex spot. So I drop those guys, see if we can pick up some running backs with upside. Love the team at the very top end where we have CMC, Lamb, Pollard somehow all on the same team with both Fields and Olave. Great squad. I think we just changed the bench a little bit. I4 Play coming out since I drafted Cup and JT in my $700 buy-in league. Oh my gosh. And it's a 14-team format. I have Lawrence, Khalil Herbert, Gibson, Bigsby, Deion Jackson, Hunt, Waddle, Elijah Moore, DJ Chark, Kyle Pitts. Love you, man. No, thank you so much for coming out and joining us this season again, my friend. But hopefully we can stay alive. That's what we have to say here. If it is going to be a league where you started off Cooper Kupp and Jonathan Taylor, it is a much tougher position in a 14-team format where depth is going to be harder to come by overall. The ultimate goal of the team is to stay alive at the beginning of the season. If we get these guys back, then at that point, we are going to have a lot of upside. Now, if we're looking at submitting a starting lineup early on, I would go Khalil Herbert, Antonio Gibson for our first 2 running back spots. Wide receiver, I would go Jalen Waddle and Hollywood Brown. And then the flex, I would go Deion Jackson and send up a prayer that he is the starting running back for the Indianapolis Colts. I am really sorry to see that, my man. But Mike Marshmallow coming out with a question says, 12-team PPR, 4-point passing touchdown league, where we have 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and 2 flex spots. We have Dak, Hall, Sanders, A.J. Brown, Higgins, Kelsey, Christian Kirk, Evans, Brian Robinson, Gabe Davis. Should we trade A.J. for Mahomes? We have Kelsey. I would really like the Mahomes stack. What I would rather do if we can is I would rather keep the elite level wide receiver in A.J. Brown. If we could instead try to package together Dak Prescott with one of those deeper wide receivers like T. Higgins and go Dak and Higgins to get to Mahomes, I think that make a lot more sense for this team, because if we are trading for Mahomes, like, Dak doesn't really do anything for us. And we can hopefully keep a little more wide receiver production. But Walter White coming out says 18 PPR, where we have Chase, Chubb, Hurts, Andrews, Devonta Smith, Amari, Kenneth Walker. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Sanders, Godwin, Swift, Dotson, Terry, and London. 8-team league, generally, we are going to be incentivized to get the elite level quarterback. So I love seeing Hurts here. We're also incentivized to get the elite level tight end. So Andrews makes a lot of sense as well. Really, the only thing I'd say is if we get an opportunity to package together, say like Amari Cooper and Tyler Lockett, Amari Cooper, Miles Sanders, and go get an upgrade in the flex spot, we look to do it. But I think we did optimize well for an 8-team league. Now, Desire Best coming out says 12-team PPR, where we have Josh Allen, Russell Wilson. Drop Russell Wilson. My friend, you don't need a backup quarterback if we have Allen, especially not Russ. Madison, Taylor, Charbonnet, Roschon, Hunt. Yeah, we are thin at RB here. Drop Russ. Go pick up a running back ASAP. Jefferson, Watson, Dotson, Gabe Davis, Flowers, Judy. Tight end, we have Laporta. The issue is with this team, I think we have a lot of upside, but we have a lot of players that are going to give us nothing at the beginning of the year. Charbonnet, nothing at the beginning of the season. Roschon, nothing at the beginning of the season. Jonathan Taylor, nothing at the beginning of the season. Judy, nothing at the beginning of the season. Flowers, nothing at the beginning of the season. Laporta, nothing at the beginning of the season. So I like the long-term upside, but we just can't roster this many players where we only care about the long-term upside. You need a better balance. Like go get a non-rookie tight end that we can play early on, right? Now, Alex coming out says 10-team at PBR1 flex. We have Lamar, Anthony Richardson. Running back, we have Chubb, Gibbs, Herbert, A-Chain, Deion Jackson. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, Williams, Flowers, Sutton, Pitts at tight ends. And we're also saying Zay Flowers, Rookie of the Year. I'm rooting for your guy, my man. It doesn't make a lot of sense to stack Flowers with Jackson. Only thing I'd say is once we get that spike week from Anthony Richardson, and we can sell Richardson high, hopefully in a package with someone like Sutton if he starts off strong with the Judy injury, or DJ Moore if he starts off strong and go get a wide receiver upgrade. I think that could be interesting. But Laylo coming out says 10-team PPR, 2 wide receivers and a flex. We have Deshaun Watson at quarterback. Running back, we have Eckler, Bijan, Stevenson, James Cook, Gibson. Wide receiver, we have Higgins, Amari, Watson, Mike Williams, Sky, Gabe Davis. Tight end, TJ Hawkinson. We're targeting Waddle, Garrett Wilson, Saquon. Any trade ideas? We're going to be looking at making a move for Waddle. I think maybe if we can package together, say like T. Higgins and Sky Moore, T. Higgins and Gabe Davis to go get Waddle, that'd make a lot of sense. If we were going to be going for Garrett Wilson, it's going to cost a little bit more. It'd be more like T. Higgins and Mike Williams, or T. Higgins and Christian Watson. And if we're going to go for Saquon Barkley, it's going to look like Ramondre Stevenson and Mike Williams, Ramondre Stevenson and Christian Watson. And so those would be the packages we're looking for those 3 players. Now, Brainzilla coming out says 10-team full BBR double flex league, where we're currently rolling with Fields, Wilson, Olave, CMC, Javonte, Goddard, Ridley, Deontay Johnson, Khalil Herbert, Zach Charbonnet, Johnson, Mims, Mostert, Mooney. What are your thoughts? Generally, Mooney's not going to be someone I'm super pumped to roster. I will say if it's going to be a league where we have Justin Fields, I'm okay with it, specifically when there are 2 flex spots. We have the elite level running back with CMC, the elite level wide receiver with Olave. We have quarterback upside. Tight end, we can start Goddard every single week regardless of matchup. Really, I like the team overall. Maybe the only issue I have is a little more running back depth would be nice in comparison to the wide receivers we have at the bottom end, but not something we have to be making a move with right now. But Nolan coming out says 12-team PBR, 2 wide receivers and a flex. I'm sorry, we just answered that one. No, we didn't. Fields, Jacobs, Hall, Jefferson, Olave, Goddard, Hollywood. Very similar team to the previous one. On the bench, we have Flowers, Burks, Elijah Moore, P. Ryan, Gallup, Jay Williams. Thoughts on the flex spot and running back 2. Running back 2, I mean, Breece Hall is going to be a little bit tougher to start right away. I think if we could go Jamal Williams, if you're saying Jay Williams is Jamal, play Jamal Williams over Breece Hall at the beginning of the season. If we're going to be looking at the flex spot when it comes to Hollywood Brown, I don't necessarily know if we're super pumped to go through and have him here. I mean, it's just going to be such a bad offense for the Cardinals early on. But, I mean, If it's a full PPR format, I can't start Flowers over him early on. I can't start Burks. Can't start Elijah Moore. So, yeah, I think you go like Jamal over Hall. If that's Jamal Williams. If it's Jamison Williams, you cut Jamison Williams, go pick up a running back. And then for the flex spot, I think you have to go Hollywood. Now, Julius coming out says, 12-team half PPR. Starters are Herbert, Diggs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Dobbins, Brees, Watson, Juwan Johnson. And then on the bench, we have Algier, Michael Thomas, Gus Edwards, Chuba Hubbard, A.J. Dillon, Tajee Spears. Do we start Brees? I mean, if we're looking at our options here, I mean, I don't love starting Brees Hall week 1, but am I supposed to start Algier? No. Gus Edwards? No. Chuba Hubbard? No. A.J. Dillon? No. You have to start Brees Hall, even if we don't have another option, my friend. Yeah. I'm rooting for you. Obviously, it's not a guarantee that Dalvin's the guy there early on in the season in comparison to Brees Hall. It's just what I'm kind of preparing myself for. I'm preparing for worst case scenario. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 likes away from hitting 800 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. Help us hit 800. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog is going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And also, now is the best time to get on Underdog so you can get in some last-minute best ball drafts. And also, they have a site-wide special with Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard Thursday night against the Detroit Lions. They have a Flock exclusive special. Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets week 1. And then on top of that, if you are new to Underdog, they have an additional mystery pick'em special. I've never seen Underdog do 2 pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you are taking advantage of it because they'll probably never do it again. I would imagine never. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Justin, who says, Lamar, Barkley, Connor, Tyreek, Metcalf, Ayuk, Ingram, Sutton. And then on the bench, we have Javonte, Adam Thielen, Warren, and McKinnon. Any tips? I like that we're rostering the majority of running backs down there on the bench. We have the elite level quarterback with Lamar. We don't roster a backup QB here. We have running backs and wide receivers with upside. I like the team overall. The only thing I'd say is if we're in a position where, Courtland Sutton goes out there and crushes, given the injury that you have to Jerry Jeudy, then at that point, I think we would pivot where we go ahead and we sell Courtland Sutton high. But obviously, it's going to depend on what we get from Sutton at the beginning of the season. Now, Pitcher in it says 8-team standard PPR. How should I draft the first 3 to 4 rounds? 8-team league, you need an elite level tight end. Go get Kelsey. We're going to be looking for an elite level quarterback round 3 as well. And I would prioritize running back in comparison to wide receiver. Goran says 10-team full PPR format, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Should I trade the first overall pick for a 2nd and 4th? So we're trading away Jefferson for like the 16th and 36th overall. Hell no. No, we're not doing that, my friend. Rule of thumb is in your 10-team league, just get the best player in return. The last thing you want to be doing is trading the 101. It'd be a little bit different if it's like a dynasty deep format, right? Now back to being able to pull these questions up in the live chat. We got Joey coming out and says, who would you start at the flex in a 16-team league between JSN, Mims, and Gallup? If JSN plays, we go JSN. Is JSN playing week 1, ladies and gentlemen? I thought no. If JSN doesn't play, I will go ahead and play Michael Gallup. I understand Mims could be in an interesting spot with the, Hamler, Patrick, Judy news, but I would want to see it before we actually have to believe it with Marvin Mims. Now, Omen coming out says 12-team PPR, 1 flex, 4-point passing touchdown format. I have Fields, Hill, Smith, Ramondre, Herbert, Freiermuth, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Judy, Charbonnet, Quentin Johnston, Elijah Mitchell, Juwan Johnson, and Ezekiel Elliott. Thank you, Mason. No, thank you so much. Definitely 4-point passing touchdown format. I prefer someone like Justin Fields with rushing upside. Down there on the bench, we're prioritizing long-term upside with guys like Judy, Quentin Johnston, Zach Charbonnet. I'm completely fine rostering 2 tight ends if our first tight end is Pat Freiermuth. Good team. It just comes down to can we hit on that RB2, right? Is Khalil Herbert who we want Khalil Herbert to be? And will this Bears offense be good enough? Now, John coming out says, hey, Mason, love the content, man. I'm in a 12-team PPR format with the 2nd pick, 1 flex standard league. Would you rather have Jamar Gibbs, Ramondre Fields, Godwin, or CMC, Higgins, Allen, Madison, and Godwin. So let's take out some of these options that are crossovers, right? Let's remove Godwin. And Jamar versus CMC, one flex league, up to you. Ultimately depends on what your league mates are going to give you on the way back around. Gibbs versus T. Higgins, one flex league, probably slightly lean Gibbs. I'd probably rather have Jamar and Gibbs versus CMC and Higgins. Actually, no, I'd probably, it's close. I'd probably rather actually have CMC if we think about it. Ramondre versus Josh Allen. Give me Josh Allen easily. Or if we view it like Ramondre and Fields versus Allen and Madison, I'd still probably go Allen and Madison. It is a damn close question, my friend. I probably go, because it's a league with only one flex spot, with the elite level running back and the elite level quarterback, with the combination of CMC and Josh Allen. So I'd probably go with the second side, but it's damn close. Now, Professor Stroke coming out says, 10-team at PBR league, where we have Lawrence, Pollard, Stevenson, Hill, Olave, Pitts, Swift. And then on the bench, Khalil Herbert, Jahan Dotson, Dalton Kincaid, Addison, Dimes, Mitchell, Tony, JT on the IR, any moves. I mean, I'm surprised to see we have this bench if we have JT on the IR. I'm assuming maybe we got JT at an insane discount. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if they're Pitts and Kincaid. Like the long-term upside that we have. Really, the only thing I'd say is if we get the ability to sell like Jahan Dotson and Swift in an upgraded package for a better flex, if Dotson starts off strong with no McLaurin, that would be something I'll look to do, but I think it's a solid squad. Anthony coming out says 18 PBR, pick 7. Tyreek, Pollard, Hurts, Andrews. Thank God we have Hurts and Andrews. Hall, Keenan, Walker, London, Ayuk, Dobbins, Dotson, Brian Robinson, Addison, Warren. Any moves? How many wide receivers do we have? We have Tyreek, Allen, London, Ayuk, Dotson, Addison. So we're only rostering 6 receivers. No moves that stand out initially. I mean, if we're looking for like low ceiling, high floor options, I don't think we are rostering too many of those guys. It's not like we have any Tyler Boyd players in this 8-team league. I think all these players on the team have real upside. So yeah, I don't think we make any moves. I like the team. I was worried before we saw Hurts and Andrews though. Green Machine coming out says James Cook or Isaiah Pacheco. Tough spot. I mean, I want to see the split that we have specifically in Buffalo between James Cook and Damian Harris before we have to go all in on Cook. I'd probably go Pacheco if it's like a non-PBR, half PBR league. If it's a full PBR format, I'm fine if you wanted to go Cook. Now, the Holly says standard 10-team league where we have Burrow, Pollard, Dobbins, Olave, Lockett, Kelsey, James Cook. And then on the bench, we have Dotson, Charbonnet, Flowers, Brandon Cooks, Marvin Mims, Kincaid. What are your thoughts? We need to be rostering more than one running back on the bench here. At least in my mind, especially if we have like Olave at the very top at wide receiver. And we have Burrow, Kelsey, quarterback, tight end. Like if we have Burrow, Kelsey, quarterback, tight end, there's no reason to only have one running back on the bench. I would go ahead, drop Marvin Mims, pick up another running back off the waiver wire in a 10-team one flex league. If we ever get a sell high moment with Dalton Kincaid, definitely going to be looking to package him with someone else for an upgrade in the starting lineup. Hopefully, that's why we are rostering Dalton Kincaid. It's potentially so we can go through and sell him high. I mean, we're not looking to go ahead and have Dalton Kincaid and Travis Kelce on the roster the entire season. Now, our next question coming out from Carboon says, 10-team PBR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 2 flex spots. We have Lamar, Gibbs, Rashad White, Chase, Olave, Lamb, Godwin, James Cook, Brian Robinson, David Njoku, Jonathan Mingo, McLaurin, Kmet, Richardson. Is this the league winner? I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if our first guy is Njoku, second guy Kmet. Richardson, similar to what we were talking about with Kincaid when it comes to the Kelsey team. Richardson on a Lamar team, the goal should be to eventually sell Anthony Richardson if we can. We have elite level wide receivers though here. I mean, this is a great, great team. Once we get back McLaurin, though, I probably do look to make a 2-for-1 deal. Now, Tommy coming out says, we have Fields, Etienne, Mixon, Lamb, Kupp, Olave, Judy, Evans. Should I trade Cooper Kupp for Chris Olave and Jahan Dotson? I have Kupp and Judy out. Do I do the trade or wait it out and scour the waiver wire? So, week 1, we can still start Lamb and Evans. Evans is a great spot. Lamb's in a great spot week 1. If it is a league where we have, I want to say, 2 to 3 flexes, like if it's a league where you have 3 flex spots and you're having to go through and start like Adam Thielen in your lineup, then sure, go ahead and sell Cooper Kupp. If it's a league that instead you only have 1 flex where we're just starting CeeDee Lamb and Evans, and it's not really too much of a hindrance for us, I would keep Kupp. But we are 1 like away from hitting 900 likes in this live stream. Go down there and hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already. And Bart Coleman says, thanks for the streams and videos. No, thank you, my man. Just did my draft today and had the last pick, unfortunately. How did we do? We have Fields, Bijan, Madison, Lamb, Waddle, Schultz, London, Dotson, Dulcich, Gibson, Johnson, and Isaiah Hodgins. Okay, so we have the great quarterback. We have an elite running back wide receiver pairing. We have running back wide receiver RB2, wide receiver 2s with upside. Tight ends kind of garbage, but we at least have 2 of those guys to see if we can potentially make it work. We have wide receivers with upside down the bench. I like it. We don't have enough running back depth. I mean, we only have 1 running back on the bench. So someone like Isaiah Hodgins doesn't make a lot of sense to roster. I would rather prioritize a running back with upside instead of Hodgins. But outside of that, I think it's a great team. Now, Jack coming out says, first time caller here. Thank you, my man. 101 PBR 12-team league started Chase, Hurts, Hall, Ayuk, Watson, Rashad White, Darren Waller. And then on the bench, we have Addison, Jamal, McKinnon, Quentin Johnston, Devon Achane, and Rashee Rice. Did I screw up on reaching with Breece Hall? Yeah, not going to lie. If you took Breece Hall round 3, not looking pretty. I would have loved Breece Hall round 4, round 5, but round 3, Hall is going to be tough. I think in the long term, you do put yourself in a pretty good situation for the upside that you have. But in terms of the short-term viability, it's going to be very difficult to imagine how we are going to be able to get by right now. Maybe that's not something that you're too concerned about, right? Maybe we are more so inclined to care just about the long-term upside. If you have only 1 flex spot, I think you'll be able to get by a little bit better. I mean, obviously, I'm very excited to see what happens Monday night with the Jets and Bills game, just because it's such a tough spot to project out Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook right now. Now, Amy Boys Are Fun coming out says, how did I do in a 12-team league where we have Daniel Jones, Ramondre Stevenson, Breece Hall, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Diggs, London, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have JT, Swift, McKinnon, Bateman, Geno, Devon Achane, and Greg Dulcich. I'm fine rostering 2 quarterbacks if our first guy is Daniel Jones. We have a bunch of running backs down there on the bench that have overall upside. I think it makes sense if one of our picks was Jonathan Taylor. The other guy is Breece Hall. And we have the elite level wide receivers at the very top. The primary issue that you're going to come across with this team is where is the production coming from at the beginning of the season? Like, I really like rostering either Hall or Jonathan Taylor for their long-term upside. But to go through and stack those guys together, it just is fundamentally going to put us in a very difficult position at the beginning of the year, if that makes sense. And Micah coming out says, 10-man league, PPR, we have Hurts, Chase, Allen, Watson. Running back, we have Barkley, Deion Jackson. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. The flex, we have Burks. You need to find a better flex option early on. The bench, we have Hall, Kamara, Hollywood, Johnson, Penny. Full BBR format, I would start Hollywood over Treylon Burks. Both offenses are going to be bad. At least with Hollywood, you're going to see someone with a 25-30% team target share. Outside of that, I really like how we're optimizing the bench for players with upside, and we're not having to rely on them early on in the season. I think that the only adjustment that we look to make outside of this being a great team is going through and playing Hollywood over Burks week 1. Chris coming out says, rate the squad. We had the first pick. Quarterback, we have Goff, gross. Running back, we have Stevenson, Gibson, Madison, McKinnon. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Higgins, Debo, Judy, Michael Thomas, Allen Lazard. Tight end, we have David Njoku. Overall, I think it's a team with upside. Now, my fundamental issue is I just love having an elite level quarterback. Like, if we could have gone Jalen Hurts, if we could have gone Mahomes, if we could have gone Josh Allen there at the 212, the 301, I would have loved to see that. Now, if we do have Goff, I think we're going to get by. I mean, when he's in a great matchup, he can score a lot of points, right? I mean, like week 1 going up against the Chiefs, this is a spot where you are most likely going to have that as the highest scoring game in football. Like, you can go through and you can start Goff with confidence. It's just more so, I definitely want another quarterback that we can potentially play the matchups with. Drew says, standard 12-team league. We have Allen, Bijan, Walker, Dalvin, Mostert, Garrett Wilson, Deontay Johnson, Addison. Have handcuffed running backs on the bench. What are your thoughts on the team? Do I start Dalvin or Raheem Mostert this week? I'd probably go Mostert. Now, it's not great seeing Devon A-Chain back in practice for him because then I do think that you're going to be splitting the backfield. But it's going to be a higher scoring game. It's going to be a better environment overall. Do we have to start these guys? I mean, we have Bijan Walker to start at running back. Wide receiver starting Garrett Wilson. And I guess, yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot at wide receiver just because Deontay's going up against the 49ers. And yeah, with Jordan Addison, you're not too excited about playing him until we actually see the breakout. So really like the team, but yeah, I think you probably have to start Raheem Mostert. Okay. LiveX saying this is pre-recorded. My man, this is a live stream. What the hell are we talking about here? Now, Fadeaway coming out says 12-team full PPR. We have Rodgers, Bijan, Akers, Garrett Wilson, Ridley, Hawkinson, Amari. And then on the bench, we have London, Dalvin. Who are we going to start week 1 at running back? And should we be looking to make a trade? So, I mean, our week 1 running back options are going to be Cam Akers and Dalvin Cook. Tough spot in that the Los Angeles Rams may just have the worst offense in the NFL, right? I mean, especially if you're looking at the injury that you have with Cooper Kupp. This is a very bad offensive line. I mean, we have question marks across the board. So by no means am I excited about it, but I do think we go ahead and start Cam Akers. At least we know he's the full-blown starting running back. In the case of Dalvin Hall, there's just so much uncertainty right now, and it's a tough matchup overall. And I don't think you need to make a trade at the moment. I think we're going to be fine at the beginning of the season. We just need to have some more clarity on those running back rooms. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Michael says 12-team PPR, 2 quarterback. We have Mahomes, Richardson, Stroud. Beautiful. Love to see that, my man. Running back, we have Pollard, Cook, Penny, Harris. Somehow we still have great wide receivers with A.J. Brown, Evans, Thomas, Flowers. Tight end, we have Kelsey and Knox. Oh, my God. That's an amazing team. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful team. The only thing I'd say is we're going to go ahead and we're going to cut Dawson Knox. If we have Travis Kelce, we're going to start him every single week regardless of matchup. I don't want to be rostering like a handcuff tight end here. I think you're going to get more upside with rostering another running back or wide receiver. Phenomenal team. I kept on thinking like one of the positions we were going to have afterwards was going to be gross. And we go all the way down the line to Travis Kelce at tight end. That's awesome. Now, Will says, hey, Mason, in a 12-team PPR 6-point passing touchdown format, we have Lawrence, Bijan, Dobbins, A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, Hawkinson, Mike Williams, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnson, Zach Charbonnet, Devon A-Chain, Tank Bigsby, Tyler Algier, and Roshan Johnson. Just trying to think of anything we can do with this team. I like the bottom end of the roster how we're prioritizing running backs with upside. Great team. The only thing I'd say is if we could take like Mike Williams at a smaller piece and go get Calvin Ridley to get the Lawrence stack, that'd be very interesting. But I actually prefer Lawrence in like a 6-point passing touchdown format, right? 4-point passing touchdown format, you're probably going to prefer someone like Justin Fields that has a lot of rushing upside. But I mean, Lawrence may actually be able to bridge the gap with his overall passing volume and efficiency in that format. Mike says, yo, Mason, rate the team in any moves. 12-team at PBR1 Superflex. We have Watson, Daniel Jones. Running back, we have CMC, Akers, James Cook, Elijah Mitchell. Wide receiver, we have McLaurin, Pickens, JSN, Tony, Keenan, and Diggs. Why the hell are we going to tease us here, my man? And go through and wait to put Stephon Diggs and Keenan out at the very end. I thought we were going to have a wide receiver issue. Tight end, we have Andrews. No moves to make. I mean, at least on the surface, this is a phenomenal team. I mean, of course, we could go through and get like Amari Cooper to pair up with Deshaun Watson. That'd make a lot of sense. I mean, if we're going to be looking at making a deal like that, it'd probably be trying to trade like George Pickens and Terry McLaurin for Amari Cooper. But we're strong at running back. I mean, we have an elite tight end. We have a great wide receivers with upside. Love the spot, my man. I'm sorry, great quarterbacks with upside. Now, KPP Shorts coming out says, 12-team, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Full BBR, we have pick 9. We have Lamar, Madison, White, Tyreek, Diggs, Olave, Lockett, Laporta. And then on the bench, we have Zeke, Swift, Everett, Dotson, Burks, Tank Dell, and Derek Carr. I mean, just generally at the bottom of this roster, Derek Carr, Tank Dell, not going to have the upside to make a difference with this overall team. I would go ahead, I'll drop those 2 guys. I'm completely fine if you want to roster 2 tight ends, though. If we have Sam Laporta and Gerald Everett, I think that makes a lot of sense. We're elite at wide receiver at the very bottom end, so when we drop Derek Carr and Tank Dell, I think we're going to be prioritizing to get some running back depth because I like the running backs that we have on the surface with the projected volume that they have with like Alexander Madison and Rashad White, but by no means are these guaranteed studs like Bijan Robinson, CMC, right? Seahawks says, should I trade CMC and what should I ask for? Hell to the no, my man. BP says, I haven't drafted in a week. Where's Cup going up, my man? In Best Ball Mania drafts, I've been taking him in round 2 just because I'm like, okay, well, this is a spot where we at least get a unique build over the rest of the field, optimize it for weeks 15, 16, 17. If it was like a new tournament where, I mean, you didn't have to consider where teams were drafting Cup like April, May, June, July, their Cup's going like round 3. You're seeing Cooper Kupp fall. Seeing a lot of high stakes leagues, like people taking Calvin Ridley over Cooper Kupp, like Kupp going like the Higgins range. But 4P Ridley coming out says 12-team PPR, Fields, Bijan, Dobbins, Madison, Charbonnet, Lamb, Olave, London, Pickens, JSN, Laporta. We have Dak with the last pick, and he moves. I'm fine if Dak was our last round pick, right? I mean, it's going to be a little bit different than going through and having to actually spend a considerable amount on him. We have him stacked up with Lamb as well. Generally, I just hate, going through and starting the season with a rookie tight end, ladies and gentlemen, puts you in such a bad spot. Guys like Sam Laporta, Dalton Kincaid, Luke Musgrave, maybe these are players that have long-term upside, but to go through and plan on starting a rookie tight end week 1 before we actually see the role, before we have the breakout, I operate where I want to be rostering rookie wide receivers. I want to have those players that have the upside to make a difference later on in the season, but I'm not starting them early in the year, right? I'm waiting until they break out. It's never going to hurt you to be a week too late to go through and start Jordan Addison, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Quentin Johnston. But to go through and start a rookie tight end before we see the breakout, it's just a super tough spot. So make sure you're rostering two tight ends. You can't be starting Sam Laporta at the beginning of the year. Now, James coming out, thank you, my man, for stopping by. Says, grade the team and set the lineup, please. It's a 10-team PPR, 1 flex format. Thank God we have Allen in this league. We have Bijan, Dobbins, Taylor, Zach Moss, Montgomery, Gainwell. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Olave, Deontay, Flowers, and Njoku. Beautiful spot where we're prioritizing running backs with upside down there at the bottom of the bench whenever we have a Jonathan Taylor team here. We have the elite quarterback. We have a tight end we can start as well. We're going to go Josh Allen at quarterback, David Njoku at tight end. Running back, we're going to go Bijan, Dobbins. Dobbins is a great matchup against Houston Texans, where the Ravens are favored by 10 points this week. And a wide receiver, I think we're going to go Diggs stacked up with Josh Allen. I mean, we're going to go Chris Olave, but for the flex spot, not a super appealing situation to go through and start Deontay Johnson in a really tough matchup, specifically against the 49ers. So I may actually go ahead and start David Montgomery in the flex, my friend. I mean, not something that I was expecting to say, but I mean, I really don't want to play any pass catchers in that 49ers game where if you look at Las Vegas sportsbooks right now, I mean, they're pretty much in consensus to have the Pittsburgh Steelers and San Francisco 49ers game be a bottom 5 game in the NFL with overall scoring this week, of course. Now, that's not guaranteed, but Vegas obviously knows a hell of a lot more than I do. And if that's what they're doing, I'm just going to say, yeah, we probably should not be rostering. Should not be starting someone like Deontay Johnson. Now, Woofers coming out says 10-team at PBR, 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 2 flex, and a tight end. Should I aim to start 4 wide receivers each and every week? Half PBR format? No, very balanced. You can kind of go either way. Should I still be targeting an elite level quarterback and tight end early at their usual ADPs despite the extra flex? Yes, because it's a 10-team format. If it was a 12-team, 14-team format, there it may have been a little bit harder to find wide receiver and running back depth, and maybe we would have pushed down the elite level quarterbacks and tight ends. 10-team league still should be able to find wide receiver, running back depth later on. Now, MWN coming out says, rate please 12-team PPR where we have Allen, Sanders, Walker, Tyreek, Waddle, Godwin, Waller, and then should I be worried about the wide receivers stacked with Miami? Hell no, my man. I love going through and pairing up Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and making that consolidated bet. It's going to lower your floor, but it's going to raise your ceiling, and that's what I'm trying to do in a 12-team fantasy football league. We have Josh Allen. We have an elite level quarterback. We have running backs we can start at the same time. I really like the team, my friend. Side note, personally, I would still rather have Hawkinson over Waller. I know a lot of people don't agree. I would trade Waller for Hawkinson if we can. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. And of course, subscribe to the channel. I mean, we have live streamed for almost 130 days in a row at this point, not stopping until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these player props, any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link to Underdog in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content with promo code FLOCK. Now is the best time to get on Underdog because Thursday night, they have the Pick'em Patrick Mahomes special, more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions. Also, there's a Flock exclusive pick'em special Monday night, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the Jets. And for new members of Underdog Fantasy, you're also going to be getting an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog do 2 pick'ems in the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of that while you still can, ladies and gentlemen. Probably going to be the last time. But Chris says, 10-team PPR 1 flex. Quarterback, we have Herbert. Running back, we have Jacobs, Walker, Connor, Cook. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Wilson, DJ Moore, Dotson, Judy, Pickens. Tight end, we have Andrews. Beautiful spot. The only thing I'd say is if we could take like DJ Moore, George Pickens, go get Keenan Allen to stack up with Justin Herbert. I'd really like that as well. We have the overall depth where we can get it done. 10-team, 1 flex league. Depth doesn't matter too much either. Love that situation. Love it. R-Mac, happy to see you, my man. Says, hey, Mason, so happy football's back. Question on who to start if available. Judy or McLaurin. Also, both are out. Is Adam Thielen decent for week 1? Go Hawks. Adam Thielen, honestly, I do not want to start week 1. It's going to be a really low-scoring game against the Atlanta Falcons. And also, we just don't know what to expect with the target share here. There's going to be a lot up in the air. I would go with a McLaurin over Judy if both guys start, but honestly, I'm operating under the assumption that both guys miss. That's my assumption. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to swing over to the other screen for a second here. I apologize. We're not going to be able to pull up the questions on the live stream for y'all to be able to see, but we will be able to still get to every single question. So please don't think we're going to miss any questions. Just please be on the lookout for us reading your name out loud. Okay. So our next question coming out from Stevie TV says, 10-team full PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. Wide receiver, we have Ridley, Diggs, London, and Kirk. Running back, we have Bijan, Pirine/Javonte. Debating trading London or Kirk for Dobbins, since I have Dotson on the bench and can flex. And what are your thoughts? If it's going to be a 10-team format where we're a little bit weak at RB2, I mean, in general, wide receiver depth's going to be easier to come by. So I probably would go ahead and I probably would look to trade, say like Drake London for J.K. Dobbins if we can get that done. And if you wanted to make that deal, you probably have to do it now. Actually, I would trade Christian Kirk for Dobbins. I keep London. But you probably have to do that now before Dobbins plays the Houston Texans, because it's going to be the best matchup of the year for Dobbins, or at least pretty damn close. Now, Eduardo coming out says, rate the lineup / trades and drops. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Jamal, Garrett Wilson, Higgins, London, Evans, Kincaid. And then on the bench, we have Swift, Deion Jackson, Elijah Moore, Quentin Johnson, JSN, as well as Nico Collins. A great team, at least in the short term, when we could start Jamal Williams. I don't love starting the rookie tight end, Dalton Kincaid. I would actually look to drop Nico Collins, pick up another tight end off the waiver wire. That way we don't have to rely on a rookie tight end week 1. But outside of that, I really like the upside that we have on the rest of the roster. Now, Gary coming out says, thoughts in a 12-team sleeper league, 1 flex. We have Dak at quarterback. Running back, we have Pollard, Etienne. Wide receiver, Godwin, Amari, Kupp. Tight end, we have Higbee. I definitely want to roster 2 tight ends then. On the bench, we have James Conner, Jalen Warren, Brandon Cooks, Deontay Johnson, Nico Collins, and Sky Moore. So in general, in a league with only 1 flex spot, I mean, having this many wide receivers on the roster is not going to do much for us, right? I mean, we have Godwin, Amari, Cooper Kupp. On the bench, we have Brandon Cooks, Deontay Johnson, Nico Collins, Sky Moore. I don't want to be rostering 7 wide receivers in a 1 flex league. So I would go ahead. I'd look to drop Nico Collins, pick up another tight end off the waiver wire just in case Higbee's not going to work out for us. Outside of that, love the Dak and Pollard stack. If you really wanted to make another move, potentially go all in on this Dallas Cowboys offense. Trade Kupp for Lamb if we can get him. If not, possibly trade like Chris Godwin or Amari Cooper in a package with another one of these bench guys like Deontay Johnson. See if we can get Lamb that way. But that could be something else that'd be interesting to look at, my friend. Now, Jacob coming out with our next question says, 12-team standard, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 flex. Running back, we have Dalvin, Herbert, Swift, Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Lamb, Ridley, Lockett. Tight end, we have Ferguson and Dalton Kincaid, who to start. everybody's going to laugh at me for saying this. I probably start Jake Ferguson over Dalton Kincaid. I just want to see it before we believe it with the rookie tight ends. Wide receivers are going to go Diggs and Lamb. Running backs, we're going to be going with, I want to say Dalvin Cook and Khalil Herbert. Not super confident with that. But then we're also going to go ahead and we're going to be putting Calvin Ridley in the flex spot over DeAndre Swift and Zach Charbonnet, even in the standard league. Now, Joey asking if we should trade Kupp for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think you probably prefer Amon-Ra St. Brown at this point over Cooper Kupp. Now, Ultimate NBA 2K says 10-team PPR, quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a tight end, 2 flex. We need to be building around wide receiver. Full PPR format where you can start up to 5 wide receivers every single week. Wide receiver is going to be the main thing that we are looking at here, my friend. But quarterback, we have Justin Herbert. Running back, we have Kenneth Walker, Jamal Williams. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Kupp, Olave. Tight end, we have Kittle. We also have Ridley and Evans there in the flex spots. On the bench, we have Taylor, Mostert, Tony, Mitchell, Hunt, Warren, and Algier. Thoughts/any tweaks? No, overall, beautiful team. I will say extremely risky having both Kupp and Taylor on the same squad, but a lot of upside. I think that we're okay doing it in a 10-team league in particular. We just want to be going through and trying to build around as many of those wide receivers as we can, like we said, with this format, which you did a great job of with, Tyreek Hill, Kupp, Olave, Ridley, and Evans. Phenomenal team. Carlos coming out with the donation. Thank you. So I followed your rankings in my 10-team draft, and I got Lawrence, Bijan, Sanders, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Waddle, Ridley, Evan Ingram, Deontay. So I guess we're all in there with this Jacksonville Jaguars offense, my man. Love to see it. So we have Lawrence, Evan Ingram, and Ridley all stacked together. And then on the bench, we have Zeke, Richardson, McKinnon, Hall, Jamal, JSN, Curtis Samuel, and Cole Kmet. Great team overall. I'll say I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if it's Evan Ingram and Cole Kmet, right? I don't necessarily know if Curtis Samuel ever does anything for this team. If we're not starting him when Terry McLaurin's injured, there's just no reason to ever have him on the roster. It's the best situation for him. I would drop Curtis Samuel for another running back off the waiver wire with upside, but phenomenal team overall, my man. It really just going to come down to what are we going to get with that Jacksonville Jaguars offense. And if all of a sudden Lawrence can elevate where he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, you're in a very comfortable position. Chandler coming out says 8-team full PPR league, 1 flex, 4th pick. We have Allen at quarterback. Running back, we have Eckler, Ramadre. Wide receiver, A.J. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle. Then we have James Cook, A.J. Dillon, Amari Cooper, Hopkins, Kirk, DJ Moore on the bench. So a ton of depth in general in that 8-team league. I definitely want to be prioritizing an elite level tight end if we can get one. I don't see a tight end on this team, however, so it looks like this is a league where you don't even have to start a tight end. And if that's the case, I think really the only thing that matters is getting the elite level quarterback. We already have that with Eckler. If we could package together a wide receiver with Ramondre Stevenson and get a running back upgrade, I like it. But outside of that, I think we're already set up well with that team. Now, DeJohn Prade coming out says 14-team PPR where we have Lawrence, London, Watson, CMC, Rashad White, Kirk, Laporta. And then on the bench, we have Zach Charbonnet, JSN, Roschon Johnson, and Dalton Kincaid. What are your thoughts? This is where we want to have those upside shots, right? We want to have JSN, Roschon Johnson, Zach Charbonnet on the bench in a 14-team format. My only hesitation with the team is having 2 rookie tight ends that we're going to be relying on at the beginning of the season. At least it's better than just having 1, right? At least you have double the chances that one of these rookies end up breaking out. But I can't tell you to go through and just pick up a better tight end off the waiver wire because in a 14-team format, you're not going to have someone like Higbee available. So I think it's a fine team. Now, Matt coming out with our next question says 10-team PPR, double flex, 1 quarterback dynasty. We have Herbert, Tua, Bijan, Najee, Ayuk, Deontay, Olave, Waller, Pierce, Akers, and minimal depth. But what moves are we looking to make? So shallow dynasty format overall, I will say that I think this is a team that's set up to win right now, but you don't want to be trading away any future picks. You don't want to be trading away any future value for win now assets in a dynasty format until we get confirmation that we are that contending team. Once we get confirmation that we are a contending roster in a dynasty format, whether that's we're in week 4 and we're 3-1, our team's firing on all cylinders, then at that point we can make a trade. But yeah, don't be trading away any future picks at the moment. I think we want to stay flexible and vice versa, right? If we get to week 5 and we're 1-4, at that point we want to be selling our veterans and see if we can picking up that long-term value. But Aiden coming out says 10-team, 1 flex league. We have Mahomes, Bijan, Saquon. How the hell is that even possible? Dylan, Mostert, Charbonnet. We even have Andrews at tight end. Christian Watson, Hopkins, London, Ayuk, Addison. Perfect team. Literally perfect team. 10-team league, 1 flex. Give me an elite quarterback. Give me an elite level tight end. Take running backs early. We know we're going to be able to find wide receivers later on. We have the QB 1, 2, 3, whatever you put them with Patrick Mahomes. We have an elite tight end with Andrews. We have running backs with Bijan, Barkley. Somehow we still have wide receiver depth. Literally perfect draft. Now, Parapani coming out says 12-team, 1 flex league. Starters are Justin Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we have Kenneth Walker, Bijan Robinson. Wide receiver, Devonta Smith, Garrett Wilson. Tight end, we have Evan Ingram. The flex, Jordan Addison. And then down there on the bench, we have Zach Charbonnet, Elijah Mitchell, Drake London, Tyler Boyd, DJ Chark, and JSN. So the fundamental issue that I'll have with this team, with it being only a 1 flex league, where we already have elite level wide receivers at the very top, such as Garrett Wilson and Devonta Smith, is just how many wide receivers that we're rostering here, right? We have Garrett Wilson, Devonta Smith, Jordan Addison, Tyler Boyd, DJ Chark, Drake London, JSN. When we have 7 wide receivers, is someone like DJ Chark ever going to do anything for us? He's not. I like him in best ball, not in your regular redraft league where we have access to the waiver wire. I would drop DJ Chark, look for another running back off the waiver wire. And side note, we're not going to be starting Addison right away. I definitely want to be looking to go ahead and get in a player that we're more confident about their usage with. So I think we're going to go like Drake London over Jordan Addison at the beginning of the season. Now, Charlie coming out says 12-team PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Daniel Jones, Nick Chubb, Cam Akers, Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Andrews Lockett, Kirk Gibson, Mostert, Nico Collins, Geno, Bateman, Damian Harris. So I'm fine rostering 2 quarterbacks if like Daniel Jones, Geno Smith are those 2 guys and playing the matchups. I mean, looking at an elite level tight end, we don't have to have a backup tight ends. We have wide receivers at the top with running backs. We have like Chubb and Diggs. Great team from a roster construction perspective. Hopefully we just hit on one of those quarterbacks with Daniel Jones, Geno Smith. In a 1 flex league, it's so important to have an elite level quarterback. But I mean, if you have 2 bites of the apple there, I mean, I think that one of those guys definitely could turn into something that we like. Now, JT Izzle, my Wizzle, coming out says 10-team PPR. Should have flexed Dameon Pierce, DJ Moore, or Jahan Dotson week 1. Super tough spot to be in with a very tough matchup going up against the Ravens for the Houston Texans. Obviously, Dameon Pierce is the guy that has the guaranteed volume, though. So I still would go Dameon Pierce. Really, it just comes down to, okay, if McLaurin is officially out, then at that point, would we rather play Dotson against the Cardinals with a much better matchup? With Pierce, though, you get the guaranteed touches, even if they are 10-point dogs. Now, Kevin coming out says 12-team app PPR starting 3 wide receivers. Quarterback, we have Herbert. Running back, we have Pacheco, Zeke, Penny, Evan Hull. Wide receiver, we have Waddle, Hopkins, Amari, Higgins. Tight end, we have Kelsey. Should I trade for a running back? Yeah, so right now, running back, it is ugly, my man. But if you have to start 3 wide receivers, I'm fine building around the wide receiver position. I mean, I like having the elite quarterback and tight end. I understand that we're going to be super weak at running back at the beginning of the season. But if we have Justin Herbert, Travis Kelce, you don't need a backup quarterback, backup tight end. And honestly, at wide receiver, if we're sitting with Waddle, Hopkins, Amari, and Higgins, I'm actually fine only rostering like 5, 6 wide receivers on the team. So just spend as many of those bench spots as possible on running backs so we can hopefully hit off a couple players off the waiver wire. And if we can do that and not have to make a deal, I think that would be ideal. Now, G Medina, longtime member of the flock, coming out says, what's up, Mason, the fantasy goat? Let's get a hell yeah for another awesome season. So stick with the Pats DST or go get the Broncos DST off waivers. So Pats are going up against the Philadelphia Eagles week 1. Don't want to start a team. I think that right now the Eagles are 4-point favorites over the Patriots. I mean, Broncos, they're going to get the Raiders. They at least get Jimmy Garoppolo and not Jalen Hurts. So I'm fine if you want to go do that and stream the defenses. But obviously, long-term, Patriots are a better team. I would rather have Broncos week 1. And typically, I stream. Now, Daniel says 12-team full BBR where you have Allen, Najee, Montgomery, Diggs, Mike Williams, Amari, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Algier, Warren, Burks, Gabe Davis, Quentin Johnson, Scary Terry, and Sam Howell. Cut Sam Howell. You don't need Sam Howell at a team where we have Josh Allen. I mean, I think that we're just going to be picking up a running back there for the waiver wire. But, I mean, I love the team. It's just, in general, when we have the Allen Diggs stack and wide receivers we're excited about, it's just, can we solve the running back position? Right now, we have Najee, Montgomery, so some guys that are guaranteed to get volume. But at the same time, maybe players that we're not sitting here and saying that they have an elite level ceiling. If we can hit on some running backs off the waiver wire, I think we're in a very good situation. Sean says, help in a 12-team full BBR format. We have Tua, Aaron Jones, Montgomery, Diggs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Keenan Allen, Darren Waller. And then on the bench, we have Nico Collins, Tyler Algier, Raheem Mostert, Michael Thomas, Anthony Richardson, and Luke Musgrave. So, I mean, if we have Darren Waller, it's the tight end we're starting every single week, regardless of matchup, I'll go ahead and drop Luke Musgrave. I'd rather just pick up another running back with upside off the waiver wire, or maybe a wide receiver with upside. I mean, I understand Darren Waller maybe is going to get, at risk to get injured. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, if you took him, you're already banking that he's going to be healthy. And we could always find a tight end like Luke Musgrave off the waiver wire if we really needed to. Love the elite level wide receivers at the very top of the team. If we could trade Keenan and a depth piece to go get like Jalen Waddle to stack with Tua, I think that would make a lot of sense. But I actually like having both Tua and Richardson on the same roster. If we got these guys extremely cheap, where we are just making a bet that one of those guys will turn into an elite level option. Now, David says, happy BR, Pierce versus Baltimore or Watson versus Chicago. I think we're probably going to go Dameon Pierce. Like right now, if you look at the underdog pick'em that they have week 1 for Christian Watson, they currently have Watson like, I want to say like 43 receiving yards, something ridiculously low. Jaden says, trade my Madison for Rashad White. No, I would rather have Alexander Madison over Rashad White, my friend. Eric coming out says, what's up, Mason? Draft was last night, 10-team PBR double flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Ramadre, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Hopkins, Njoku, Lockett, and Christian Watson. Any moves that we should be looking to make? I don't think so. If it was a league with only one flex spot, I think we'd be trying to optimize a little bit more for running back upside there, RB2. But in a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers every single week, I like having St. Brown, Hopkins, Lockett, and Christian Watson. I mean, if we have some other quality starters down there on the bench, say we have someone like Jahan Dotson that we're not using, if we can go ahead and package him with Njoku to try to get to Andrews to pair up with Lamar, I think that'd be interesting. But overall, great squad. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to do there in a double flex league. Now, Guacho coming out with our next question. This is saying a 12-team app PBR league where we have 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flex, and 2 IR. We have Allen, Kelsey, beautiful. Etienne, Sanders, Amari, Kirk, Javonte, Gibson. And then on the bench, we have Love. Drop Jordan Love. When you have Josh Allen, the reason we're excited about it is we don't need a backup quarterback. Take a shot on a running back with upside. Judy, Mims, Myers, Rice, Hodgins, Gainwell, and Fournette. Any tips? I like the team overall. I mean, the overall thing I'd say is when we drop Jordan Love, let's make sure they're picking up a running back off the waiver wire. I mean, because we are already sitting with Amari, Kirk at wide receiver with Judy, Mims, Myers, Rice, Hodgins all on the bench. I don't want to be rostering like 8 wide receivers by any means. So I drop Jordan Love when we're starting Allen every week. Instead, go out there and pick up another running back with upside to bolster that position. But Michael coming out says 10-team full BBR where we have Mahomes, Dameon Pierce, Rashad White, Amon-Ra, Jahan Dotson. Tight end, we have Kelsey. Love the Mahomes-Kelsey stack. Brian Robinson to the flex. With Judy and Kamara on the bench, any moves you try to make? If it's going to be only a 1-flex league, I think it would make a lot of sense to see if we could package together, say, like Jerry Judy and Rashad White, or Alvin Kamara and Brian Robinson to go get an upgrade in the starting lineup, just specifically speaking, in a 10-team league with only 1 flex spot. Depth isn't going to really matter as much as just going out there and getting those players with an elite level ceiling. I mean, when we have Mahomes, when we have Kelsey, let's make sure we're not rostering a backup quarterback, backup tight end. Make sure we're just rostering as many running backs and wide receivers as possible. Now, as dark as night sky, it says start, sit, Goff, or Fields. We're going to go Fields, even though it's a great matchup for Goff. Garrett says, rate me / advice. We have Lamar, Bijan, James Cook, Javonte, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook, Zach Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, Waddle, Watson, Addison, Johnston. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. Love the team. We have a tight end we're starting every single week, regardless of matchup. Quarterback, we're starting every single week, regardless of matchup. We have wide receivers at the very top we're confident with, and wide receivers with upside, but we're not rostering 7 wide receivers. Instead, we're prioritizing the running back upside down there on the bench with guys like, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook, Zach Charbonnet. Love the squad. King says Quentin Johnson or Zay Flowers. Have Johnson on the bench, but I'm thinking of dropping him for Flowers. Full BBR, who are we going with? I think Johnson's a better player. I think he's in a better passing offense overall. Clearly, Flowers has an easier path to get a role week 1. I think it's ultimately your personal preference. If you wanted to go Flowers, I'm not going to fault you at all. Maybe if we had like one of the quarterbacks, if we had, say, Herbert, if we can go Johnson. If we have Lamar, we go Flowers. Maybe we use that as a tie break. But I think it's your personal preference. Johnson right now looks like he may be the wide receiver 4 in Los Angeles, though. But ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have not done so already, go down there. drop a like on this live stream. We are going to be live streaming for probably about 6-7 hours today. We've live streamed for about 130 days in a row at this point. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, description section, comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to give you a 100% deposit match up to $100, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy because they have a site-wide Patrick Mahomes special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Detroit Lions week 1. On top of this, you have a Flock exclusive special pick'em with Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard Monday night against the Jets. And then also, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, they have an additional mystery special pick'em for new Underdog users. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of that ASAP while you still can. Okay. But let's go over to our next question. This one coming out from, I believe, Colin, who says, a full PPR 12-team league. We have Hurts, Pierce, James Conner, A.J. Brown, Jefferson, Kmet, Keenan. The bench is DJ Moore, Khalil Herbert, Pittman, Bateman, any moves. Generally, whenever we are this strong at wide receiver and running back depth, we can afford a tight end upgrade over Cole Kmet. Like if we could trade, like, say, Michael Pittman and Kmet, go get Dallas Goedert to stack with Jalen Hurts, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Or say Pittman and Kmet to go get, I don't know. Who can we look for there? Waller, Hawkinson, or really anybody in that range. It's like the main thing that we're looking to do, my friend. Okay. Give me 1 second. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now Zip coming out with our next question. It says 12-team PPR where we have Deshaun Watson, Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, Amari Cooper, Christian Watson, Ayuk, Evan Ingram, Javonte, AJ Dillon, Flowers, Tank Bigsby. Not feeling it. What do we do? I mean, we have the Watson Amari stack, which I really like to see. We have the elite level running backs with Bijan and Barkley. I think you're in a really good spot. Really, all we're banking on is hoping that we get some of these wide receivers with a considerable amount of upside hitting. Like, if we can get someone like Brandon Ayuk to turn into a low-end wide receiver 1 in fantasy, if you can get Zay Flowers to turn into a wide receiver 1, if you can get Christian Watson, if one of those guys turns into a wide receiver 1 in fantasy, you're going to be in a very good position. But ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. Ultimately, we need to have one of those guys hitting. And I don't think we make any trades, to be honest with you. I think that's a great team. Okay. But now, Alpat coming out says, full PPR, we have Herbert, Jacobs, Najee, Lamb, Jefferson, A.J. Brown at the flex, Hawkinson at tight end. Do I start Jamal Williams or Miles Sanders over Najee for week 1 since he's playing the 49ers? And what should my move be? I think overall, you're in a very good situation. But if you wanted to make a trade, I think, honestly, trading Jamal Williams probably makes sense just because you don't need Jamal Williams, right? I mean, all these running backs are pretty damn close. If I'm going to be looking at my rankings this week, I currently have Jamal Williams in the same tier as Najee Harris. I have him 1 spot ahead of Miles Sanders, but I mean, they are neck and neck at 18 and 19. So if we could approach the team that has Jonathan Taylor, if we could approach the team that has Alvin Kamara and send them Jamal Williams and get an upgrade at wide receiver elsewhere in the lineup, I think that would make a lot of sense just because, I mean, we have enough running back production ourselves. Now, Williard the Wise coming out says, yo, in Dynasty in a 12-team PPR format, my team is not competing this year. Would you trade Pollard and A.J. Brown for Brian Robinson, London, and a future first? You need more. You need more, my friend. I like the thought process, but Brian Robinson, not really someone that you want to trade for in a Dynasty league. I understand he's young, but you really don't know what the workload is going to look like next year. By no means is it guaranteed. I would go like London and 2 first. If we could get that deal, I think it'd make a lot of sense. Now, Nick Rob's coming out says, first ever fantasy team from the 109. What are your thoughts? It's a 10-team app PBR league with 2 flex spots. The team is Lamar, Bijan, White, Olave, Amari, Mike Williams, Ayuk, and then we have Kelsey at tight end. So we have the elite level quarterback and the elite level tight end as well. The bench is Zach Charbonnet, DeAndre Swift, Terry McLaurin, Kadarius Toney, and Derek Carr. Love the team. The only thing I'd say is if we have Lamar, there's no reason in us rostering Derek Carr. I mean, you're going to be going through and you're going to be starting Lamar Jackson every single week, regardless of matchup. So yeah, the last thing that I'm going to look to do is oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that's gross. But the last thing I'm going to look to do is have like a backup quarterback here in Derek Carr, especially if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. 10-team league, you would even be able to find some options off the waiver wire if we really needed to at quarterback. So yeah, I really like the team. The only thing is I think that we drop Derek Carr, go pick up a running back with upside. And honestly, good news for you that Kadarius Toney is playing this week, right? Having Kadarius Toney does make a pretty big difference in terms of overall upside on the bench. Now, Landon says 10-team PBR double flex. We have Lamar, Henry, Sanders, Jefferson, Amari, Kupp, Ingram, Terry McLaurin, Khalil Herbert, James Cook, Zach Charbonnet, Zay Flowers, and Tyler Higbee. Okay, so I like the fact that this is a Lamar team where we don't have the backup quarterback. Having Kupp may put us in a little bit of a difficult position early on, but when we have Derrick Henry, Jefferson, and Cooper Kupp, how many teams have the same level upside that we do? I think it makes sense to potentially see if we could trade Terry McLaurin for someone that is playing right now. Just because if we have Cooper Kupp right, we may be in a position where we need to go ahead and we need to cover some production at the beginning of the season. So I don't know if we want to have McLaurin and Kupp on the same roster, but great team. JBL says, need help / advice. Didn't have the best draft. It's a 12-team PBR super flex where we have Jalen Hurts. You have Hurts. You got a good draft, my man. We also have Gibbs, Dalvin, Waddle, Watson, Dotson, Andrews, Addison. And then on the bench, we have and Gino. On the bench, we have JSN, Van Jefferson, Gainwell, Bigsby, Devon A-Chain. So we're rostering upside guys down on the bench. Overall, I really do like the team, but if you don't think it's good, what we're probably going to be looking to do is just kind of double down on some of the bets that we already made. So if you wanted to go through and double down on like the Philadelphia Eagles bet by possibly taking like Jalen Waddle and sending him, or maybe taking like Jalen Waddle and Jahan Dotson and trading for Devonta Smith and upgrade from Dotson to another wide receiver as well. I think that could make sense. I mean, when in doubt, if you do not like your team, just go through and set yourself up in a position where if just one thing happens, everything works out. And that would be a position where you just kind of double down on the Philadelphia Eagles offense. Now, Certain coming out says, 14-team league. My team is Deshaun Watson, Zach Charbonnet, DeAndre Swift, Chase, Olave, Kincaid, Ridley, London, Hollywood on the bench. I'm trying to upgrade running backs, but what advice do you have? 14-team league going to be very hard to upgrade, RB. I mean, if you're telling us that we have like Hollywood on the bench, like in a 10-team league, it's easy to go through and say, well, let's package together Hollywood and Swift and let's go get a running back upgrade. I think that what we need to do is we need to sit on our hands just a little bit, see the role that we have from Zach Charbonnet and DeAndre Swift week 1 to kind of gauge how desperate we need to be to go through and upgrade that running back position, because there is an outside chance that DeAndre Swift's the full-blown starting running back for the Philadelphia Eagles and DeAndre Swift crushes this year, right? Of course, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's in the range of outcomes. And if we literally just wait, what is it? 6 days at this point, we are going to get clarity on that situation. And we'll have so much more information at our disposal to go through and make a potential trade. Now, Joe coming out says, hey, Mason, I have Lamar at quarterback, traded a bench piece, Gabe Davis for Jordan Addison. Going to trade Addison for Zay Flowers stacked with Lamar. What are your thoughts? I mean, I'm fine if you want to do it. I definitely would rather have Addison over Flowers in a vacuum. But if you're all in on that Baltimore Ravens offense and you really like Flowers, you do you. I think you can do it. Kevin coming out says, pick 10 in a 10-team league, 3 wide receivers in a flex. We have Mahomes, Walker, Madison, Diggs, Lamb, Watson, Deontay, Kincaid, Flowers, JSN, Addison, Gibbs, Khalil Herbert, Bigsby, Elijah Mitchell. What are your thoughts? I really like the long-term upside of the team. My fundamental issue is I think in the short term it may struggle in that we have JSN, Zay Flowers, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Addison, Tank Bigsby. We're rostering 5 rookies here, 4 of whom, maybe even 5 of whom we can't actually start right away. So I definitely would go through and I would like to see if we can just maybe optimize a little bit more for production at the beginning of the season and keep some of these long-term upside bets. Like if we could trade, say, like Dalton Kincaid and one of these wide receivers and go get a tight end like Goddard that we can be excited about starting right away. Now, Mitchell says, thanks for all the fantasy tips. 12-team PPR. Who wins this trade? Jefferson and Kenneth Walker for Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb. Tough. I don't know, my man. I haven't done this in a while, but let's ask the live chat. Can everybody please in the live chat spam? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have the combination of Justin Jefferson and Kenneth Walker or Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb? Can you please let me know? Jefferson and Kenneth Walker or Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb? Spam the chat. Let me know what y'all are doing. We got Lamb and Henry, Jefferson Walker, Lamb and Henry, Jefferson, Henry, Jefferson. Looks like most people are going Justin Jefferson there, my man. It is pretty damn close. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can figure something out to get us back on the screen with these questions. I like showing them to y'all. That way y'all can see what we're looking at, right? Okay, let's do. Okay, give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so how do I crop this again? I know this is annoying. Just got to give me a second here. Okay, that's not going to work, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe on another live stream. But let's move over to our next question. This coming out from Greg says, 10-team PPR 6-point passing touchdown format. We have 2 flex, Tua, Bijan, Pollard, Garrett Wilson, Ridley, Hawkinson, Evans, Michael Thomas, Rodgers, Taylor, Javonte, Algier on the bench. What are your thoughts? Thanks, brother. 3rd year with you. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock for so damn long now, my man. I know 3rd year straight where we have Alabama out there as our profile pick. But yeah, here it's going to be a little tough whenever we have Taylor, Javonte. I mean, these guys that we like a lot of the long-term upside with, but not getting production at the beginning end of the season. I mean, I think if we can find someone that we're a little bit more excited about for a flex spot, at least early on, then Michael Thomas, that'd be nice. Maybe we even start Javonte over Michael Thomas at the very beginning of the season. But actually in a 6-point passing touchdown format, really do like Tua and Aaron Rodgers. Where rushing upside's not going to matter as much in that 6-point passing touchdown league. Overall, great squad, my man. I don't really think that there are any adjustments that we need to make. We just need to kind of survive until Taylor comes back. And Sonder coming out says 12-team standard PPR. At quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, we have Pollard, Dobbins, Akers, Zeke. Wide receiver, we have Kupp, Ridley, Judy, JSN, Pittman. Tight end, we have a couple trash guys, any trades. In general, it's going to be very difficult to have Kupp, Judy, and JSN all in the same roster, right? I'm fine rostering a few of these names that have upside in the long term, even if they're dealing with injuries right now, if we're going to get the discount on that upside. But to roster 3 of those players at the beginning of the season, all of a sudden we are going to put ourselves in a spot where we are pretty much capped of what we could be doing when it comes to our options at the beginning of the season. So I wouldn't mind at all if in this kind of league, you go through and try to trade away Jerry Jeudy and get a wide receiver that can play in the short term like Jahan Dotson. Just that way we, combine the long-term upside that we have with also some short-term production. But Bryce coming out says trade Garrett Wilson, Chris Godwin, and Rachaad White for Calvin Ridley, Dalvin Cook, and Jonathan Taylor. Give me Taylor over White. Give me Wilson over Ridley, so we're downgrading there. Godwin versus Dalvin, kind of lateral move. Taylor can be put on the IR, and I want Dalvin for a Hall handcuff. No, you got to, in my mind, I think we want to keep the best player in the deal. I think you want to keep Garrett Wilson. I mean, if we can go like Chris Godwin and Rachaad White for Dalvin Cook, Jonathan Taylor, it's a no-brainer. But to go like Garrett Wilson to Ridley, I don't like. Chris says 12-team PPR need flex help. Start 1. Judy, JSN, Quentin Johnson, Burks, and Penny. Do any of these guys play? If Judy plays, you start him. If Jefferson plays, you start him over these other players. If Burks plays, you start him. Quentin Johnson's the wide receiver 4 right now in Los Angeles. I think we maybe end up with Penny. Can y'all let me know in the live chat real quick? Let me pull this up. I tried to do some research, and I couldn't find any news on JSN or Jerry Jeudy. Are these guys playing week 1? Can you please let me know in the live chat? Are these players playing week 1? Sleepy Woozy says I missed your donut. No, I did not. I'm just very far behind. I'm not going to miss any questions. Please don't think I missed your question. Okay, yeah. People saying they haven't seen anything either and that they're most likely not playing. Yeah, because I just recorded a wide receiver rankings video that's going to come out tomorrow, and I recorded that operating under the assumption that we had no Judy, we had no McLaurin, we had no JSN. Now we are back on. Hell yes, where I can pull these back up. Okay, so Jay coming out with a donation. Thank you. Says 10-team auction super flex, 3 wide receiver league. Quarterback, we have Fields, Lamar, Richardson. Beautiful spot. Gino. Running back, we have Kamara, Hall, Javonte, Etienne. Wide receivers, Watson, Waddle, Ridley, Higgins with Pitts. Very balanced, but do we have enough firepower? Hell yes. I think once we get a breakout with Anthony Richardson, honestly, maybe even before that, I would love to package together like Geno Smith and one of these RBs like Alvin Kamara to go get a long-term upgrade at running back. I mean, especially if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where we're incentivized to go get the elite rushers at the quarterback position. Alvin Richardson, Fields, Lamar there makes so much sense. But Grant coming out says 14-team full PPR league with 3 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Charbonnet, St. Brown, Amari, Burks on the flex, Addison, tight end Hawkinson. On the bench, JT, Spears, Johnson, Campbell, Gino. Any moves or initial thoughts? Super tough spot to be at the beginning of the season. If we're having to rely on Charbonnet, if we're having to rely on Treylon Burks in the starting lineup and Jordan Addison, I don't think we can be competitive here. Now, I hate to say it, generally in the majority of leagues that we're looking at, right, that are like 10-team leagues where we're going through and we only start 1 flex, I'm telling people, yeah, let's make 2-for-1 deals. Let's get an upgrade in the starting lineup. Let's go ahead and let's sell some depth. I would almost do the exact opposite in this league. I think this is the style league and this is the roster where we potentially want to be selling like Bijan Robinson and go get Garrett Wilson and Travis Etienne, right? Get 2 high-quality starters so we can have some additional depth, especially if we have JT here. In a 14-team league where we have to start 3 wide receivers, it's going to be a tough spot. But Jonathan says 16-team BBR shell format at 2. Any advice after Chase? And if we can get an elite level quarterback 2-3 turn, we do it, but probably can't. 16-team league. 16-team format, I may go CMC. Because I think you'll have wide receivers making it back around you, but the running backs are uncertain, especially if you just look at the fact that, I mean, it's going to be such a tough spot, and I repeat. Such a tough spot. If like 20 RBs go before, I mean, you have 30 picks between your picks, you know? So I think we stay balanced, go CMC. John West says, know you backed up on time, so thank you for the insight, man. I appreciate it. We'll probably go the Jamar route in case they reach on quarterback. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And yeah, I am very sorry, everybody, that's taking me long to get 2 questions here. And please don't think that I'm going to miss your question. It's just taking me an embarrassing amount of time. As you can tell, I'm talking as fast as a human can possibly talk, while at the same time, I am trying to give as deep of an answer as I possibly can with these teams while not spending too much time. So it's very difficult. I obviously want to give everybody a good enough answer with their question. I don't want to say good team and then skip by it. But at the same time, I need to go fast. So I'm sorry. I'm trying my best here, ladies and gentlemen. But Gabe coming out says, hey, Mason, 12-team full PBR league where we have Fields, Diggs, St. Brown, Christian Watson, Aaron Jones, Pierce. Tight end, we have Njoku. And then on the bench, we have Tua, Mingo, Charbonnet, Bigsby, Jameson, Damon Harris, and Taylor on the IR. If we can't put Jameson on the IR, we are going to go ahead and we will drop Jameson Williams and see if we can get a running back that has a little more upside off waivers. I'm fine if you wanted to roster Fields and Tua together. But I mean, when we have the elite level wide receivers at the top, like Diggs, St. Brown, we are wanting to be going through and optimizing for running back upside down there on the bench. And if you roster Jamison Williams through the first 6 weeks, where this is someone that you just have no idea if you can even start him when he comes back, he's going to really hinder the moves that we can make on the waiver wire. Now, Chaos says 10-team at PBR where we have 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Jalen Hurts, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kenneth Walker, James Cook, Evan Ingram, Mike Williams. And then on the bench, we have Rashad White, Breece Hall, Christian Watson, David Montgomery, JSN, and Elijah Mitchell. How did I do? 10-team 1-flex league. Love getting the elite level quarterback here with Hurts. Have no idea how we got Jefferson and Amon-Ra St. Brown on the same squad. The only question mark that we have is going to be at running back. But down there on the bench, we are prioritizing running back upside. A great team top to bottom. Albert says 12-team full BBR kept Chase and Hill. Are we going to go with the quarterback at the 202? Yeah, I mean, if everybody kept 2 players, the 202 is more like going to be like an early 4th round pick, right? So there, I definitely would love to get an elite level quarterback if we can. Now, Mile High Magic, long time member of the flock coming out, says 12-team BBR where we have Burrow, Bijan, Akers, St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Ayuk, Kincaid. And then we have at the flex spot, Cortland Sutton. On the bench, we have Herbert, Dotson, Flowers, Elijah Mitchell, Zay Jones, Tank Bigsby, Mingo, Jordan Love. Generally, if we roster Dalton Kincaid as our starting tight end, I would way rather prioritize going through and picking up another tight end down there on the bench rather than someone like Jonathan Mingo, Jordan Love, for instance, especially if we have Joe Burrow. So I'd be dropping either Mingo or Love to pick up another tight end to potentially play with to play with Kincaid if Kincaid doesn't have the role that we want immediately. Also, for the initial week 1 rankings, I do think that we want to have Jahan Dotson ahead of Cortland Sutton, just given the fact that, I mean, with Dotson, you have no McLaurin. I know with Sutton, you have no Judy, but Dotson was better than Sutton last year, and he was a rookie, you know. It's close. I think I go Dotson over Sutton. But Zach says, how's the team 10-team BBR double flex where we have Justin Herbert, A.J. Brown, Jamar Chase, Etienne, Sanders, Pitts, Amari, Hollywood, or Mostert with Taylor on IR? I like it in the short term. Obviously, it all comes down to can we get Jonathan Taylor back week 5. If we get Taylor back week 5, I think we're in a really good spot. And once Taylor's coming back and we have a little bit more depth with this team, if we can afford to go through and like package together Hollywood Brown and another lesser name to go and get like Keenan Allen to get the Justin Herbert, Keenan Allen stack, I think that make a lot of sense in a full PPR format. Now, John says 10-team non-PPR, 2 quarterbacks. My lineup is Lawrence, Burrow, beautiful. Dobbins, Ridley, Mike Williams, DK, and Njoku. What are we thinking? Non-PPR format, generally I want to go through and I want to prioritize getting the running back production where we can. So hopefully we have some running backs down there on the bench that we like the upside of. But I mean, in a 10-team league where we start 2 quarterbacks, having Lawrence and Burrow, such a beautiful spot. Hopefully it's a 6-point passing touchdown format as well where, I mean, we can actually go a little bit heavier with those quarterbacks that are elite level passers rather than just the guys with rushing upside. But ladies and gentlemen, real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We've live streamed pretty much for 130 days in a row at this point, not stop until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'em lines, you can on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And if you sign up to Underdog with promo code FLOCK as well, now is the perfect time to do so because you're going to get a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em Thursday night, more than less than half a total yard against the Detroit Lions. You'll get a Flock exclusive pick'em, Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets week 1. And on top of that, if you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a 3rd special pick'em, a mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that ASAP. I don't know how much longer y'all can. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's get our next question here. This one going to be coming out from YY says 10-team Superflex where we have Hurts, Jacobs, Gibbs, Lamb, Debo, Goddard, James Cook, Richardson in the Superflex, and then we have Pickens, Swift, Dotson on the bench. Great team. I love the elite rushing quarterback production that we have here. I mean, if we're looking to do anything, maybe we can package like Pickens with like Swift to get a running back upgrade, but we don't have to do anything right now. Now, Steven coming out says a 12-team, a full PPR, 4-point passing touchdown league. We have 2 flex spots, 5th pick, and I think I want Bijan. Any advice in the first 4 to 5 rounds? 2 flex league, I'm definitely fine if you wanted to go ahead and you wanted to take Bijan Robinson and maybe push down tight ends a bit. If it was a 1 flex format, I definitely would prioritize going with Travis Kelce, pick 5, but I think you can go ahead. I think you can take Bijan Robinson here if you really want to. Now, next question coming out from Clues in the Name says 12-team, 11th pick. We have Lamar, Bijan, Dobbins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Lockett, Juwan Johnson, Dotson. And then on the bench, we have Deontay Johnson, Drake London, Samaje Perine, Jacoby Myers, Zach Charbonnet, Sam Laporta, Jonathan Mingo. Any moves? So let's look at this. So I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends here. I like having Laporta long-term, but just definitely don't want to be relying on him early on. I really like the team. The only thing that I'd say is if Dotson starts off hot, given how he's expendable when we have Deontay Johnson and Drake London on the bench, we probably go through and look to sell Dotson after the first few weeks. He should see the bump up with no Terry McLaurin, of course, in this offense. But if we could then package together like Dotson and a tight end to get a tight end upgrade when we have that wide receiver depth, I think we can afford it. But now, we have Cash says, how do I get the Josh Allen special? I signed up today with Good Flog and only have the Mahomes one. So with the Mahomes one is going to show up for you immediately because it's going to be a site-wide special on Underdog Fantasy. So it's available to everybody in the app right now. But when it comes to the Josh Allen special, this is going to be only available for people who use promo code FLOCK. And because of that, they have to manually run it on Sunday morning. They have to manually run it. It's not going to be automatic. So it will show up for you Sunday morning, my friend. And this is going to be for the Monday night game. But they have to just manually do it because it's exclusive for Good Flock. But J-Mac, long-time member of the Flock, happy to see you, my friend, says, should I try to trade Fields, Javonte, and Kittle for Andrews, Rodgers, and James Cook? So Javonte to James Cook, lateral move. Downgrade from Fields to Rodgers. Upgrade from Kittle to Andrews. We have Bijan, Wilson, Godwin, Calvin, Sky, and Burks. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I'm going to be fine with you doing this because in a 6-point passing touchdown league, I think the gap between Rodgers and Fields is not going to be as wide. But if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, I'm going to opt to go with the elite rushing upside of Justin Fields. But Rise coming out says 12-team PBR pick 4. Cup fell to me in the second. We have Burrow, Chase, Cup, Olave, Dotson, Elijah Moore, Mims, Akers, Pacheco, James Cook, Robinson, Bigsby, and Pat Freiermuth. Yeah, if you have Chase, Cup, I also have Chase stacked up with Burrow. This is a great spot. Really just comes down to can we hit on those running backs if we went Chase and Cup out the gate. I think if it's a 12-team full PBR format, that's a swing I'm definitely willing to make. We just need to be rostering as many running backs as possible so we can hopefully hit on a couple of these names. Landon coming out says 10-team full PBR with a quarterback super flex and 2 flexes. Quarterback, we have Burrow, Rodgers, Russ. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Cup, Hopkins, Judy. Running back, we have Etienne, Mixon, Javonte, Perine, Dylan, Mostert. Tight end, we have Darren Waller. Okay, so any moves we can make here? If it's going to be a league with a super flex and 2 flex spots, depth's going to matter a little bit more, so I'm going to be a little more hesitant to go through and tell you to make 2-for-1 deals. With that being said, if we could trade Cooper Kupp and get back Garrett Wilson to stack Garrett Wilson with Aaron Rodgers, I think that'd be interesting in this format. I really like the upside that we have at running back. If we are looking at someone like Raheem Mostert, I think this is a running back that could really help someone out at the very beginning of the season. Where, you're having those teams like Jonathan Taylor drafters, Alvin Kamara drafters, really have nothing at running back to go with at the beginning of the year. Where if we can go ahead and we could potentially send them Raheem Mostert and get an upgrade elsewhere at wide receiver, I think that'd make a lot of sense in a league with 2 flex spots. So I think really those are going to be the moves we make. 1, I would go ahead and trade Waller for Hawkinson if we can. 2, if we could trade Kupp for Wilson, I would like that considering we have Rodgers. And 3, if we can find a team that really needs a running back and trade the Mostert in a package with say Judy to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, I think that makes sense as well. Now, Michael says 14-team at PBR Keeper League. We have Lawrence, Jefferson, Lockett, Higbee, Gibbs, Brandon Cooks. We start 1 quarterback. I'm assuming 2 RBs, 2 wide receivers, tight end, 2 flexes. What are your thoughts? Unless you meant only 1 RB. Hopefully we have to start 2 RBs because we're going to be sitting with, probably the best running backs in the league in a 14-team format with both Saquon Barkley and Jahmyr Gibbs. Somehow in a 14-team league, we paired up Barkley and Jefferson. I have no idea how that happened. Phenomenal team in a 14-team format. Obviously, depth will matter a little bit more than just the top-end studs in that 14-team league in comparison to a 10 or a 12-teamer. But great squad. And Junaval coming out says, thoughts on this 12-team PPR Dynasty League going into the second year. We have Fields, Waddle, Godwin, Pollard, Ramondre, Njoku, Amari, James Conner, Michael Thomas, Johnson, Lazard, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Darnell Mooney. Definitely a team that we should plan to contend with right away. I mean, we have some older assets. I don't want to be pushing to go all in to try to win this year by trading away our 2024 first, because there's an outside chance that this team could fall off the rails, right? There's an outside chance that we could see an injury to someone like Tony Pollard, or maybe like an injury to Jalen Waddle, and then at that point we need to tear it down and build for 2024 and sell down the veterans. But I think we plan on contending going into the season and see what happens at the beginning of the year and get more information at that point. James coming out says 10-team Happy BR1 Flex League. Quarterback, I have Jalen Hurts. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Allen, Dotson, Thomas. Running back, Jacobs, Walker, Hall, Mostert, Brian Robinson, Zach Charbonnet. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. Should we try for the Eagles stack? I would love to, my man. I mean, a couple different ways we can go about this. You can trade Kyle Pitts straight up for Dallas Goedert. I think they're in the same tier. And if we have Hurts, I would prefer Goddard. If we wanted to go through and try to get, say, I don't know. I mean, I think the easiest guy you could get would be trading like Keenan Allen in a depth piece, like Keenan Allen and Brian Robinson, Keenan Allen and Raheem Mostert to a team that needs a running back to go through and get like Devonta Smith. But if we could make those two deals and just get that concentrated bet on the Philadelphia Eagles offense, I think that'd make a lot of sense. I mean, I think the Eagles have the chance to be the best offense in the NFL this year. Okay. But Logan coming out says 10-team full PPR, 1 flex league. We have Herbert, Gibbs, Dobbins, Chase, Lamb, Olave, Pitts. And then on the bench, we have James Cook, Devon Achane, Isaiah Pacheco, Christian Kirk, Brandon Cooks. What are your thoughts? Overall, I don't think we're rostering too many wide receivers down on the bench. I think that we are in a pretty nice spot overall when it comes to our flex. We have the elite level wide receivers with Chase and Lamb. If we could trade like Kirk and a small piece like Brandon Cooks to go get like Keenan Allen or Mike Williams to pair with Herbert, I think that makes sense. But outside of that, great team. Great spot to be in. Now, ASCAT coming out says 14-team Happy BR, pick 13. We have Lamb, Wilson, Ridley, Stevenson, Sanders, Freiermuth, Kirk. And then on the bench, we have Pickens, Devon Achane, Greg Dulcich, Kareem Hunt, Van Jefferson. Any trades that we're looking to make? 14-team league, depth's going to matter a little bit more. I'm actually completely fine punting quarterback and tight end here, which we kind of do. And we have the wide receiver and running back production. If it was a 10-team league, I'd definitely say, oh yeah, let's go get a better quarterback. Let's go get a better tight end. But in a 14-team format, no, I think you actually optimize for this roster well. Now, breaking coming out says 10-team league where we have Burrow, Barkley, Walker, St. Brown, Hopkins, Kittle, Stevenson with Evans, Watson, Swift, Odell, Zay, and Pickens on the bench. Any trades to make? I think not now, but there's a potential chance that we are going to be able to go through and sell Amon-Ra St. Brown for an elite level wide receiver after Thursday night. Like, St. Brown is in such a good matchup against Kansas City Chiefs, where this should be such a high scoring game that everybody and their mom's going to be watching, where I think Amon-Ra St. Brown may be a potential sell-high candidate after the game. Like, after the game, if we could go through and move Amon-Ra St. Brown and Deshaun Watson and go get Jamar Chase to stack up Chase and Burrow, I think that could be a move that makes sense. Okay. Now, Duval Ants coming out says 10-team PPR where we start 2 flexes. We have Barkley, Gibbs, Watson, Ayuk, Hopkins. I have Cub and JT, so tough spot early. Should I flex Montgomery, Deion Jackson, Adam Thielen, Van Jefferson, MVS, or Kadarius Toney? I'll say as a quick side note, I would love to be rostering someone like Kadarius Toney to just see what happens on Thursday night, right? Because even if this player has an incredibly low floor, he does have a high ceiling. I mean, he's going to, in my mind, have a much higher ceiling than someone like Adam Thielen. And I could see a world where you actually have like Kadarius Toney making a difference with your roster. But for this week in particular, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take David Montgomery. And then if you are looking at David Montgomery, I just think that this is a running back that at the end of the day, we know the guaranteed role. Someone like Deion Jackson may have a higher ceiling, but is it going to be the most surprising thing in the world if They go out there and Deion Jackson sees 40% of the touches in a very bad offense, and Anthony Richardson takes the rushing touchdowns. At least with Montgomery, is the contract where I'm confident we can get something from him. Now, to the max coming out, says 8-team PPR draft with 2 flex spots. We're drafting today. The 104, do I take Kelsey? We'll look to draft Mahomes, Allen, or Hurts in the 3rd or 4th round if available. Thanks, Mason. Good to be back. No, thank you so much for coming back with us, my man. And yeah, I definitely think in an 8-team league, we're going to go ahead. We will take Kelsey there at 4. And then I'm going to be looking at Mahomes, Allen, or Hurts in round 3. Because in an 8-team format, everybody will be able to find running back or wide receiver values. Now, Jacob says, 12-team league. We drafted at 4. We have Watson, Bijan, Ramondre, Hill, Waddle, Williams, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have White, Penny, Elijah Mitchell, London, Sky, Bateman, and Jonathan Mingo. Yeah, I don't think we need to roster a backup quarterback or backup tight end when we have Watson and Hawkinson here. It could be an interesting spot is if we could trade like Deshaun Watson and maybe a running back like Ramondre Stevenson to get back in return Tua and a running back upgrade at the same time. Because if we have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, right? I mean, we've already made a massive bet on the Miami Dolphins offense, where if Tua gets injured or if Tua is not top 5 in the NFL in passing yards this year, our team's not going to win. We probably don't have a shot. The way that this team wins is if Tua and the Miami Dolphins are a top 5 passing offense in the NFL this next season. So might as well, at least in my mind, go ahead and double down on said bet. Okay. Let's put this over. Jacob says, 16-team at PBR, we get 2x rushing and receiving yard points. Fields makes so much sense to have the elite rushing quarterback here. If you're going to get 2x receiving and rushing yard points, you want Justin Fields on your roster. Derrick Henry, Brian Robinson, Garrett Wilson, DJ Moore, Gerald Everett. Makes a lot of sense to punt tight end in a 16-team format. London with Richardson and Juju on the bench. Love having Richardson as a quarterback too. I mean, we just crushed this league. Everybody needs to know if like you're in a rushing boosted scoring format where you're getting like a point per carry aspect, or maybe instead you are getting a, say, 2x the amount of rushing production or rushing points for rushing yards, then having Fields, having Richardson is a straight up cheat code. So love that spot, my friend. But coming out with our next question, we have Manny Fresh who says, 12-team PPR where we have Tua Cousins at quarterback, wide receiver Smith, Debo, Michael Thomas, Tyler Boyd. Running back, we have Nick Chubb, let me move this over. We have Nick Chubb, Akers, Kenneth Walker, James Cook. Tight end, we have Goddard and the year 2 tight end Tennessee. I'm fine rostering 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends based off who our first guys were. If we could trade Smith in a small piece to go get Jalen Waddle, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a team that does lack overall wide receiver depth though, so maybe if we wanted to trade like Michael Thomas and James Cook, see if we can get a great wide receiver for the flex, that would make sense. Where we're great at running back, I mean, we don't have a lot of wide receiver depth. And if you are looking at like the running back landscape right now, there will be a lot of teams like that have Jonathan Taylor, that have Alvin Kamara, that really need some help at running back. Now, Shelby coming out says, Dan forgot to write a message with the last donation. Would you trade Mahomes, Kenneth Walker, Dobbins for Burrow, Barkley, and Gibbs? Mahomes to Burrow, clear downgrade. Walker to Barkley, clear upgrade. Dobbins to Gibbs, clear upgrade. I would make that deal. Generally, I don't want to be moving down from an elite level quarterback, but if we're going from Kenneth Walker to Barkley and J.K. Dobbins to Gibbs, I think that does actually make a lot of sense. But season coming out says, first year in this 12-team PPR keeper league, up to 3. 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flexes. Had no keepers, but was able to draft Burrow, Bijan, JT, Herbert, Mitchell, Bigsby, Higgins at wide receiver with Watson, Williams, Burks, Hyatt, tight end. We have Frymuth. Any suggestions? I'm honestly very surprised you were able to have a team this good, considering the fact that you got no keepers. If it's your first year in the league and they were like, no, man, you don't get any keep. Kind of a crappy spot to be in, but I mean, you made the best out of it, especially if going forward, we're going to be able to keep like Bijan Robinson, JT, and T. Higgins. I think it's a very impressive team under the circumstances that a bunch of other people in the league got to keep 3 guys, and we didn't get to keep any. Now, Big Daddy Benji coming out says 10-team PBR, 1 flex. I have Fields, Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Etienne, Najee, Kittle, Connor, Godwin, Addison, Dak Warren, Moore, Jones, and Brian Robinson. Who are we going to flex? So wide receiver, we're starting Tyreek and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Great spots for him. Running back, we're going to start Etienne and, gross, but probably Najee Harris. And then in the flex, I probably actually want to go through and play Chris Godwin in a full PPR format. Really like the matchup going up against the Minnesota Vikings, where, I mean, with the Vikings, they're going to score a lot of points. I think it's going to force the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to throw the ball very often. Now, Jericho coming out says, first-time draft, 12-team at PPR double flex. We have Herbert, Wilson, Smith, Madison, Kelsey, Walker, Williams, and then on the bench, Sutton, Montgomery, Myers. Who to flex? Okay, double flex. So we're going to be starting Wilson, Smith, wide receiver, running back, Madison, Walker. We have Walker. I mean, we already have Mike Williams in there for one of the flex spots. Mike Williams, great matchup this week. You're really excited about that game environment. Do we go Montgomery or Sutton? Close spot to be in. I probably go Montgomery, but if we're going to play Montgomery, if you're new to fantasy football, you never play someone that plays on Thursday night in your flex spot. You'd rather go through and you'd rather put them in there at like the RB2 slot and move whoever your RB2 is into the flex. That way, in case anything happens on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and we need to change the lineup. Now, Give More, happy to see you. My man says, hey, brother, 12-team standard draft, field CMC. How the hell did we get? James Cook, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson. You have to be trolling us, my man, right? CMC, Jefferson, A.J. Brown, all on the same roster with Garrett Wilson. We have four first-round picks. And we still have depth with James Cook, George Kittle. On the bench, we have Richardson, Taylor, Gibson, Hunt, Deion Jackson, Myers, Van Jefferson, so we're focusing on upside. A better team than I've ever drafted ever, my man. Phenomenal team. Hopefully it was a keeper league. Hopefully there's an explanation for that, because if it's not a keeper league where we got to keep a couple of those guys at a great price point, the only other explanation is you're just a liar and you're lying to us, my man. There's no way in hell that that's a 12-team league. Now, Carter coming out says, thoughts on this 12-team format where quarterback, we have Watson and Rodgers. Running back, we're starting Eckler, Hall, Jamal. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Mike Evans, Judy, Cooks, Renfro, Parker, Donovan Peoples-Jones. Tight end, we have Waller, Conklin. I don't want to be rostering a backup tight end if we have Darren Waller. I think we drop Tyler Conklin to pick up another running back. I mean, we only have 3 running backs on this roster right now. You need to get up to 4, 5, 6 running backs even, especially if we have Breece Hall here, who don't know if we want to start early on. I would drop Tyler Conklin, pick up another running back off the bench. Off the waiver wire. I'd also be looking to drop Devontae Parker and Hunter Renfro for more running backs off the waiver wire, just because if you look at this format, those guys are really never going to move the needle for you with our team. And I'd rather have high upside running backs that are maybe an injury away. Now, Fall coming out says 10-team full BBR keeper league. If you keep a player, you give up the round you drafted them. Waddle for a 5th, Hurts for a 6th, or CMC for a 1st. Only if I'm drafting late, don't know the order yet. I would go Jalen Hurts in the 6th. I mean, the thing is, you could possibly keep Jalen Hurts in the 6th and still draft CMC in the 1st, right? Where we know if we go CMC in the 1st, we're never going to get Jalen Hurts making it to us in the 6th. See, I'd go Hurts, my friend. Now, Carson says Madison, Montgomery, or Dotson in the flex week 1. I should probably go Alexander Madison. Good spot against the Bucs. They're 6, 7-point favorites. So, I mean, they should be able to run the ball in the second half. And Euro says 12-team PPR. We have Fields, Madison, James Cook, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Andrews, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, we have Pacheco, JSN, Sutton, Bigsby, Algier, Kenneth Gainwell. What are you doing? Great team. I love the squad. Elite quarterback, elite tight end, not rostering backups, focusing on upside running backs, wide receivers on the bench. We have great guys at the top end as well. Great team. I don't think we have to do anything. Love the team. Jobo says, hey, Mason, I'm pick 7 in a 12-team app PBR format with only 1 flex, 4 point per passing touchdown. Name 2 players you should target with pick 7 and 2 players we should be looking at pick 18. Pick 7 if it's going to be a 1 flex league. I love Kelsey if he's going to make it there. And if not, I think you're going to be looking at like Bijan Robinson at running back. Definitely think we're a little bit more inclined to go running back over wide receiver if it's a league with only 1 flex, especially if it's a half PPR. And then on top of that, on the way back around round 2, I would love to see if we can get someone like Nick Chubb. And if that's not going to be viable for us, I mean, I think you can just stay flexible, best value available. Definitely, I do want to say, make sure that you are going with an elite level quarterback if you can in round 3. Now, Hova coming out says, rate the Happy BR 12-team league where we have Jefferson, Ridley, Andrews, Lawrence, Deontay, James Cook, David Montgomery, Dotson, Charbonnet, Warren, Nico Collins, Mims, and Jerick McKinnon. I mean, going to be hard for me to not like a team that has Jefferson, Andrews, Ridley out the gate. Great team. Running back's a big question mark, though. I mean, as long as we're rostering as many of these guys as possible to hopefully solve the position with upside depth rather than having to rely on some of those top names. Alfonso says, my starters are Mahomes, CMC, Jacobs, Keenan, DJ Moore. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. On my bench, we have Taylor, Ayuk, Robinson, Schultz, Elijah Mitchell, Traylon Burks. What changes do we look to make? No, I don't look to make anything. I love this team. CMC, Jacobs, Mahomes, Hawkinson on the roster seems like a cheat code. Really, we are just waiting until Taylor comes back. But if Taylor comes back, then at that point, we can package together, say like Josh Jacobs and... or maybe not even that, like Brian Robinson Jr. and TJ, or Brian Robinson Jr. like DJ Moore to go get an elite level wide receiver. I'd really like that, but we are going to wait until we get Jonathan Taylor back in to make a move like that. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back in 1 second. Let me fill this water up. Okay, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but Justin coming out with our next question says, recent rookie draft, drafted at the 102, we got Anthony Richardson. Assuming super flex, that's great. Then traded the 202, a couple of crap players for the 207, Bateman in a future second. Oh, love that, my man. Great move. Obviously, Richardson 102, I mean, like, that's really just clear, cut, and dry. Everybody's going to go ahead and do that. But making that 202 trade is phenomenal. Now, Landon says 8-team full PBR where we have 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 2 flexes. We have Hurts, thank God. Gibbs, Diggs, Garrett Wilson, Pitts, Ridley, DJ Moore. And then on the bench, we have Madison, JSN, Addison, Flowers, and Kamara. Love the team. 8-team league, though. Everybody's going to have enough running back, wide receiver depth. Really, the way that we can make our team stand out is by going through and potentially trying to get an elite level tight ends. Like, if we could potentially go ahead and trade away like Alexander Madison and Kyle Pitts to get a tight end that we're super excited about, like TJ Hawkinson, for instance, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Okay. Now, Raul coming out says 18 PBR, 1 flex. My quarterbacks, Lawrence and Watson. Running back, we have Bijan, Mixon, Swift, Pierce, Mostert. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Ridley, Deontay, Burks. Tight end, we have Hawkinson and Fragmuth. I don't necessarily think we need to be rostering both these quarterbacks and both these tight ends. Maybe since it's an 8-team league, we can have both quarterbacks play the matchups. I don't necessarily know if we want to roster both tight ends, though. Like, we could trade Pat Fragmuth and Deontay Johnson, especially like a Steelers fan, and go get a wide receiver upgrade. I like that. But Craig coming out says 12-team PBR keeper league. We have Lamar, Barkley, Walker, Metcalf, Mike Williams, Andrews, Evans. And then on the bench, we have Charbonnet, Hunt, Zay Jones, Lazard, Gabe Davis. Any moves for a wide receiver upgrade? I mean, if we're looking at this, you're in a very good position at the beginning of the year where Mike Williams doesn't have to deal with Quentin Johnson at the beginning of the year. I mean, DK Metcalf probably not having to deal with Jackson Smith and Jigba at the beginning of the season. So overall, I mean, you're in a pretty good situation. If we were going to go through, and I don't think you do anything, my man. I think you're in a good spot. We have Lamar and Andrews, so you're able to roster as many wide receivers as you want down there on the bench that have upside. So I think you're in a really good situation. I don't look to make a trade. Now, Nestor coming out says, my Hopkins and James Conner for Alexander Madison and Amari Cooper. I'd rather have Alexander Madison over James Conner, and I'd rather have Amari Cooper over DeAndre Hopkins. So hell yes, let's make that deal. Now, Vodka Milk says, what's up, man? Mike Williams or Ayuk this week. Also, should I add Tony and cut Isaiah Hodgins? Hell yes. I think Tony has more upside than Isaiah Hodgins. And we're going to go Mike Williams over Brandon Ayuk. Right now, if you look at Las Vegas win totals, you actually have the Los Angeles Chargers and Miami Dolphins points projection as the second highest scoring game of the week, only behind the Chiefs and Lions. Whereas you actually have the 49ers and the Steelers supposed to be a bottom 5 game this week in terms of overall points scored. Now, some guy named M coming out says 6-team league with 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 3 flex, 1 super flex. We have Watson, Barkley, Etienne, Chase, Lamb, Kelsey. Thank God we got Kelsey. Olave, Ramadre, DJ Moore, Dak. Trade for an elite level quarterback and who to trade away? Hell yeah, we definitely want to. If we could go through and possibly package together like Chris Olave and Deshaun Watson to go get Allen, to go get Mahomes, to go get Hurts, I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, I'm not going to do that in a 10-team, 1 quarterback format, 12-team, 1 quarterback format. Of course we aren't, but this is a 6-team super flex league. 6-team league, we're going to make as many 2-for-1 deals as we possibly can. I mean, just because the only thing that matters is that top-tier player and getting the best player in return. But ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have not done so already, go down there. Drop a like on this live stream. We're going to be live streaming for 6-7 hours today. We live stream for every single day for under 30 days in a row, non-stop until 2024. So if you have not done so already, hit that like button. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to give you a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And on top of that, now is the best time to get on Underdog because you can go take advantage of the site-wide special they have. Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions. On top of this, we have a Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you actually have additional to that a mystery special pick'em only for new people on Underdog. But I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems in the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that while y'all still can. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Jay, who says 10-team Superflex auction. Quarterback, we have Lamar and Jefferson. Richardson, Geno at quarterback. Running back, we have Kamara, Hall, Javonte. Okay, I think we already answered this, my man. You're saying very balanced, but do we have enough firepower yet? In general, we're going to be looking to try to trade Geno and one of those running backs to get a running back upgrade. I mean, with Geno, I like him and everything, but you have the JSN injury, and on top of that, I mean, he's your quarterback 4 here. If we're going to be starting Lamar, Fields, and Richardson, we're never going to be playing Geno. Micah coming out says 10-team PBR, we have 1 flex spot. Quarterback, we have Hurts. Running back, we have Dobbins, Sanders. Wide receiver, we have Kupp, Smith. Tight end, we have Kelsey. In the flex, we have Amari. On the bench, you have Hall, Javonte Williams, Judy McLaurin, Zay, Quentin Johnston, Antonio Gibson. Any suggestions? So down there on the bench, we have a ton of players that are long-term upside shots, but not necessarily guys that we can start right away. And that may be an issue whenever we have Cooper Kupp here, right? Hall, love him in the long term. Javonte, love him in the long term. Judy, love him in the long term. McLaurin, love him in the long term. Flowers, long term. Johnston, long term. They're all long-term options. Same thing with Kupp. So in general, if we could trade Judy or McLaurin to get someone that plays right away, I think that would be interesting. Like sell McLaurin for Jahan Dotson. Specifically on a team like this, I think it would make a lot of sense just because the rest of the roster. Now, Matt coming out says, hey, Mason, 12-team PPR, 1 flex. I have Allen, Hall, Walker, Chase, Evans, Andrews, Taylor, Dotson, JSN, Charbonnet, Mims, Dion, and Paris Campbell. Any advice? I love the team overall. I mean, love having Josh Allen and Mark Andrews here, prioritizing us running back upside down there on the bench. I will say we are going to be looking to cut Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell really doesn't have the ceiling to make a difference for you on a week-to-week perspective. Like, you'll never know when to start Campbell. I like him in Underdog Best Ball drafts, not in your regular redraft league, though. I mean, I like having Chase Evans. A great team, top to bottom, a lot of value. I'll just say if we have Jonathan Taylor and we need to possibly cover running back production at the beginning of the season, drop Campbell, go get another running back off the waiver wire. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Michael says, 12-team app PBR double flex keeper league. We have Allen, Pollard, Sanders, Ridley, Chase, Montgomery, DJ Moore, Schultz. And then on the bench, we have Roshan, Mostert, Goff, Zay Flowers, Musgrave, Josh Downs, Sutton. Any advice? First thing is we're going to cut Josh Downs. I like Downs as a long-term best ball / dynasty option. In your regular redraft format, going to be very difficult. I think you cut Downs, put him on your watch list. If he has a breakout game, then we go ahead and pick him up. We're going to be also looking to go ahead and cut Jared Goff. We don't really need Goff whenever we have Josh Allen. If you really want to roster him, I guess you can until after the Thursday night game. Then at that point, we will go ahead and look to sell Goff because he should have a great performance against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then also, I think Raheem Mostert's a potential sell for us. If we could package together like Mostert and Dalton Schultz to get an upgrade at tight end, specifically to a team that maybe drafted Alvin Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, that needs a running back in the short term, I think that make a lot of sense because we have our running back production. Now, Zach says, would you give up Garrett Wilson and DJ Moore for Jamar Chase in a one flex league? Hell yes. Give me the best player there, my man. Hell yeah, I would love that. Okay. So now, Muhammad coming out says, 12-team PPR redraft. We have Watson, Richardson, Gibbs, Taylor, Chase, Adams. Oh, how the hell do we have this team? Waddle, Watson, JSN, Flowers, Laporta, and Schultz. A beautiful team. Having Chase, Adams, Waddle on the same squad should not be allowed. Great team. We need to prioritize running back depth so we can cover the Jonathan Taylor missing weeks. If we could trade Anthony Richardson and get a running back that we like with upside and return, then sure, let's go ahead and do it. But yeah, I mean, great squad. And Ed coming out says 12-team app PBR 1 flex league. Quarterback, we have Richardson, Geno. Running back, we have Pollard, Pierce, Bigsby. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Calvin Ridley, London, Gabe Davis, Jordan Addison, Kadarius Toney, and then Jameson Williams as well. TJ Hawkinson, okay, you'll notice I was running out of breath when we were talking wide receivers there. If it's going to be a one flex format, you can't be starting that. You can't be rostering that many wide receivers. And we already are starting A.J. Brown, Calvin Ridley at the very top, so we don't really need wide receivers underneath. But on top of that, we have Brown, Ridley, London, Gabe Davis, Addison, Toney, and Jameson. Drop Jameson. No reason to roster him. He's going to be clogging a spot for you for the first 6 weeks, prohibiting the moves that we can make off the waiver wire. I think you drop him. Instead, go prioritize another running back off waivers, especially if like Tank Bigsby's are. We only have 3 RBs and we have 7 wide receivers, and we have elite wide receivers at the top. Like, no world where it makes sense to have 3 running backs and 7 receivers. Vodka Mill coming out says, let me know what you think about the team/improvements. It's a 10-team non-PBR format where we have Fields, Bijan, Najee, Pierce, Waller, Lamb, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Jamal Mostert, Mike Williams, Deuce Vaughn, Jarrett McKinnon, and Gabe Davis. Overall, I really like the team, but I think that this is a team where maybe a player like Jamal Williams or Raheem Mostert is going to be expendable for us. I mean, you look at a lot of these other teams that we're breaking down, and I mean, they're in a very tough spot at running back because maybe they drafted Alvin Kamara. Maybe they drafted Jonathan Taylor, right? You don't need running back production here with how strong we are specifically with our roster. So if we could potentially trade someone like Jamal in a package at wide receiver to go get an upgrade somewhere else in the starting lineup, I think that'd make a lot of sense because if you're not starting Jamal Williams now with Miller injured, with Kamara suspended, if you're not starting Mostert now with, Jeff Wilson on the IR and Devon A-Chain injured shoulder, then are we ever going to start these guys? Are they ever going to move the needle for us? But they will help out another team, so we can extract some value for them and go through and possibly trade them for a wide receiver upgrade in a package. Now, World coming out says 12-team league at PBR, Watson, Walker, Gibbs, Chase, Brown, Amari, Ingram. And then on the bench, we have Akers, Mitchell, Bateman, Singletary, Boyd. Great team. Not a lot to it. Great team. Like the construction. And I will say as a side note, I mean, it seems like so many of y'all have been getting incredible values when it comes to Deshaun Watson. Like with Watson, I think that he can be a top 3 quarterback in fantasy this next year. I'm not saying it's likely, but I think it's in the range of outcomes. John says, happy BR league, 12 teams, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers in a flex. I went Pollard Jacobs at 12-13. I like it in a 1 flex league. Lamar DK at the 3-4 turn. I came away with JT, Allen, Mike Williams. Ooh, like making that consolidated bet. Gabe Davis, Dotson, Burks, Flowers to bolster. Are we good? A great team. The only thing I would say is it would potentially be interesting if we could trade, say, Lamar and get back Justin Herbert in an upgrade at tight end, right? Like if we go Lamar for, say, TJ Hawkinson and Justin Herbert, I think it makes a lot of sense on a team where we're starting Keenan Allen and Mike Williams on a week-to-week perspective. So we're already pot committed to this Los Angeles Chargers passing offense. Now, Rob says 8-team half PPR format. Tight ends went early. We have Hurts, Barkley, Walker, Tyreek, Olave, Goddard, Ridley, JT on the IR. We have Akers, Pacheco, Mostert, Jamal, Pittman, Elijah Moore, Odell. Thoughts and any moves? Just generally everything we're going to do is try to make a 2-for-1 deal, right? Go through, try to trade Jamal and Dallas Goedert. Let's see if we can inch our way up the tight end ladder. Let's see if we can go get George Kittle. And then let's see if we can trade George Kittle and Raheem Mostert and go get TJ Hawkinson, right? I mean, in an 8-team league with only 1 flex, these depth running backs, these depth wide receivers really are never going to make a difference for us. We just want to focus in on the elite level studs at the very top end. And I mean, if you're looking at tight ends, I mean, it would be nicer to have someone than Dallas Goedert, even though I love the Goddard and Hurts stack in the majority of other leagues. Okay. Now, Brandon says, PBR, someone wants to get Pirine because they have a shallow RBs. My offer, Pirine and Kincaid for Hawkinson or Pirine and Flowers or Sky for Mike Williams. I would do either deal. I'd love Hawkinson there. I'd love Mike Williams. I prefer the Hawkinson deal. If we can trade P. Ryan and Kincaid for Hawkinson, I think that's going to be a no-brainer. But also trade P. Ryan and Sky Moore for Mike Williams. Great deal. Kevin says 12-team redraft where we start one flex. We have Richardson, Diggs, Wilson, Amon-Ra, Cooks. Running back, we have Pacheco, Mostert, Dillon. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. Should we trade for a running back? At minimum, we should try to do something to address the running back position, right? If we trade Brandon Cooks and Raheem Mostert to go get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think that makes a lot of sense. And then I definitely want to be rostering as many running backs on the bench as possible. Hopefully we have more than 3 guys, and hopefully we're just letting off some of the other players that we have. But yeah, I definitely would say it makes sense to trade Brandon Cooks and like Raheem Mostert to go get a long-term upgrade at RB. But Henry, longtime member of the flock, coming out says, I've got the 107, 110, and 201 tonight. If I go Bijan at the 107, do I go Diggs and Lamb or Garrett Wilson? And then if Kelsey at pick 7, I got Diggs and Pollard. Okay, so I think you do have, a bunch that we could do here. I definitely want to be coming away with at least 2 running backs if we can. Kelsey is going to be the play at 7 if he falls. If not, Bijan, like you already mentioned. And then if we're going to look at picks 10 and the 201, if you can still get someone like Barkley, I'll probably go ahead and pull the trigger, assuming it's a league with only 1 flex. If it's a league with a bunch of flexes, then at that point we can go ahead and we could take some additional wide receivers. Now, our next question coming out from Core, longtime member of the Floxes, have a 10-team PPR draft coming up with pick 3. Who should I target there, and how do you think I should approach the first couple of rounds? Been doing mocks, but struggling to see what the move is. So at 3 in a 10-team league, I think we're going to be looking at CMC or Kelsey if it's going to be a 1-flex league. If it's going to be a multiple flex league, I think we pray that Chase makes it to us. And then definitely on the way back around at the 2-3 turn, I want to at least grab an elite level quarterback and stay balanced to take best player available, right? So if that looks like we go Kelsey at 3, or say we go CMC at 3, then A.J. Brown falls to us in round 2. We pull the trigger on A.J. Brown and then follow it up with either Allen, Mahomes, or Jalen Hurts there in round 3. But stay flexible at the 2-3 turn. Now, Sleepy Woozy coming out says 12-team PPR. Rate 0 out of 10. We have Fields, Eckler, Walker, St. Brown, Waddle, Kittle, Evans. Great starting lineup in a 12-team league. Looks like a 10-team league. I'd probably put this at like an 8-8-5. Yeah, great team. I'm trying to come up with anything that we can do in terms of any moves we can make from here. I don't think anything stands out. I think you're in a great position, my friend, to just keep rolling with the roster as is. Now, Vodka Milk out again says, let me know what you think about the team/improvements in a 10-team non-PPR. Hopefully, we load it up on RBs. We have Fields, Bijan, Najee, Pierce. Hell yes. Bijan, Najee, Pierce, exact kind of running backs that we want in non-PPR format. We want to take these guys early. Waller, Lamb, Ayuk, and on the bench, we have Jamal, perfect. Mostert, Mike Williams, Deuce Vaughn, McKinnon, Gabe Davis. Feel like we need more juice. I mean, I think in a non-PPR format, similar to the other team that we looked at, if not the same team. Actually, this is the same team, my man. Never mind. Yeah, all we were talking about previously is potentially going through and looking to package those running backs in like a 2-for-1 deal, potentially get an upgrade somewhere else. I mean, it's just like Jamal Williams, Mostert. And now I'm definitely going to charge a higher premium if it's a non-PPR format, because obviously in that non-PPR format, we're a little bit more inclined to go through and throw one of those running back depth options in the flex. Now, Joseph says, 10-team PPR, I have Hurts, Stevenson, Walker, A.J. Brown, Amari, Kelsey, Sanders, Ayuk, Dobbins, Swift, Addison, Kincaid, Richardson, and Kadarius Toney. So, I mean, if we're going to be rostering Anthony Richardson here, it's definitely just so we can go ahead and potentially sell him high. I mean, we're not wanting to roster 2 quarterbacks throughout the entire season when we have Jalen Hurts. And I would say the same thing if we're looking at Kincaid. I mean, I don't want to be like when you have Jalen Hurts and Travis Kelce, you're going to be elite at quarterback and tight end literally no matter what. Obviously, we're going to sacrifice running back and wide receiver production in the draft whenever we take this approach. But it's generally okay because you can go out there and you can still, at the minimum, take shots on running back, wide receiver depth options with upside on our bench because you don't have to roster a quarterback and a tight end bench option. So if you want to roster Kincaid and Anthony Richardson to just see if we get a sell high moment on them at the beginning of the season, then sure, you can go ahead and do it. But please don't be planning on rostering a backup quarterback and tight end throughout the entire year when we have Kelsey Mahomes. And those are going to be the guys that we're looking to sell, of course. Now, Eli coming out with our next question saying 12-team league where we start 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex full PPR format. We also get 1 keeper: Lamar, Henry, Chubb, Wilson, Ridley, Dotson, Waller, Jamal, Addison, Charbonnet, Nico Collins, Mims, Ty Chandler, Parker, and Musgrave. Drop Devontae Parker. I mean, even in a league where you have to start 3 wide receivers, Parker's not really going to make a difference for you, unless maybe if this Juju Smith-Schuster injury is super serious. Going to be tough to make moves at the beginning portion of the season just because we are going to be stuck with Kamara and McLaurin not playing. Actually, I'm sorry. Never mind. Wrong team. Outside of dropping Devontae Parker, not too many other moves that we want to be looking to make. If I could trade Darren Waller in a small piece to go get Mark Andrews to stack with Lamar, I think that could be interesting. Like if we could go Darren Waller and Zach Charbonnet to go get Mark Andrews, I'd really like that, which, I mean, sounds crazy, but with the Darren Waller hype, there's a small chance we can. Okay, let's move this over. And ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We just had 1,400 likes on the stream, and we are about to pass 3 hours live at this point. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is by far and away the best time to do so, because if you use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And on top of that, week 1, Underdog has a special Patrick Mahomes pick'em against the Detroit Lions, more than less than half a passing yard. On top of this, they have a Josh Allen Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets on Monday night, week 1. And then for new promo code FLOCK users on Underdog, you're also going to get a mystery special pick'em on top of that. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems in the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that while you still can, ladies and gentlemen. But going ahead and coming out with our next question, we have Lucius, who says 10-team PPR where we have Lamar, Jacobs, Gibbs, Jefferson, Ridley, Njoku, Lockett, Kamara, McLaurin, Dalvin, Dalton Schultz, Antonio Gibson, Anthony Richardson, and Tyler Boyd. Thoughts and trade ideas? I mean, obviously, the easy trade idea is going to be to go through and see if we could package together Anthony Richardson and a tight end to get a tight end upgrade. But, I mean, overall, it's a team that has a ton of production at the top of every position and a lot of depth as well. I'm fine with us rostering 2 tight ends if our tight end 1 is going to be David Njoku. But I don't necessarily know if we want to be rostering, say, 2 quarterbacks if our QB1 is Lamar Jackson, right? So potentially, I think that's going to be the move that we're looking to make. Outside of that, I mean, great team. Now, Mario says, what's up, bro? Just finished my 12-team full PPR standard draft where we have Lamar, St. Brown, Deontay, Gibbs, Monster, Kelsey. Oh, hell yes. Mike Williams, bench. We have Kamara, Zach Charbonnet, Michael Thomas, Sky Moore, Tank Bigsby. Beautiful team. It's going to maybe struggle at the beginning of the season. Full transparency. Whenever you go through and whenever you take the elite level quarterback and tight end combo, of course, we have to sacrifice a little bit of production when it comes to what we have at running back and wide receiver. But in the long term, why these teams typically exceed expectations and crush the field is given the fact that we are able to just churn the waiver wire more than anybody else. We're able to focus in on high upside running backs, wide receivers down there on waivers, down there on the bench, which we already have done. So I love this, my friend. Love this. Jay says 10-team super flex, 3 wide receiver auction. Quarterback, we have Lamar, Fields, Anthony. Oh, no, we already answered this shit. Yeah, so please, everybody, if you donate, I promise you I'm going to get to your question. I go through and I answer them in order. So I feel very, very bad. And I literally, there's nothing I hate seeing more than like Jay. This is his 3rd donation asking this question. To no fault to his own. Maybe he's a new member of the flock and he doesn't know how this works. But he donates, waits 5 minutes, goes, okay, he didn't answer. Wait 5 minutes again, then he donates again. I promise you I'm going to get to it. I'm sorry that we are backed up, but please never feel like you have to do it twice for me to answer one question. I promise you I will. I'll be live for 24 hours if I need to. Julian says 12-team PBR 1 flex, pick 4. Kelsey, Mahomes at the 1. Hell yeah. If we can go Kelsey, Mahomes in the first 2 rounds in a 1 flex league, we like it. Obviously, the more flexes you add in, the more running back, wide receiver depth is going to matter a little bit more. Now, Mr. Inman coming out says, pick 2. We have Jamal Najee or J.K. Dobbins. Yeah, so I understand Najee Harris has a brutal matchup going up against the 49ers, which should be a very low-scoring game overall as well. Whereas you have, J.K. Dobbins in a great spot going up against the Houston Texans, where the Ravens are favored by 10 points. So if you look at my rankings, we do have these guys pretty damn close. I have Dobbins RB15 and Najee Harris RB16. With that being said, I have Jamal Williams in the same tier at RB18. I think most people would tell you to play Jamal over Najee. I'd probably still go Najee. Miguel says 12-team PBR double flex. 7th pick. Any advice in the next 4 rounds? The double flex, you're going to be wanting to be a little bit more balanced, right? Especially full PBR format, where we are going to be wanting to go through and throw some wide receivers in those flex spots. Now, that's Beef coming out and says, hey, Flock, 12-team PBR. Keep 2. 5th round, Amon-Ra St. Brown. 7th round, Tony Pollard. 10th, Olave. Picking at the 9th. Got any suggestions for draft strategy if I keep both running backs? Wait, so St. Brown the 5th, Pollard in the 7th, Olave in the 10th. We're going to go St. Brown and Pollard. At the end of the day, in a 2-keeper league, a 5th round pick is like a 7th round pick. A 10th round pick is like a 12th round pick. The gap between those picks and expected value is not going to be large. You kind of want to just have the best 2 players possible. And I don't see what you mean by if you keep both running backs. We only have 1 RB we're keeping with St. Brown and Pollard. And if you're picking 9th, I think that we are in a position where we are very flexible. But considering it's a 2-keeper league and the player pool is going to be a little bit diluted, if we can get that elite level quarterback, whether that's Allen, Hurts, or Mahomes, at the beginning of the second, I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, the Cargarzar, longtime member of the flock, says 12-team half PBR 1 flex. Quarterback, we have Fields. Running back, we have CMC, Penny, Kamara, Jeff Wilson, Harris, Bigsby. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Waddle, Amari, Elijah Moore, George Pickens, Jordan Addison. Tight end, we have Goddard. Don't like Penny as an RB2. What are your thoughts? Yeah, so in general, yeah, I agree with you. Penny's not a solid running back 2. We want the hero RB build where we are prioritizing, the wide receiver production at the very top end, which we can do. But in general, when we decide to do that, we need to be rostering as many running backs as possible. So hopefully one of these guys breaks off waivers. If we really wanted to go ahead and see if we could package together like George Pickens and Rashad Penny to get a running back upgrade, I think that makes sense. Jeff Wilson's also someone that I'd look to cut for a running back that's healthy and playing now if you're not able to put him on the IR. If you can put him on the IR, keep Jeff Wilson. But if he's going to be rostering, if he's going to clog a roster spot where you're unable to make waiver wire moves at the beginning of the season, I think he's an easy cut. Anthony says, is this Google Classroom? I'm assuming it's a joke. Sadly, I've never been in Google Classroom, so I can't tell you. And yeah, Vodka Milk coming out with another donation. Like I said, I am super, super sorry, my friend, that you asked this question 3 times now. I promise you, going forward, never think that you have to ask it more than once. I will get to it eventually. We just go in order. I am very sorry about that, my friend. Now, Joseph Dodd, hell of a last name, my man. My Dodd brother, let me know what you think. Oh, my gosh. Keep the great content coming. 12-team ESPN PBR, 4-point passing touchdown. We have Bijan, Stevenson, Hurts. Oh, beautiful. Goddard, Ridley, Deontay McLaurin, Addison, Elijah Mitchell, Warren, Devon Achane, Zay Flowers, and Rashad Bateman. Freaking love the team, my man. We have the elite quarterback with Hurts. We have him stacked up with Dallas Goedert. We're starting these guys every week, regardless of matchup. We have the top-end running back production at the top with Bijan and Stevenson. We have wide receivers with a lot of upside as well with Ridley, Deontay play early on, possibly McLaurin, Addison down the road, and same thing with Flowers, Bateman. Literal beautiful team. I can't even change anything down there on the bench. We are rostering guys that most likely are going to go ahead and, give us clarity on their situations at the beginning of the season so we can make waiver wire moves with the most information at our disposal. Perfect squad. Perfect squad. Now, Shelby coming out says, hey, bro, you're killing the game. Thank you. Send any suggestions, 10-team PBR format. We have Mahomes at QB. Wide receiver, we have Chase, A.J. Brown. Running back, we have Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins. Tight end, we have Darren Waller. We also have Olave, and then on the bench, Richardson, Williams, Javonte, Kmet, JSN, McKinnon, and Deuce Vaughn. Okay. I don't love rostering backup quarterbacks, tight ends, especially if we have elite level options like as our QB1, right, where we do have Patrick Mahomes. I'm fine if you want to have Richardson because I could see a sell high moment for Anthony Richardson later on in the year. But if we're looking at Kmet, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to sell Kmet for anything. So I would probably opt to go ahead and just see if we can, if we can package Kmet with another wide receiver to just get a slight wide receiver upgrade in the starting lineup, I think that make a lot of sense. If not, I wouldn't even mind dropping Komet, pick up another running back. I mean, if we could sell Deuce Vaughn, I would. It's just going to be hard to convince someone to buy him. I don't want to tell anybody to cut Deuce Vaughn, but just the overall ceiling is so severely capped that if we can take his name appeal and how good he was in the preseason, find a Dallas Cowboys fan to give us something for Deuce, I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, Peter coming out says, 10-team PPR pick 6 with a flex, only one. Bijan, Javonte, Devon, A-Chain, Zach Charbonnet, JT on the IR, Lamb, Watson, Williams, Addison, Quentin Johnson, Tony, JSN, Andrews. Beautiful. Do not trade wide receivers for running back. I think we'll be able to solve running back in the long term. I think that we get the clarity on Tony early on. If you don't like his role after week 1, then we go ahead and cut him, pick him another running back off the waiver wire. If Tony balls out on Thursday night, then maybe at that point, we can go ahead and we can package Kadarius Toney with a running back for an upgrade. But great team. We just want to roster as many running backs as possible off the waiver wire, potentially solve it that way. But love having Hurts and Andrews. Jay Chetta says, I don't see the Allen pick'em. I just signed up with code FLOCK. Yeah, so if you sign up to Underdog with code FLOCK, the site-wide special is going to be the Patrick Mahomes line. So that's going to show up for you immediately the second that you sign up. But when it comes to the Josh Allen special pick'em, this is going to be a Flock exclusive. So you can see on the graphic over here when this becomes live, because they are only going to be doing this for people who use promo code FLOCK. So it's not automatic. They have to manually run it on Sunday morning for everybody who used promo code FLOCK. So you'll see the Mahomes one immediately. I don't know exactly when the mystery one should show up. I assume that the mystery one shows up relatively soon as well. But then the Allen one will show up Sunday morning. It's going to be for the Monday night game. So you should get all three, my friend. Just you're going to have to wait a little bit for the Allen one because it's only with promo code FLOCK. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems on the side of us over here, or if you want to get all three of those pick'em specials, I've never seen Underdog do 2 pick'em specials the same week, let alone 3. Make sure you sign up for Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK. You're also going to get a 100% deposit match up to $200, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. And yeah, make sure you take advantage of that offer while y'all still can. Now, Jaegerism coming out says 10-team PPR, 2 flex. We have Hurts, Gibbs, Akers, Adams, Hopkins, Hawkinson, Cooks, Walker. And then on the bench, we have Kupp, Kincaid, Mims, Rice, Gainwell, Roshan, Deion Jackson, JT on the IR. Traded for JT, gave up Rashad White, Jalen Warren, and Bigsby. Love the team, love the move for JT. The one thing I'll say is I'm fine rostering a couple of these high upside options that aren't going to give us anything early on, but have the ceiling to make a difference at the end of the year. I like having a couple of these players on our team, of course. But the primary issue is when we just have only those guys, right? Like, how many of these players aren't going to have a role early on but have upside later on? Jonathan Taylor, Cooper Kupp, having those 2 guys on the roster is already going to be tough. But then when we add in Dalton Kincaid, rookie tight ends, Marvin Mims, round 2 rookie wide receiver, Rashee Rice, round 2 rookie wide receiver, Roshan Johnson, round 4 rookie running back. We have 6 guys that aren't going to do anything for us at the beginning of the season, but have upside later in the year. I'd be looking to drop Rashee Rice, drop Marvin Mims, go pick up running backs that you think maybe could give you something at the beginning of the season, because we've already optimized for that long-term upside, but we need some production early on. Joaquin coming out says 10-team PPR baseline roster. Let me know your thoughts. We have Hurts, Pollard, Amari, Hopkins, Kelsey. Oh, beautiful. London, Montgomery, Addison, Dillon, Gabe Davis. It is literally the perfect team for this format, my man. 10-team league, get the quarterback 1, get the tight end 1, prioritize running back and wide receiver upside options down there on the bench. Picture perfect. We'll love to see it. Now, Orgy coming out says, make a move to flex Burrow, Eckler, Najee, Waddle, Amon-Ra, Mike Williams, Kenneth Walker, Pat Frymuth. And then on the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, DeAndre Swift, Tyler Boyd, Kirk, Brian Robinson, and Deion Jackson. If we had to make a move here, I think the trade is going to be, if we have Amon-Ra St. Brown just absolutely balling out on Thursday night against the Chiefs in a game that everybody's going to watch, it's a beautiful matchup. I mean, I think you'll have a great performance here in this shootout game. Then at that point, it would be interesting if we could go ahead and see if we could potentially sell Amon-Ra St. Brown at a smaller piece, such as like Tyler Boyd, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, and go get Jamar Chase. Stack up Burrow and Chase. Unless it's like that's not a 14-team league. Our team's too good. But yeah, I think that's the main move. Now, Cameron says Goff or Fields week 1. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Fields, my friend. NM says third pick in a 12-team full PPR, 4-point passing touchdown format. CMC obviously first. But at the 2-3 turn, should I get Mahomes / another top quarterback in round 3 or go best player available and wait for Herbert later? The thing is, you don't know when you're going to get Herbert. Like, if you have a bird in the hand, go ahead and take Mahomes at the 2-3 turn. Take Allen at the 2-3 turn. Take Jalen Hurts at the 2-3 turn. We can sit here and go, hypothetically, if we were to be able to get Justin Herbert in round 6, would we rather have that or Patrick Mahomes round 3? Well, the issue with that hypothetical is we're not going to know if we could actually get Herbert at that price point until after it's too late, until after we already passed on the other elite level quarterback. But Jacob says 12-team PPR. We have Bijan, Chubb, Olave, Lamar, DJ Moore, Mike Williams, Swift, Schultz, and Kincaid. Other guys, Ingram and Njoku. Do I try to trade up for a tight end? Schultz, if you're going to trade up for a tight end, you're going to do so with the Dallas Goedert, Kyle Pitts, a Darren Waller, George Kittle range of guys, or even go up all the way up to TJ Hawkinson. I don't necessarily think that we want to be in a spot where we just go like, I'm going to give up players to just move from Dalton Schultz to David Njoku, right? I think that these guys are in a close enough tier where you're not wanting to trade for those tight ends. You would have to leapfrog them. I think you'll be fine at tight end with both those players. Now, Josh says, hey, Mason, 10-team PPR, double flex. We have Herbert, Jacobs, Gibbs, Hill, Ridley, and Njoku, Watson, Dobbins. Any moves? Thanks, Bruno. Thank you so much, my man. I mean, here, we're a lead at wide receiver. We have a great running back with Jacobs. Really, the only move that we can make, if we could trade Christian Watson and go get Keenan Allen, trade Christian Watson, maybe even for Mike Williams if we have Justin Herbert here. I think that makes sense to make the consolidated bet on that Los Angeles Chargers offense. But aside that, we really don't need to do anything. I think it's a well-balanced roster. Now, Austin coming out says, any improvements? Sorry, we're not going to be able to pull up your team here, my man. We're going to have to do this on the other screen. Let me go ahead and swing this around. Austin says, any improvements? 12-team PPR. We have Kelsey, Mixon, Mahomes, Christian Watson, Sanders, Kirk, Pickens, Addison, Jamal, Elijah Mitchell, Gainwell, and Mims. Thanks. No, thank you, my man. I mean, having Kelsey, Mahomes gives us so much flexibility through the rest of this roster. I mean, we have Jamal start at running back at the beginning of the season. Obviously, long-term running back may be a little bit tough if Miles Sanders doesn't work out. But I mean, we are rostering guys like Elijah Mitchell, Kenneth Gainwell down there at the bottom of the bench just in case that does happen. And that's exactly what we want to do, right? I mean, we want to have those running backs down there like Gainwell just in case we don't have an RB2 panning out. And when we have Mahomes, Kelsey, we have the flexibility where we are able to go through and roster all those RBs. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Gabe says, hey, Mason, 12-team PPR regular redraft. Quarterback, we have Daniel Jones. Running back, we have Barkley, Ramondre, Javonte, Miles Sanders, Elijah Mitchell, and Bigsby. So we have so much running back depth. Wide receiver, we have AJ, Amari, Hollywood, Ayuk, Moore, and Campbell. Tight end, we have Komet as well. Yeah, so in general, if we have this many running backs, right, we can find an elite level quarterback. We can find and we can afford an elite level tight end. I mean, there are teams that have like Kamara, Taylor. I mean, these running backs that aren't playing at the beginning of the season, these teams that are struggling to find running back production. And we're sitting here with, I mean, an embarrassment of riches with Barkley, Ramondre, Javonte, Sanders, Elijah Mitchell, Tank Bigsby. Great spot to be in. We're in a position of power. But if we can go through and use this position to possibly trade, say, like Javonte Williams and Cole Kmet and go get TJ Hawkinson, we can afford it. Let's do it. Or I'd say Darren Waller as well if we have Daniel Jones and you want the New York Giants stack. Now, SVG Hawkage coming out says 12-team PPR where we have Fields, Eckler, Najee, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Judy, Andrews, Kenneth Walker, Gabe Davis, Jahan Dotson, Raheem Mostert, Kadarius Toney, Rashad Penny, Jameson Williams, Elijah Mitchell. Any trades? Not right now. I think it will be interesting to see exactly how good St. Brown does on Thursday and if he opens up a sell high moment for him. Full BBR, we'd actually probably look to hold though. Great team. If we could trade like Jahan Dotson and Justin Fields to go get like Lamar Jackson from a team that maybe needs some wide receiver help to pair up Andrews and Lamar, I think that can make a lot of sense. Now, Miguel says Diggs or Bijan, if both are available at 7. I'm going to go with Bijan, even though in a double flex league, it's a little bit closer. Now, Max coming out says, when you make a trade, it's a 12-team PPR where we have Tyreek, Adams, Hurts, Walker, Madison, Sanders, Schultz. And then on the bench, we have Swift, Lazard, Bateman, another crap tight end, a couple crap wide receivers at the bottom end. I don't necessarily think we make a trade here. The only thing that I would do is I probably would look to let go of some of these wide receivers at the very bottom end of this roster. Probably DJ Chark, Michael Gallup, and try to optimize for some running back upsides instead. I know it's boring. I know that we are going through and saying that over and over again with these teams. But the thing is, like, what world are we starting DJ Chark with this roster? You know, what has to happen? We're already rostering Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams. When you start with those two wide receivers out the gate and we still get an elite level quarterback, running back's going to be where we're weak. And we need to go through and we need to attack the position with quantity over quality. I mean, if we have Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill, do we really need Adams, Hill, Lazard, Bateman, Chark, Gallup? I don't know. I don't know if Chark has the upside to move the needle. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Million says, upgrade or stick with Javonte? It's a 10-team league where we have Watson, Jacobs, Javonte, Tyreek, Ridley, Higgins, Goddard. And then on the bench, Devontae, Chain, JT, Quentin Johnson, Bigsby, Sutton, and Penny. I mean, I think, honestly, we don't have a lot of depth here, so I don't know if we can afford to upgrade from Javonte Williams. I mean, we can start Javonte week 1, see what the role is. And if Javonte Williams is like literally in a 50-50 split with Samaje Perine, and then at that point, we really need a running back, we can go ahead and we can possibly pack together like Sutton and Javonte to get a running back then. But now, Ignacio coming out says, would you trade Waller, Mixon, Pittman, and Deshaun Watson for Garrett Wilson, Everett, Adam Thielen? I have Pitts to back up Waller, and I have Lawrence at quarterback. Okay. Waller to Everett, obviously. I mean, we're going to go from Waller to Pitts, essentially. We're essentially trading Mixon, Pittman, and Deshaun Watson for Garrett Wilson. Essentially trading 4 players for 1. I understand that we have the depth here, but to go 4 of these guys for just Garrett Wilson seems too much. Waller, Mixon, Pittman, and Deshaun. No, I think you have to keep that side. Everett and Adam Thielen are literally nothing. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that, my friend. Now, Trubo coming out says, I have an 8-team full BBR league draft tonight, and I'm drafting 3rd. What should the strategy be, brother? 8-team league? You take CMC or Kelsey round 1. You get an elite level quarterback round 3. 8-team league, everybody's going to be able to find running back and wide receiver value. Really, the only way you can make your team stand apart is having that elite level tight end, potentially having an elite level quarterback as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,500 likes on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. Help us hit 1,500. We've been live for 3.5 hours at this point. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy because they have a site-wide special for Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard Thursday night against the Detroit Lions. And on top of that, they have a promo code FLOCK exclusive Josh Allen pick'em special, more than less than half a passing yard Monday night against the Jets. And if you are new to Underdog, there's also an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of this while you still can. Only going to get all 3 with promo code FLOCK. But Jeff joining the flock, happy to have you, my man. And 20 coming out says, 12-team PBR double flex. Quarterback, we have Herbert. Running back, we have Jacobs, Hall, Gibson, Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Higgins, Mike Williams, McLaurin, Elijah Moore, Bateman, Marvin Mims. Tight end, we have David Njoku. Any moves? I don't think so. Not in a double flex league, because in a double flex league, like whenever we have these guys like Charbonnet and McLaurin that aren't going to produce at the beginning of the year, it's hard for us to make these 2-for-1 trades we're looking for. So I think we sit on our hands, my friend. But Robbie says 12-team Dynasty Superflex tight end premium and start 3 wide receivers. We have Hurts, Bijan, Hall, Chase, A.J. Brown, Dotson, Goddard, Evan Ingram, Cam Akers, Deshaun Watson. The best bench pieces are Bryce Young, Cole Kmet, Tank Bigsby, Jarrett McKinnon, Isaiah Likely, and Rashad Penny. Any advice? Cut Actually, dynasty format, never mind. We're not going to be looking to make waiver wire moves here. I mean, if we're going to be looking at this team, I think you're set up to win this season. We have the Hurts stack with A.J. Brown and Goddard together. Not a super deep dynasty league where we have to start 3 wide receivers and it doesn't look like too many flexes. I love having Hurts, Deshaun Watson, Bryce Young at quarterback. Obviously, depth isn't great here, but the last thing I want to be doing is going through and trading for depth right now when we don't even know for sure if we are going to be a team that looks to contend. Because, I mean, there is always an outside chance. Jamar Chase, high ankle sprain. Jalen Hurts tears an ACL. Those two things happen in the first month. This team has no chance to win this year, and we should burn it down, play for 2024. With that being said, more times than not, we are going to be a contending roster. We are going to look to win this year. And then if we start off the season like 3-1, 4-0, and our guys are healthy, and you can sell your 2024 first and go get someone like Saquon Barkley, go get someone like Nick Chubb, I'm fine making that move once we have confirmation that we are contending. But now JDH says, hey, Mason, in a 12-team app PBR format, one flex, we have Lamar, Pollard, Jacobs, JT, Gibson, Metcalf, Allen, Mike Williams, Dotson, Burks, Flowers, Gabe Davis, Juwan Johnson, Luke Musgrave. Any advice? I mean, generally in a league with only one flex, I would like a better tight end than this, but when we're rostering JT, we're kind of going to be tied up for the time being, and we're not going to be able to go through and make any trades on that front. I mean, so I think we actually are fine rostering both Juwan Johnson and Musgrave, hoping that one of these guys hits at the beginning of the season. So yeah, overall, I actually really like the team, considering the fact that, I mean, we have Pollard and Jacobs at the top with Lamar Jackson. The primary thing is we just have to wait until Jonathan Taylor comes back, and then at that point, I think we can afford to upgrade tight end. Matt coming out says, yes or no, trying to get Chase. He wants Derrick Henry, Mike Williams. I'll get Chase, Tua, Sanders. I currently have Burrow, and my other backs are Dameon Pierce, J.K. Dobbins, and DeAndre Swift. Okay. So going from Mike Williams to Sanders, lateral, I would much prefer Chase, Tua, and Sanders over Derrick Henry and Mike Williams. Because I think you can make an argument that Mike Williams to Miles Sanders is a lateral move, and I would for sure prefer Jamar Chase over Derrick Henry. If we're getting Tua for free, who the hell cares? I mean, we could potentially look to parlay Tua and Miles Sanders for an even better running back. We have the Chase Burrow stack at that point. I think it makes a lot of sense. Let's make that move, my man. Mr. Shock says, I have Herbert and Love as my starters in a 2-quarterback format. Am I the only one that's high on Jordan Love this year? Full transparency, my man. I think Love does have a high ceiling. I mean, I've gone through and drafted Christian Watson in so many leagues. So I'm really rooting for Jordan Love, but it's just a massive question mark. Like, for us to sit here and say that we know who Jordan Love's going to be this next season, I'd be talking out of my butt if I tried to do it, to be honest with you. I think Love has upside. I think it's a phenomenal organization, and typically quarterbacks that go to great organizations have a better chance to succeed. Like a rookie quarterback going to the Steelers, going to, say, the Packers probably is a better shot to actually develop than someone going to the Jets, going to the Browns. So I'm rooting for Love, my man. I'm definitely rooting for Love. I just don't know. Now, Robbie says, redraft, choose one running back. Roshan McKinnon, Devon Achane, Rashad Penny. If we're looking to start someone, we're going to be starting Jarrett McKinnon. If we're looking to roster someone for the long term, we're going to be rostering Devon Achane. Now, Jay Shack says, 14-team full BBR league where we have Rachaad White, Pittman, or Gibson in the flex. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Rachaad White, my man. I really want to see what Anthony Richardson looks like before we play Michael Pittman. And Kincaid or Freiermuth at tight end. Oh, definitely Pat Freiermuth over Dalton Kincaid. Not even close on that front. I mean, I don't think you can start Dalton Kincaid until we actually see him break out. And what do you think about the team? We have Hurts, Stevenson, Dobbins, Tyreek Smith, and then the other. Okay, this is a great team in a 14-team format. This is great. 10-team league, I'd be like, man, it's all right. I mean, but 14-team format, this is a solid squad. Okay. Now, Matt Waters coming out says, 12-team half PBR, 0.25 point per carry. We better load it up on RBs here, my friend. Quarterback, we have Burrow. Running backs, we have Barkley, Stevenson, wide receiver, Devonta Smith, Christian Watson. We have Hawkinson at tight end. Running back, we have Brian Robinson, Khalil Herbert, Devon Achane, Algier, Mike Williams, Quentin Johnson. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I will say Ramondre Stevenson in a 0.25 point per carry in a 0.5 PPR format. Going to be a little bit lower on my rankings here just because his receiving down usage doesn't mean as much. So if you could possibly take like Hollywood Brown and Ramondre Stevenson and go get like a 3-down back, go get someone like, or even a better wide receiver, right? Even if we wanted to trade like Christian Watson and Ramondre Stevenson, if we can go get Chubb, if we can go Barkley in this format, it makes so much sense. Now, Mark says 12-team league at pick 7. We have Allen, Bijan, Javante, Lamb, Amari, Kittle, Terry. And then on the bench, we have Swift, JSN, Gabe Davis, Penny, Tony, KJ Bateman. How are we feeling? KJ Osborne, definitely someone that we want to go ahead and cut and see if we can pick up another running back with the upside. I mean, we're sitting with we're sitting with Lamb, Amari, Terry, JSN, Gabe Davis, Tony, KJ Bateman. We have 8 wide receivers. There's no situation we ever need 8 wide receivers in a one flex league. Drop KJ Osborne. He's a high floor, low ceiling player. Go get a running back with upside. Outside of that, love the squad. I mean, I think instead of McLaurin early on in the season, if we're looking to go through and find a starter here, we're most likely going to be playing Gabe Davis. It is nice to know that Tony's playing week 1, though, and we're going to be able to get the clarity on his role week 1. Now, Ron Boyd coming out says 12-team PPR. Quarterback, we have Lawrence. Running backs, we have Bijan Najee. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Calvin Ridley. The flex, Drake London. Tight end, Pat Frymuth. What are your thoughts? I love it. I mean, we have the Ridley, Lawrence stack. We have running backs at the top end that have a 3-down workload. Okay, we have a tight end that I really like at a discount as well. I think it's a very well-balanced team. Jason says 8-team at PBR format, giving Garrett Wilson for Devonta Smith and DeAndre Swift. Hell to the no. 8-team league, I am never giving up the best player in the trade. Literally never. I would much prefer us to go through and prioritize getting studs and getting the best player in the deal. Now, Elias coming out says, I have the first pick in a 12-team non-PBR format. Who should I target at the 2-3 turn? An elite quarterback, baby. 100%, my man. I mean, if you're going to be looking at what we have in a non-PPR format, naturally those elite level quarterbacks are going to give you an even larger edge. The reason being is if you just do the overall math and look at the percentage of the starting lineup output that quarterbacks are going to account for, they're going to go up in a non-PPR league because running backs score fewer points with no points per reception. Wide receivers score fewer points. Tight ends score fewer points as well. But quarterbacks are going to score the same points no matter what. Joey says, what's good, Mason? 14-team PBR where we have Fields, Bijan, Dalvin, Lamb, Ridley, Goddard, London, Antonio Gibson, Quentin Johnson, Bigsby, Zach Charbonnet. Any trades? Not in a 14-team league because depth's going to be harder to come by. I really like this team in a 14-team format in particular. But yeah, I think we're just kind of going to be sitting on our hands here and hope that we get a couple of those rookies on the bench breaking out. Young Lock out again says, in a redraft 12-team league, would you trade Eckler for Jacobs and Christian Watson? My other wide receivers are London, Pittman, Terry. My quarterback's Lamar. Tight end is Andrews. My other running backs are Mixon, Dobbins. Bench, I have Dylan, Gainwell, Elijah Moore, Bigsby, Zach Charbonnet, and Roshan Johnson. If it is going to be a league with one flex spot, no, we cannot do it. League with one flex spot, keep the best player, keep Austin Eckler. If it is a league in which we have 3 or more flex spots, then yes, you have to do it. You have to pick up an extra quality wide receiver starter. If it's a league that has 2 flex spots, it's going to be up to you, and I'm not going to fault you in either direction. But I really do think it's up to your league format here. It does seem like a pretty fair trade. Now, Ashton coming out says, 10-team full PPR league. Quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, we have Barkley, JT. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Waddle. Tight end, we have Kittle. We have Sanders, Madison, Montgomery, Godwin, Ayuk, Dotson. Any trade suggestions? 100% when we have this much production down there on the depth, we can afford to go out there and get some upgrades in the starting lineup. Even if we don't have JT for the beginning of the season, I mean, we still have so many running backs that we can start. If we could package together, say, like, I don't know, Chris Godwin and George Kittle to go get Mark Andrews, to stack up Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson, I think that would make so much sense. I mean, this is a team that is the elite level production top to bottom. So really the only thing that makes sense is going and trading for that elite level quarterback when we can afford it. Jacob says, should I trade Christian Kirk for Devonta Smith? I definitely would. I'd rather have Smith. Vodka Milk says, sorry, I asked these questions like 3 times. No, I am very sorry, my man, that you thought you had to. That is 100% on me. I am very sorry. And I do want to reiterate, please, if you donate, never feel like you have to donate again with the same question. Because the last thing I want is for it to seem like I missed your question, my friend. I'm not going to miss it. I promise. You just got to give me some time. And oh my God, I got something in my eye. What is in my eye here, ladies and gentlemen? Give me a second. This is a first on a live stream. Oh my gosh. Y'all are going to see me cry on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. I can clip this and say, Mason, when Trey Lance is named the backup or something along those lines. Oh, my gosh. I may have to go take my contact out. Okay, calm down. Can we do it? I'm going to go take my contact out, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back in 1 second. Oh, okay, I am sorry. And I am now halfway blind. Oh, my gosh. This is going to be horrible. I'm going to have to close one eye. Jason Cabanat says 12-team PBR. We have Jalen Hurts, David Montgomery, Alvin Kamara, Jamar Chase, Waddle, Hawkinson, Judy, Pickens, Pirine, Dylan Lazard, Tony, Devon, A-Chain, Paris Campbell, the Cowboys defense. Much love, brother. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the vlog. I'll say in general, someone like Paris Campbell, never really going to make a difference. I would go ahead and cut him and see if we can find another running back off the waiver wire with upside. Like, fundamentally, how we're using these last few roster spots, right? Like, examples of good players to roster. I mean, Kadarius Toney and Devon A-Chain. These are players with upside. We're going to get clarity on their situations early on in the season. I mean, so they aren't necessarily going to be guys that are guaranteed to clog our rosters through the entire year. Where someone like Paris Campbell, I mean, this is a wide receiver that what has to happen for him to turn into an every week starter for us? I don't even know when would we feel comfortable about starting. So I'll just drop Paris Campbell, see if we can go get someone else instead, especially if we have like Kamara, where we're going to have a trouble going through and filling out the running back starting slots for the first month of the season. So I'll drop Campbell, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, my friend. But next switch coming out from Garrett says, I have Lamar, Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Darren Waller. Should I try to get Burrow, Montgomery, or Andrews and Montgomery? This is an easy answer, right? I mean, making sure we're not missing something. If it's super flex, then sure, go Burrow. If it's a one quarterback format, you'd way rather have Andrews and Montgomery. Now, Buzz Football says bench 1. Najee, Akers, Sanders, Sutton, and Higgins. We're going to go ahead. We're going to bench Sutton, even though he looks exciting with the Jerry Jeudy injury. Still should be a horrendous offense overall. Trav Snow says, happy BR format where we have Lamar, Saquon, Mostert, JT, Devon A-Chain, Jalen Warren, Garrett Wilson, Ridley, Dotson, Addison, JSN, Deontay, Schultz, Kincaid. Think I can stay afloat. I mean, it is a gift that Raheem Mostert is with our team now. I will say in general, I mean, it would be nice if we could take one of these wide receiver depth options like Jahan Dotson and package and get a running back upgrade once we have Addison or JSN breaking out. Actually, we can afford to do that now. I mean, Deontay Johnson's our wide receiver 5. Let's go trade for a running back. I think we could stay afloat if we really wanted to. But we have so much wide receiver production. It's not something we have to do. Now, Tilted Hippo coming out says trade Gabe Davis for Cooper Kupp. Trade Gabe Davis and Cooper Kupp for Garrett Wilson and Chase Claypool. Claypool's nothing. I'd rather have an open roster spot. Kupp and Gabe Davis for Garrett Wilson's going to depend on, can you get by with your starting lineup right now? If you have a trash starting lineup right now and we have no depth at wide receiver, then sure, we can go ahead and we can trade for Garrett Wilson so we have someone that we can start in the short term. But Emiliano coming out says 10-team at PBR where we have Allen, Najee, Walker, Kamara, Javonte, McKinnon, and wide receiver we have Kupp, A.J. Brown, Gabe Davis, Myers. Tight end we have Waller and Njoku. Help setting the lineup with the Kupp injury. Should I make any moves? Hell yeah. I mean, if we have Waller, I think we can start him every single week regardless of matchup. I think Njoku will be someone that we can actually get some value for as well. So if we have the Kupp injury, I think it would make a lot of sense to trade David Njoku and like Jacoby Myers in a package to get an improved wide receiver 3. But we're going to be starting Josh Allen at quarterback, running back ready to go with Najee Harris and Kenneth Walker. Wide receiver, we're going to go A.J. Brown, Gabe Davis. And then at the flex, we're going to go with Jay Williams, regardless of if that's Jamal Williams or Javonte Williams. Now, our next question coming out from Karen says, 10-team at PBR draft tonight, pick 8, thinking Diggs, then Allen in the first 2 rounds. Agree, or what do you think the best strategy is from 8? I'd say in a 10-team league, there's a chance that you actually get one of the elite level quarterbacks on the way back around in round 3. And also in a 10-team league, if it's only going to be a half PPR, maybe one flex league, you are going to be more so incentivized to grab running backs out the gate. So if Bijan Robinson were to fall to you at pick 8, I think you pull the trigger on Bijan. And then on top of that, I think we want to stay flexible, and you could possibly get an elite level quarterback round 3. But Gio says 12-team, 3 wide receiver, half PPR. We have Allen, Jacobs, Hall, Mike Williams, Evans, Pittman, Kelsey, Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, Damian Harris. Any adjustments? Love the team. Elite level quarterback, elite level tight end. We're not rostering backup QBs or tight ends. We are prioritizing upside at running back and wide receiver. Going to be a little bit tough at the beginning of the season while we have Breece Hall most likely split in this backfield with Dalvin. But if the season progresses and Hall takes more and more of a split in said backfield, I think you could be in a very good situation. Vincent says 12-team at PBR 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Mixon, Rashad White, Metcalf, Mike Williams, Kelsey, Pirine. The bench, we have Judy, Cousins, Gallup, another time. Drop the backup tight end. No reason to have a backup tight end here when we have Travis Kelce, Van Jefferson, and MVS. Also drop MVS. MVS doesn't really have the upside to turn into a weekly starter for us in a 1 flex league. I'd way rather go through and roster another running back here, even if we're okay at running back at the very top end. Yeah, so drop MVS, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, and honestly drop the backup tight end. I'd probably your favorite wide receiver or RB. Or maybe we just drop the tight end for an RB and keep MVS, depending on who's available. Now, Justin Goes Hamburg says, keep up the great work, Mason. Thank you so much, my man. 10-team non-PBR 8th pick with 1 wide receiver / tight end instead of a tight end slot. Last thing you ever do here is take a tight end. Please do not. Running back, we have Bijan Chubb. Beautiful in a non-PBR format. Literally could not drop a better start than that. Higgins, Fields, Ridley, Amari, Mike Williams, Khalil Herbert, Judy, Dillon, Flowers, Richardson. Perfect. Elite level quarterback production, elite level running back production. That's exactly what we're looking for in a non-PPR format. In a league where you don't have to start a tight end, there's no real reason to even roster one of those guys. Instead, I'd rather be looking at upside at wide receiver. Beautiful team top to bottom. I don't think that there are any adjustments we can even make with this squad. Love the team, my friend. Ridley says, start 2. We have Javonte, Etienne, Sanders, Gibbs, and Khalil Herbert. And thoughts on Javonte? I saw he wasn't on your week 1 list. I think that Javonte has upside in the long term. I'm worried that you're going to be in a similar situation to what you have with Breece Hall in the short term, where it's a running back coming off a torn ACL, where at the end of the day, you could find yourself in a position where you do have Samaje Perine with a pretty large role at the beginning of the season. So I like Javonte in the long term, but not week 1. I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to start Travis Etienne, and Miles Sanders, Gibbs are going to be close for us. Probably go Gibbs, assuming it's a full PBR format, even though I generally like to see it with the rookies before we put them in our starting lineup. Gibbs is an exception, though, right? I mean, obviously, Gibbs, great running back, great offensive line, and, I mean, should be a shootout game as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hit 1,600 likes on this live stream. So, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football, and, of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over here, you can on Underdog Fantasy. Link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. If you use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a site-wide special of, I believe, let me pull this up. Sorry, 1 second. Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard against the Lions week 1. You also have Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog do 2 pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're going to go ahead and take advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, SSG Yeti says, 10-team PPR, double flex, pick 5. We have Tyreek, Wilson, Etienne, Gibbs, Amari, Lawrence, Godwin, Frymuth. And then on the bench, we have Dillon, Gibson, Davis, and Pirine. Great team. Double flex league. I'm fine starting wide receiver. We still have running back upside overall. I like making the consolidated bet on Lawrence and ETN, just that one bet on the Jacksonville Jaguars offense. Great team. I don't think we make any adjustments. Now, Kier coming out says, any suggestions? It's a 12-team PPR double flex league where we have Herbert, Kupp, Keenan, Bijan, Gibbs, Kittle, Terry, and then on the, who's Switch? I don't know who that is. Swift, I'm assuming. And then on the bench, Treylon, Quentin Johnson, Roshan Mooney. So in general, I like taking a swing on some of these guys that we may get on get at a discount because of their week 1 situation. Like starting Bijan Robinson and Cooper Kupp out the gate is like a straight up cheat code with the overall upside that we have. But it is a little bit of a difficult spot when we continue to take those guys like Terry McLaurin, right? Where we're not going to have Kupp at the beginning of the year, but we like the long-term upside. With Terry McLaurin, we're not going to have him at the beginning of the season, but we like the long-term upside there as well. Probably would make sense for us to go through and let go of McLaurin, see if we can trade him for a wide receiver like Jahan Dotson. That's going to help us at the beginning of the season just because we have Kupp as well. Now, Zerif coming out says, hey, Mason, love the content. In a 12-team PPR 1 flex league, we have Lawrence, Pollard, Dobbins, Diggs, Ridley, Kincaid, Godwin. And then on the bench, we have Deontay, Ayuk, Elijah Moore, and Nico Collins. Great team overall. I mean, having the elite level wide receivers with Diggs, Ridley, and Godwin, though, puts us in a position where there's no reason for us to continue this wide receiver depth play, right? I mean, you already have Deontay and Ayuk down there on the bench. Guys, I'm completely fine rostering. But then after that, how the hell does Elijah Moore or Nico Collins ever get into your starting lineup? If we could trade Elijah Moore for a high upside running back like Tank Bigsby, like Jalen Warren, I'd prefer that. If we could cut Nico Collins for another running back off the waiver wire, I'd like that as well. Because if we start wide receivers in our draft, I mean, I like it, but there's just no reason at that point to then go through and roster 7 wide receivers and 3 running backs. Chris coming out says, rate the team in a 12-team PPR. The starting lineup is Fields, Bijan, Wilson, Godwin, Mixon, Kenneth Walker, and Evan Ingram. Looking to upgrade from Godwin, though. Any trade suggestions? I actually think Godwin may be a sell-high candidate after week 1. You have a really good matchup going up against the Minnesota Vikings where, I think that this could easily turn into a shootout type game between the two offenses. So I actually don't necessarily know if you want to be going through and selling Godwin right away. Now, if you wanted to sell Godwin, I think it makes sense to sell for DJ Moore, specifically because we have Justin Fields, so we're already, making a bet on that Chicago Bears passing offense. Outside of that, great team top to bottom. The running backs are phenomenal here. Okay. So let's move this over. And I'm sorry if I look like a weirdo closing one eye. If you weren't here 5 minutes ago, I got something in my eye and had to take my contacts out. So we're struggling out here, ladies and gentlemen. We're still going. Though. Now, let's pivot over. And oh, dear God, the smaller print's going to be even harder to read. And we're definitely going to have to close the eye on this one. But let's swing this back around. And let me see. We are about 10 subscribers away from hitting 177,000 subscribers on this channel. Freaking wild. We may actually be able to get to 200,000 subs at some point, ladies and gentlemen. That may actually happen. So if you have not done so already, hit that like button. I'm sure you're already subscribed, but maybe help us get pushed out to a channel that's, a person that's not subscribed to the channel. Okay, so let's go find our next question. Are they not loading? Okay, here. Finally, they're loading. Perfect. Cody Fan coming out says, 10-team PPR, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Allen, Eckler, Walker, Adams, Ayuk, Watson, Andrews. We have Montgomery, Kirk, Sutton, Pirine, Sky Moore. What are we thinking? So 10-team league, 1 flex, wide receiver depth, not going to matter too much. Love that we have the elite level quarterback with Allen and the elite level tight end with Mark Andrews as well. We have Eckler somehow with this team. Even with Devontae, beautiful team. I have no idea even how we got that much value. And I think that, overall, we have a well-balanced roster as well. Now, going over our next question coming out from Ignacio says, 12-team PPR, 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Chubb, Mixon, Lamb, Devonta Smith, Waller, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Pitts, Tony, Juju, Renfro, Fournette, Thoughts and trade ideas. We have Lamb Smith at the very top end. I don't really know if we're going to be getting anything from Juju Renfro. I think eventually the plan's going to be to trade one of Lawrence or Deshaun Watson, or trade. I think here it would make potential sense if we wanted to trade like Darren Waller and Joe Mixon and go get a truly elite level running back, right? Like go get Saquon Barkley. Because then we could slide Kyle Pitts into the starting lineup. I mean, assuming we're going to get way more trade value for Darren Waller than we would Kyle Pitts. You can try to make a similar deal with Pitts. But yeah, in general, I don't want to have like Lawrence and Watson at quarterback. Waller and Pitts at tight end. I'd rather try to optimize to get some more upside when it comes to wide receivers and running backs. But Zori coming out says 18 PBR got offered Goddard for Waller. I think you want Waller. At this point, you can get more for Darren Waller, my friend. Go try to trade Waller for Hawkinson. Now, BC says 4-point passing touchdown draft tonight. Any tips? 4-point passing touchdown league, you're going to be a little bit more inclined to go out there and get the elite level rushing quarterbacks. You're going to be a little more inclined to go through and get Lamar Jackson, get Justin Fields, in comparison to like the guys that have a ton of passing volume. Now, Tampa Tom coming out says 12-team, 3 wide receivers starting. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Pollard, Olave, Smith, London, Ayuk, Ingram. And then on the bench, Davis, Charbonnet, McKinnon, Kincaid, Bateman, Deion Jackson, Elijah Mitchell. Should I trade for Kyle Pitts? So we've already made the bet on the Atlanta Falcons passing offense by having Drake London here. If you wanted to go through and trade for Kyle Pitts with this roster, I'd be completely fine with it. The deal that we'd be looking to do is like Evan Ingram in a super small piece, right? Like we're not trading Evan Ingram and Brandon Ayuk for Kyle Pitts. Hell no. But if you could trade Evan Ingram and say like Jarrett McKinnon, Evan Ingram and Kincaid and go get Kyle Pitts that way, I think that could make sense. Okay. Now our next question coming out from Miguel says, how can I use your ADP standings for my 12-team PPR double flex league? Are you saying the ADP consensus that you have on flockfantasy.com? If you go to flockfantasy.com and look at that ADP consensus, my friend, you're going to see that I've even highlighted like the best values for each platform. So if you're drafting on ESPN, I would go through and I would like almost just look at the ADP consensus from all fantasy football sites and kind of just use that and identify the best values like on ESPN if that's where you're drafting. Now, Ben coming out says 10-team at PBR league where we have Barkley, AJ Brown, Ramondre Stevenson, Josh Allen, DJ Moore, London, Mike Williams, Khalil Herbert, Akers, Hollywood, Johnson, and Higbee. How did I do? Love the team. In general, we have the top end production at both running back, wide receiver. We have a lot of depth here as well. I actually think this is a league where we could afford to go out there and upgrade a tight end if we really want to. With that being said, when we have Johnson and Higbee, we don't necessarily need to do that, but 10-team format, if we're so strong at running back, wide receiver, I think it could make sense to try to go through and see if we can find a reasonable price point to trade for like a player like TJ Hawkinson, right? At least that's what I'm going to look to do, my friend. Now, our next question coming out from Zabronsky says, trade Kupp for AJ Brown. We have Hurts and kind of want that. Oh, yeah, hell yeah, do it. You have Jalen Hurts, trade Cooper Kupp for AJ Brown. Riz says 10-team PBR. We have Lawrence, Najee, Hall, Jefferson, Garrett Wilson with AJ Brown, JT, Dotson, JSN, Addison, Charbonnet, Frymuth. Should I go pick something to buy? So, if we were looking to do anything here, I think possibly it makes sense for us to go through and file in some running back production for the beginning of the season, right? Where Najee and JT are going to be guys that we like the long-term upside of, but maybe we don't have a lot in the short term. But we have Jefferson, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver. So if you could take, say, like Jahan Dotson in a format like this, package him with like Breece Hall to go get a long-term running back upgrade. A running back that we're more excited about in this short and long term. I think that could make sense. Now, G says, hey, Mason, love the videos in a 10-team PBR format. Can you pick 2 to flex out of Lockett, Gibbs, Deontay, Rashad White, and Sanders? Yes, sir. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And say, if JSN does not play, we're going to go Lockett and Gibbs. If JSN does play, we're going to be going with Gibbs and Sanders. Definitely don't want to play Deontay against the 49ers, and I honestly don't want to play Rashad White if we don't have to. Miguel says, 12-team PBR, 2 flex, 7th pick. Is it cool to get Keenan in the 3rd? I'd rather have 4th round Keenan Allen. I'd way rather have 4th round Allen. A to Z coming out says, Mason, aka Energizer Bunny. No, thank you so much for coming, my man. And yeah, if y'all don't know A to Z, long time member of the flock says, with the running back landscape ever changing rapidly, are you changing your view on draft strategy in a non-PPR format? Thoughts on the impact to future rookie picks? Seems easier to find wide receivers and tight ends later. 100%, especially in that non-PPR format. I mean, in my mind, it just makes so much more sense to go through and push up those RBs. Now, of course, if we're talking like dynasty with future rookie picks, let me give an example. Non-PPR, this maybe is not going to be a great example because obviously Gibbs a little bit less appealing, but about a month ago, right when we started to get like the Jonathan Taylor news, right after Dalvin Cook signed with the New York Jets, I went through and I went and tried to update my dynasty fantasy football rankings on flockfantasy.com. And I quickly realized how gross running back was in dynasty for the long term. And how if any running back had like a guaranteed workload, a guaranteed contract, you needed to go through and push those guys up dramatically. So like about a month ago in my dynasty rankings, we went through and moved Jahmyr Gibbs up to the running back 2 in dynasty, only behind Bijan Robinson. Just because it's so weird and it's going to be so hard to value these guys when NFL teams won't give them long-term contracts. With that being said, like in the instance of like Barkley and Jacobs, now, of course, if they go out there and they keep bouncing team to team, signing one-year deals, and maybe they can stay productive for years in fantasy, it's just hard because you don't have the certainty. Now, Bryson says, any suggestions in a 12-team PPR format where quarterback, we have Herbert, wide receiver, we have Diggs, Adams, running back, we have Mixon, Connor, tight end, we have Kmet, and then on the bench, we have Dalvin, Hollywood, Fournette, Everett, Danny Dimes. I think if this is our team, we can do a couple different things. One, if we could package together, say Hollywood and Danny Dimes, get back the best wide receiver we possibly can in return. We don't need Danny Dimes if we have Justin Herbert. And then parlay that deal to go and trade that said wide receiver with Cole Kmet to get the best tight end possible. And essentially, eventually make like a 3-for-1 deal where we trade away Danny Dimes, Hollywood, and Kmet to go get a player like TJ Hawkinson. I think that could make a lot of sense, my friend. And now, a name I can't pronounce coming out says 10-team PPR, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. We have Hurts, Ramondre, Walker, AJ Brown, Ayuk, Kirk, Kelsey, Pickens, Khalil Herbert, and then on the bench, we have Nico, Mitchell, Lazard, Claypool. Cut Claypool, 10-team league. You'll be able to find someone better, I promise you. But with that being said, I'm fine if you want to pick him up for another wide receiver because in this league, that's a 3 wide receiver, 2 flex, full PPR format. I mean, we are going to be looking to start 5 wide receivers every single week. So I actually think that it's going to be viable to build your bench around wide receivers in this format. But I will say, I mean, you will have a better player than Chase Claypool. I almost guarantee you that. Now, Nick coming out says 12-team PPR. Quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, we have CMC Akers. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Waddle, London. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Dotson, Swift, Charbonnet, Algier, Pirine. Is there a play here? I don't think initially, I mean, because it's a league where it looks like we're going to be going through and starting, actually, no, that's only 1 flex. If it's a league where we only start 1 flex, if we get an opportunity to sell like, say, Dotson and Akers for an upgrade at running back, I think that would make potential sense. If I'm looking at this correctly, I mean, like I said, I only got 1 contact in right now, ladies and gentlemen. But if I'm looking at this correctly, and that's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But Nicholas says 12-team PPR redraft. Rate the squad. We have Lamar, Barkley, Ramondre, St. Brown, Keenan, Evan Ingram, Mike Evans, Pacheco, Pirine, and others. So we have the elite level quarterback. Tight end, we have upside. Obviously not the certainty. But, I mean, we're well balanced across running back and wide receiver. I mean, this is a great squad overall. Let's just make sure we're not rostering a backup quarterback here, my friend. Prioritize running back upside down on the bench. But love the team. Now, Minto says 10-team PPR. We have Burrow, CMC, Mixon, Adams, Ayuk, Kittle, Stevenson, Kamara, Tua, Pirine, Jamal, Burks, Tony. Any advice? I would say if it's a team where we have Jamal Williams as our RB4, makes a lot of sense to go through and potentially try to trade him in a package with someone else, such as, I don't know, say George Kittle, to see if we can get a better tight end like TJ Hawkinson. Just reason being is if you're going to be looking at Jamal, you can extract a lot of value for him in trade when there are other teams like say, the Jonathan Taylor drafter, the Alvin Kamara drafter that actually needs some help at running back right now, right? But I mean, you specifically, you have Jamal as your RB4. You never go ahead and look to start this guy. So I would look to trade Jamal in a package, get an upgrade somewhere else in the starting lineup. Or we go like Jamal and Ayuk for the best wide receiver we can in return. Now, Derek says 12-team PPR, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex league. Would you trade Ridley and Njoku for Andrews and Lockett? We have Lamar at quarterback. Other wide receivers are St. Brown and Godwin. If it is a league with only 2 wide receiver slots and 1 flex, I'm completely fine if you wanted to make this move. We have Lamar. This is like the one instance where if you were a big-time Baltimore Ravens fan and you believe in that offense, I'm completely fine with us going all in and making that trade. Now, Rich, long-time member of the flock coming out, says second pick, we have Chase, Waddle, Olave, Pittman, Flowers at wide receiver. Quarterback, we have Burrow stacked up with Chase. We have Tua stacked up with Waddle. Running back, we have White, Dalvin, Pirine, Algier, Bigsby. Tight end, we have Kincaid and Ferguson. Your thoughts? Thanks, my friend. No, thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock here, my man. Happy to see you back with us. And in general, I really like if it's a best ball team. If it's a best ball team where, I mean, we're not going to have to predict who outscores who, and we will be able to capture the elite level spike leagues from both Tua and Joe Burrow. I think it makes a lot of sense to have both these guys. But specifically on a team where you are going through and submit your starting lineup every single week, you at the same time have access to the waiver wire. I mean, I think we are highly incentivized to go ahead and see if we could package together Tua and potentially one of these running backs for an RB upgrade, or potentially, honestly, Tua and like Kincaid for a tight end upgrade. Because I do think that we're going to be starting Burrow every single week, regardless of matchup here, my man. And I don't want to roster 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends on the same team, but I will agree. I think that with our tight end 1 being Kincaid here, we probably want 2 tight ends. I just don't think we need 2 quarterbacks with our QB1 being Burrow. Jackson coming out says 8-team Superflex. Quarterback, we have Wilson, Geno, Pickett. Running back, we have McCaffrey, Barkley, Etienne, Gibson, James Cook. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Devonta Smith, Olave, Lockett, Judy, Sky Moore, and Quentin Johnston. You need better quarterbacks than this in an 8-team Superflex format, my man. If it was a 12-team Superflex format, cool, we're chilling. We're elite at running back, elite at wide receiver. We'll get by at quarterback. But no, in an 8-team league, your league mates are going to be running laps around you if you go out there and throw Russell Wilson and Geno Smith into your starting lineup. So I would love to take some of these deeper options, such as like Tyler Lockett and Geno Smith, trade them together and see the best quarterback we can get in return. Same thing at running back, right? Take Travis Etienne and Russell Wilson, package them together, see the best quarterback that we can in return. In an 8-team Superflex league, we have to have better QBs than this. Now, Jonathan says 10-team full BBR league. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Diggs, Olave, Goddard, Christian Watson, Judy, JSN, Herbert, Addison. Is this solid? Any changes that we should look to make? I think this is a solid team in general. Now, I will say, I mean, if it's going to be a league with only 1 flex, I think we can afford to sell some of this wide receiver depth. Like if we could sell, say, Jerry Judy and Christian Watson to go get Calvin Ridley, to get the Lawrence Ridley elite level stack, especially if those guys are like our wide receivers 3 and 4, and we have a solid wide receiver 5s and 6 as well. I think it's a solid team. We don't have to do anything, but that would be the move that I'm looking at. Omar coming out says Allen, Barkley, Madison, Ridley, Mike Williams, Tyler Higbee, Hollywood, Swift, Montgomery, Pittman, Ty Chandler, Kincaid, and Ezekiel. No. Kickers, Elliott. 12-team league. We have a lot of upside across the board, and this is the perfect situation to roster Dalton Kincaid. I want to point this out. I completely understand a lot of people seeing the situation and how good it is in Buffalo and thinking that means they need to go through and they can draft Dalton Kincaid and start Dalton Kincaid as their tight end 1. In reality, that's not the situation. I mean, in reality, rookie tight ends are going to be in a spot where you never really want to plan to start them, at least right away. So having like Kincaid as your tight end 2 on a team that has Higbee that we can start at the beginning of the season, I really like the construction that we have with this team. But Francisco says, a full BBR, we have 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, and a flex. Lamar, Aaron Jones, Walker, St. Brown, Wilson, London, Pittman, Khalil Herbert, Dillon, Elijah Moore, Dulcich, Kincaid. Another situation, I'm fine rostering a Kincaid if we have 2 tight ends. And then if we're going to be looking at another potential move that we can be making here, we have the elite level wide receivers at the top. We have the elite level quarterback as well. If we potentially want to try to package together like Michael Pittman and Khalil Herbert to get a better running back in the long term, I think that could make a little bit of sense. But that's just because we're so damn strong at wide receiver at the top end, right? Jackson says he forgot that he had Pitts at tight end. Oh, my man, I just thought that we didn't have to start at tight end. Yeah, I think the same thing is going to stay. I think we are going to go ahead and just see if we can get those quarterback upgrades. Now, Alejandro says Barkley and Amari for Wilson and Gibbs in a 12-team PPR format. Okay. I'd probably rather have Wilson and Gibbs, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm a big Barkley guy. Full BBR, though. Chaos says 12-team standard league. We have Allen, Chase, Lamb, James Cook, Swift, Andrews, Ayuk, Sutton, Bigsby, Elijah Mitchell, Zach Charbonnet. How's the squad? We made the consolidated bet on Buffalo by going Allen and James Cook. We have the elite level tight end as well. We focus in on wide receivers and running backs with upside down there on the bench. Beautiful team. Like, this is what we talk about all the time. This being like the picture perfect team. Love it. Riz telling us our eye looks awful. Okay, guys, this is my eye look awful. Should I go throw my contact back in? Yes. Okay. If y'all didn't know, I got something in my eye earlier. Had to go through and had to take out a contact. I can barely read these. Let me go put the contact back in. Will literally take me 1 second. Okay, we are back, and I can see, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Josh, he says 12-team, 2-quarterback, super flex, got the first pick. Oh my gosh. Hurts, Bijan, Jacobs, Keenan, Lockett, Pickens, Flowers, Brian Robinson, Higbee. What are your thoughts? Love it. I mean, obviously, we need a quarterback too. I'm assuming we have one. If not, we're definitely going to be looking to trade some depth wide receivers like Tyler Lockett or George Pickens to go get them. But yeah, if we have a quarterback too that we like, great team. Now, Oscar coming out says 12-team PBR. We have Burrow, Chase, Kupp, Pittman, Van Jefferson, DJ Moore, Burks, Kadarius Toney, Breece Hall, Rashad White, Isaiah Pacheco, Pat Frymuth, and Stafford. What are your thoughts? Cut Stafford. Don't really need him. Definitely would rather prioritize picking up another running back or wide receiver, especially if we have Kupp at the very beginning of the season. We don't necessarily know if we're going to be able to rely on him. Outside of that, love the Burrow Chase stack. I mean, I love that we have some depth here behind Kupp for Pittman, DJ Moore, Burks, if we really need to go in that direction. I'd like to be rostering more running backs possible. I think, honestly, I understand the thought process in having like Stafford double stacked with Kupp and Van Jefferson, but the main and really only play is to go through and drop Stafford and pick up a running back. Clutch 2 Easy says weekly winners draft tonight. Maybe, because I only have 2 Best Ball Mania drafts left. Isaiah says a 14-team 10th pick PBR. We have Allen, James Conner, Breece, Kupp, Waddle, Godwin, Kincaid. And on the bench, we have Jamison, Cooks, Gibson, Irv Smith Jr., and Tyler Algier. I like it in the long term. Short term, it's going to be tough in a 14-team format where depth's harder to come by. And we potentially can't really rely on Kupp or Breece Hall at the beginning of the season. I don't know if we can rely on Kincaid either at the beginning of the year, but at least we have another tight end. I think it's a great team with upside in terms of the long-term potential. We just have to get by at the beginning of the season. I don't think there are any moves we look to make, though. Dr. Knocker's coming out, says third pick in a 10-team full BBR league where we start 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flex, 1 tight end. Who should I be targeting second, third, and fourth? Thanks, Mason. No, thank you so much, my man. I'd say third pick overall, I'm going to be looking to go ahead and see if we can get Kelsey or CMC out the gate in a 10-team league. I mean, you're a little more inclined to go Chase if he falls to, given the fact you have 2 flag spots, but any of those guys. And then at the 2-3 turn, we definitely at least want to have one elite level quarterback, considering the fact that it's a 10-team league. I think there's a chance we can get him in round 3. I think round 2, we're going to be staying balanced with best player available. Best player available is kind of going to be the way that we want to go about this because there are 2 flex spots. And I'd say the same thing with round 4. Like, I think an ideal start would be like, say, CMC, then AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts, and then round 4, Keenan Allen, right? Just best wide receiver there. Now, Christopher coming out says 10-team PBR where we have Lawrence, Jacobs, Aaron Jones, Chase, Waddle, Higbee, Keenan. And then on the bench, we have Deontay, Javonte Williams, Christian Kirk, Michael Pittman, Antonio Gibson, Cole Kmet. Any suggestions? I mean, I think here, if we have Higbee and Kmet, makes sense to roster 2 tight ends. We have the wide receiver production at the very top end where wide receiver depth's not going to be too important underneath, but it's not like we're rostering a ton of these guys. If we could go through and sell, like, say, a Christian Kirk and... So we probably want to keep Kirk since we have Lawrence. If we could go like Deontay Johnson and Aaron Jones, get a running back upgrade, I think that could be interesting, my friend. Okay. Let's move this back around. And Greg Sousa coming out says 12-team PBR full format, full PBR. We have 1 flex, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. Quarterback, we have Tua. Running back, we have Chubb Stevenson. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Ridley, tight end Darren Waller, DJ Moore in the flex. And then on the bench, we have Swift, Gibson, Quentin Johnston, Raheem Mostert, Elijah Moore, and KJ Osborne. 1 flex, 2 wide receiver league where we have elite level wide receivers at the top with Diggs and Ridley. Especially if we even have a wide receiver in the flex. But I'll go ahead and drop KJ Osborne. Doesn't have the actual ceiling to move the needle for us. I mean, I think what would also be interesting is if we wanted to potentially make a trade where, like, if we could send Calvin Ridley for Jalen Waddle, considering the fact that we have Tua, so we could get the Tua-Waddle stack. I think that could be appealing. I'd also look to, and this is just a personal preference thing, but trade Waller for Hawkinson if we can. Rudy says, week 1 in the flex, we're going to go Dotson, Deontay, or Hollywood. We're going to go Dotson easily there, my friend. I mean, Dotson, no Terry McLaurin, and a good matchup overall. Now, Kieran coming out says, yo, bro, hope the eye's okay. Well, we are, my man. Stay hydrated. Like the stream, you flockers. Is there a cheap wide receiver that you're targeting aggressively in trades in a full PPR format? It depends on the price point, but I've seen as of late, you have Michael Pittman going as a wide receiver 4 in a lot of drafts. If you can get Pittman as your wide receiver 4, I think that is a completely fair price point, and I'm willing to go ahead and pull the trigger on him there. Side of that, it sounds like the JSN injury isn't super serious if we're able to get JSN at a nice discount. Now, Korean Panda coming out says, hey, Mason, loving the videos. Thoughts on a 12-team PBR league with 1 flex? We have Allen, Bijan, Sanders, Garrett Wilson, Christian Watson, and exactly what we're going to see. League with only 1 flex. We have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end. We have Bijan, Garrett Wilson holding down at running back, wide receiver. Phenomenal team, my man. Phenomenal team. Philip says, great advice, success content, Mason. Thank you, my friend. We have Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Dalvin, Tyreek, Olave, Goddard, Michael Thomas, Zeke, Devon Achane, Hyatt, and Hunter Henry. 16-team league is just so much harder. Like, let's put this into context. Aaron Rodgers, is he a top 16 quarterback? Most likely. So we have a quarterback 1. Aaron Jones, is he a top 16 running back? Most likely. So we have an RB1. Dalvin Cook, is he a top 32 running back? Most likely. So we have an RB2. Tyreek, Olave are both top 16 wide receivers. So we have multiple wide receiver 1s. Goddard's clearly a top 16 tight end. So we have a tight end 1. The Thomas maybe is the top 48 wide receiver, so we have a wide receiver 3. The team doesn't look great on the surface, but if you just take into consideration that it's a 16-team format where everybody's going to be worse across the board, I think it makes sense. And in a 16-team format, the waiver wire is going to be gross enough where I think that rostering someone like Jalen Hyatt does make sense at the same time. So solid team, my friend. I mean, if we could take, say, Tyreek Hill, trade him for Garrett Wilson, and get another exciting running back for the starting lineup, I think that's a deal that we look to make, because generally in a 16-team league, we would like to trade the best player for, a package of 2 guys that we're comfortable starting. And also we could stack Wilson and Rodgers. And that's if we have to do something, though. But Ryan says 10-team PBR, we have Lawrence, CMC, JT, Sanders, Lamb, AJ, Olave, Frymuth, Should I trade Lamb for Waddle and Stevenson? Nope. Or should I try to get Andrews and Waddle? Nope. Keep CeeDee Lamb. Exact opposite of what we're going to be looking at in the other league, right? I mean, here, maybe you're a little bit more inclined to go get the elite level tight end if it's a league with only one flex spot. But I mean, that 16-team league, I mean, 100% Philip should be going ahead and doing something like this. But in your 10-team league, if you only have one flex spot, you generally just want to be keeping the best player in the deal. Patrick says, 10-team, 2-quarterback, 4-point per passing touchdown format. I have the third pick. Should I go with one of the top quarterbacks first? I generally would, yeah. I'd be looking at, you're guaranteed one of Allen, Mahomes, Hurts. 4-point passing touchdown format, I would prefer Jalen Hurts out of the group because the rushing upside. Miguel says, 10-team, happy BR double flex. Any suggestions? We have Hurts, Henry, Hall, Sanders, Jefferson, DK, Judy, McLaurin, Hollywood, Sky Moore, Khalil Herbert, Elijah Mitchell, and David Njoku. Okay. I don't know if we love having Judy and McLaurin on the same roster just because we don't know if we're going to get anybody to cover at the beginning of the year, as well as Brees also. I like the long-term upside of this team, and I like the long-term upside of those individual players, but to stack them all in the same roster seems a little tough, where if we could trade like McLaurin for Dotson, I think that can make sense. But Chase Webb coming out says, hey Mason, thoughts on the squad, 12-team, 1-flex league. We have Burrow, Madison, Sanders, Jefferson, Waddle, Freiermuth, Amari, and then on the bench we have Montgomery, Pierce, Swift, Addison, Jacoby Myers, and Jameson Williams. Elite at wide receiver, especially at the very top ends. Running back is a little bit questionable at the top end, but we do have a lot of depth. I like the team with Freiermuth. I think he has a high ceiling, but at the end of the day, I don't know if we can pencil him in as a must-start guy every single week. So I would actually probably opt to go ahead and see if we can get another tight end down there for the bench, just in case Freiermuth doesn't work out. There's no reason to roster Jameson Williams in my mind, to be honest. If you can't put him on your IR, drop Jameson. Zach says, drop the Jefferson Waddle, then, oh, hell yeah, that's awesome. Cup round 3, you kind of have to pull the trigger. You have to take the risk on that price. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find a link to Underdog in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a site-wide Patrick Mahomes special, more than less than half the total yard against the Detroit Lions week 1. You also have an additional Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard, Josh Allen against the Jets Monday night. And on top of that, if you are new to Underdog, you get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you are taking advantage of this while you all still can, ladies and gentlemen. But Zach coming out says, 10-team league, we have Lawrence, Eckler, Walker, Lamb, Higgins, Andrews, Hopkins, London Montgomery on the bench, passed on Tyreek Hill, and Mahomes for some reason. Okay. Well, we get the elite level running back out the gate with Eckler, as long as he didn't pass on Tyreek round 2. But going Eckler, Lamb seems like a super strong start. I really like the team. If we could take like Lawrence and London or Lawrence and Montgomery and go get Lamar Jackson to pair up with Mark Andrews, I think it'd make a lot of sense. A Young Log back again says that league is 1 flex, so I'll keep Eckler. One last question. Would you trade Dobbins and Dillon for Devonta Smith and JT? Love the content, by the way. Always tune in. Thank you so much, my man. And I actually would make this deal, right? I would rather have Devonta Smith over J.K. Dobbins, and I'd rather have Jonathan Taylor over A.J. Dillon. Obviously, we're taking on risk when it comes to Jonathan Taylor, but I think Taylor just has a ceiling that, I mean, Dillon doesn't really even come close to. Now, Mark coming out says 12-team PBR double flex. 109, we have Fields, Dobbins, Brian Robinson, Kupp, Lamb, Olave, Hopkins, Kincaid. And then on the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Kareem Hunt, Hollywood Brown, Tajay Spears, JSN, Luke Musgrave. Any moves to make? I don't love rostering 2 rookie tight ends, my man. If somehow we can get like, drop Musgrave and get like someone like Higbee, I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like that. So I think Musgrave and Kincaid both have long-term upside. I just don't know if any of them are viable early on. And we kind of need to look for someone that can be viable early on because, I mean, we're probably going to be a little bit underweight at wide receiver at the beginning of the season whenever we have Cooper Kupp here, even if we already like the long-term upside. Hudson asking if we're drafting tonight. Yes, sir. We are going to be drafting tonight. After we end this live stream, we are most likely going to be making some podcasts for flockfantasy.com and then going ahead and scarfing down dinner as fast as I can before we go live again. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Greg says, 12-team full PPR, Tua, Chubb, Stevenson, Diggs, Ridley, Waller, Moore. How do you rate the starting lineup? I think we already looked at this team, my man. I think it's a great squad overall with the well-balanced that we have top to bottom and the overall upside that we have. I mean, just like we were saying, I think if we were to make deals, which is always what I'm trying to do, right? Always trying to give advice on maybe what I would do from at that point is I think we probably would go ahead and sell Waller for Hawkinson if we can, or possibly sell Ridley for Waddle to pair up with Tua. Jared says, 10-team Superflex, happy BR1 flex. We have Watson and Dak, Pierce and Jacobs, Chase and Wilson. Tight end, we have Freiermuth. Flex, we have Ridley. And then on the bench, we have Montgomery, Schultz, Kadarius Toney, Jalen Warren, and Kenny Pickett. I really like this team, my man. I think this is the perfect example of what we want to be doing in terms of the well-balance between upside and depth down there on the bench overall. Beautiful spot. Love to see that team, my man. Sleepy coming out says, 12-team PBR double flex. I went no running backs through 5 rounds, ended up with Pierce, Swift, Brian Robinson, Penny, and Roschon Johnson. Do I need to make a move? Okay. Double flex league. If we're super strong at wide receiver, I think we're fine. I think we're good. Let's wait till week 1. Let's get some more information on what we're going to get with like DeAndre Swift's role, Brian Robinson's role. I mean, we know Pierce is going to have the role that we look for. I'll say week 1's going to be tough based off the matchup, though. MB says 10-team at PBR where we have Fields, Tyreek, Christian Watson, Etienne, Gibbs, Walker, Ingram, Zach Charbonnet, DeAndre Swift, Hopkins, JT Flowers, Kadarius Toney, starting 9 guys. So going to be a little bit deeper, assuming that this is a redraft format, of course. We have a ton of running back depth overall. I think this is a great team. If you have to start 9 guys, not including kicker defense, we probably sit on our hands for the time being because we have to go a little bit deeper overall. But once we get JT back, then at that point, I think we're going to look to make a 2-for-1 deal where we could potentially sell Swift in a package with like Evan Ingram to get a better tight end. Or if you're saying it's like a start 9 where that's including a kicker and a defense where it's really only start 7 offensive players, then we look to make that deal now. Trailer Park Boys coming out says 10-team PBR 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Bijan, White, Elijah Mitchell, James Cook, Pacheco, Adams, Olave, Ridley, Kirk, MT, Sky, Kincaid, Schultz. Thoughts? Always appreciate the help. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock for so damn long now. And yeah, really like the team in terms of stacking Lawrence with Ridley. And then at the same time, I mean, having a nice balance between production in the short term and upside in the long term at tight end with Kincaid and Schultz. Yeah, great team. I don't really think there's anything we look to do. I don't think we're rostering too many wide receivers either. Wise Guy Donnie coming out says 10-team PBR. We have Hurts, Jefferson, AJ, Hopkins, Hall, Javonte, Andrews with Dotson, Addison, and Elijah Mitchell on the bench. What are your thoughts? Elite quarterback, elite tight ends, wide receivers, running backs with upside. Love the team in the long term. In the short term, it comes down to, can Breece Hall get the job done for us? What's the split between Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook? But long term, I think that obviously is going to continue to go through and expand his role over and over again. Now, Tyler says 12-team PBR. We have Debo and Hurts. We gave Lawrence and Andrews. I like it, especially if it's a league with multiple flex spots. Desire Best says, thank you on the advice earlier. Had the no running back team, traded for DeAndre Swift. 10-team league, Hurts, Bijan, Pollard, Amari, Godwin, Hawkinson, Christian Watson, Judy, Pittman, Jamal, Gabe Davis, and Charbonnet. Definitely a different team here. I mean, we have quality running backs. I mean, this squad. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end as well. We have wide receivers down on the bench with long-term upside. I'll say almost the opposite end here. If we have Bijan Pollard up at the top end at RB, if we could sell Jamal Williams, who we're not starting right now, and go send him to the Jonathan Taylor team and package him possibly together with someone like Michael Pittman and get, I mean, a guy that we would be super pumped to start in the long term. That makes sense. Just because we don't even need Jamal Williams there. Wise Guy says also have Pirine, Richardson, and Kincaid. Okay, so let's go back to that question. If we have Andrews, definitely looking to sell Kincaid to get an upgrade somewhere else. Mikey says 10-team full BBR where we have Burrow, Madison, Sanders, Chase, Lamb, AJ Brown, and Njoku. I have Akers and Herbert on the bench. What are your thoughts? Love the Chase Burrow stack. Somehow we have... This is just a nutso team. Great team. I mean, make sure we're rostering as many running backs as we can on the bench. I have no idea what the hell your league mates were doing and what game they thought they were playing, letting you get Chase, Lamb, and AJ Brown through the first 3 rounds. Now, Nigel coming out says, 10-team BBR, we have Mahomes, Gibbs, Jones, Amari, Kirk, Kelsey, Sutton, McPherson, and then on the bench, we have Kamara, Rice, Cooks, Moore, and Flowers. The Mahomes-Kelsey stack, love to see it. I don't know if we want to be rostering this many wide receivers on the bench, especially if Alvin Kamara is not going to do anything for us at the beginning of the season. I think we wait until Thursday night. We see what the roles look like for the Kansas City Chiefs wide receivers between Sky Moore and Rashee Rice, and then we look to drop one of those guys at that point. But Opician coming out says, hey, full BBR 3 wide receivers. I have AJ Brown, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Breece Hall, and Bijan Robinson. I'm getting offered 2 trades. I trade Javonte for Kamara, and the other is AJ Brown for Devontae Adams. Which to accept and which to decline? I'd rather have Javonte over Kamara, especially in a league where we have Breece Hall and we need to start it early. I think Devontae Adams, AJ Brown's going to be your personal preference, my friend. If you look at my rankings, I have these guys in the same tier. I think it's really up to you on the wide receivers, though. I definitely think you want Javonte, though. Now, Timothy says 10-team BBR, we have Hurts, Chubb, Gibbs, AJ Brown, Hopkins, Ingram, DJ Moore. And then the bench, we have Madison, Pickens, Sutton, and Treylon Burks. What are your thoughts? So the elite level quarterback, I mean, we could get an upgrade at tight end if it wouldn't make sense for us. I mean, if we could go through and sell Sutton with the bump that he's going to get with no Jerry Jeudy early on in the season, potentially get an upgrade at tight end, go like Sutton and Ingram to get to Waller, Kittle, Hawkinson, I mean, Goddard. I think that would make a lot of sense, especially if you go for like Goddard when we have Jalen Hurts. Oliver says 18 PBR, Mahomes, Etienne, Stevenson, Ridley, Judy, Kelsey. So we have the Mahomes, Kelsey stack, 8-team league. That's exactly what we're looking for. Deontay, Akers, Pierce, Kupp, London, JSN. Trade Ridley and Judy for Devonta Smith. Bad waiver wire options at wide receiver. I'd say in general, most people are actually ranking Calvin Ridley ahead of Devonta Smith at this point. So I'd actually try to shoot for a little bit of a better wide receiver. Go get Olave. Go get Waddle there. Now, Carbon Coded says 12-team full BBR format where we have a 6-point passing touchdown format, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and 2 flexes. Watson, Stevenson, Pierce, Tyreek, Lamb, crap tight end, Ridley, Sanders, more bad tight ends on the bench. Upside, though, wide receiver, JSN, Tony. We have Raheem Mostert as well. I mean, in a league where we have 2 flex spots, a tight end's not going to be as important. But, I mean, if we're going to be starting Stevenson and Pierce almost regardless, I think at that point, if we have the running back depth, we can approach the Jonathan Taylor team. We can approach the Kamara team and see if we can trade them. Raheem Mostert, I mean, someone obviously that's exciting in the short term. And a tight end, go get a tight end upgrade. Especially if we have JT coming back in the long term. We still have Stevenson and Pierce to start in the short term. RR Fitness coming out says Swift or Brian Robinson. Going to go Brian Robinson at week 1, my friend, before we see the actual role that we have with DeAndre Swift. More confident with the role that we will have for Brian Robinson. It's a great matchup against the Cardinals as well. Now, Dre says 12-team full BBR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Fields, Jacobs, Montgomery, Diggs, Lockett, Andrews, Panthers defense. And we have James Cook, Mooney, Tony on the bench. What are your thoughts? Generally, league with only 1 flex spot. I don't love rostering Mooney, but if we have Fields, I think it's okay. We have the elite tight end as well. Great team. I don't really think that there are too many moves that we're going to be looking to make. Hopefully, Kadarius Toney flashes on Thursday, and we could potentially look to sell him high. Now, Roshi coming out says 10-team PBR format where we have Lamar, and then running back, we have Ramondre Javonte. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek St. Brown, Olave in the flex, and then Kincaid, Watson, London on the bench. Should we try to trade for a better running back overall? I think we can afford so. If it's a league with only 1 flex spot, Watson and London are going to be expendable. If you wanted to try to trade like Watson and Javonte to get the best running back in return, I'd be fine with it. Now, Dan coming out says 10-man team, 10th pick, Made trades and now have CMC, Henry, Lamar, DJ Moore, Hawkinson, JT, Mike Williams, Kirk, Hollywood Sutton, Elijah Moore, Elijah Mitchell, Roschon Johnson. Any moves I should look to make? Okay. The elite running backs, the elite quarterback, wide receivers with upside. We have a great tight end. I think we sit on our hands for now. Once we get JT back, then at that point, one of the running backs, especially those depth options, will be a little bit more expendable. But I think we're going to be kind of sitting here and waiting until Jonathan Taylor returns. And once Taylor returns, possibly sell one of those running backs in a package with a wide receiver to get an elite level wide receiver in return, my man. Okay. But let's go back. Nighthawk coming out says 10-team at PBR where we have Fields, Gibbs, Pierce, Diggs, Waddle, Kelsey. Should I trade Tua and Evans to get Godwin and Daniel Jones to use Godwin in the flex spot? Evans, Godwin, same tier for me. Tua, Daniel Jones. I'd probably rather have Tua, especially if we have Jalen Waddle. So I'd say no. I'd keep Tua. Manny says week 1 start quarterback. We have Tua, Cousins. Ooh, I'm actually probably going to go Tua. Right now, if you look at Las Vegas implied points, I mean, you actually have the highest over-under for the Los Angeles Chargers Miami Dolphins game outside of the Chiefs game. So let's go Tua. Wide receiver, we have Devonta, Brown, Debo, Michael Thomas. Definitely going to go with the top 2 guys there, my man. Running back, Chubb, Akers, Walker, James Cook, Hunt. We're going to be going with Chubb, Walker, running back, James Cook at the flex spot before we see the Michael Thomas usage. And then tight end, we're definitely going to go Dallas Goedert. Okay. Let's move this over. And LVR Steelworks coming out says, you're my guy. We got Lawrence, Bijan, Brees, Kupp, Olave, Andrews, Ridley in the flex. On the bench, we have JT, Evans, Zeke, Ayuk, Lazard, Zay. I know I got to steal 2 wins early. We have to, my man. I mean, long term, we have... Yeah. This is just such a tough spot. Long term, we have all the upside in the freaking world with Brees, Kupp, and Taylor. In the short term, we'll be struggling, my man. I'm assuming Kupp misses week 1. If that happens, I think that we're going to have to go ahead. I think that we are going to have to most likely start Evans in that slot. Actually, we go Ridley up there, Evans in the flex. Yeah, we are going to have to start Brees Hall here and set up a prayer. Is there anything we can do? I'm trying everything I can do, my man. I don't see if there's... I don't see a clear trade with that team for us. I think the move to make is be sending up prayers that somehow Kupp makes it back soon, that somehow Brees Hall overtakes Dalvin soon. It's a team with a lot of upside. We just got to make it work at the beginning. Ulysses Walker, Amari, or Aaron Jones. I'm going to go Walker. Really like the matchup. Shane coming out says, thoughts on the team. 10-team PBR. We have Burrow and Tua, Bijan, Montgomery, Dalvin, Wilson, Kupp, London, Watson, Amari, Deontay, Adam Thielen, Hyatt. Tight end, we have Andrews and Irv Smith Jr. Love the squad, but I think down there on the bench, we do need to be making some adjustments, right? There's no situation where we only want to be rostering 3 running backs, especially knowing that running back's going to be the position where if their situation changes, then all of a sudden we could be seeing, a player go from not appealing at all to actually making a difference with your team. Whereas guys like Adam Thielen, Jalen Hyatt in a format like this are really never going to move the needle. I would say the same thing with Irv Smith Jr. I know it sounds dramatic, but I think we cut those bottom 3 players. I think you cut Irv Smith Jr. You're going to be starting Andrews regardless of the matchup. I think we're going to be cutting Hyatt. I think we're going to be cutting Adam Thielen. We have more than enough wide receiver firepower to go around, even with the Kupp injury. And with those 3 open roster spots, we're going to be backfilling with running backs with upside that potentially could see a high ceiling if something changes with their situation. But also, should I trade Kupp or make any other moves? No, I'm going to be keeping Kupp on the squad. You have more than enough wide receiver firepower to get by at the beginning of the season. Really like the long-term upside. Just, those bottom 3 guys, we're going to cut them. We're going to look to grab running backs instead. Now, James says 10-team at PBR. We have Tua, McCaffrey, Brees, Amon-Ra, Olave, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews, James Cook. And then on the bench, we have Madison, Addison, Zach Charbonnet, Jared Goff. Any advice? Really want a top quarterback. So 10-team league, if it's going to be a one flex format, I think you're completely warranted in wanting an elite level QB. I think what the play maybe is going to be is to wait until after week 1, because week 1, full transparency, you actually have Tua and Jared Goff probably in the best 2 matchups you're going to find of them in all season, and that they are going to have to go through and they're going to have to just air the ball out in those games and most likely look to get in shootouts. And then after week 1, if we can go through and package together Alexander Madison with one of those quarterbacks, get the elite level quarterback at that point, I think it'd make a lot of sense. But I think we're going to get a sell high opportunity with one of those quarterbacks after week 1, my friend. I mean, what happens if Goff is 350 passing yards Thursday night with the world watching? Jared coming out says 18 at PBR league. We have Allen, Barkley, Akers, Ridley, Watson, tight end Goddard, flexes Cup. And then on the bench, we have Godwin, DJ Moore, Dalvin, Brian Robinson, Mostert, Hall, Jackson, Taylor. Thank God we have Taylor shooting for upside in 8-team league. Generally, the only thing we need to do here is going to be upgrade running back 2. Let's try to take one of those depth wide receivers, such as either Godwin or DJ Moore, package with Cam Akers, and get a better running back in return, my friend. Yo boy Mal coming out says 10-team full PBR where we have Fields, Jacobs, Mixon, James Cook, Jefferson, Amari Pitts. And then on the bench, we have Sky Moore, Addison, Junie, Moody, Pacheco, and Rashad Penny. Fine rostering Mooney with Justin Fields if we really, really want to. He would be the first guy that we look to cut if we have an interesting waiver wire pickup. Outside of that, great running back production at the top end. I think we have a tight end with upside. We have a couple running backs where the situation changes or the situation's better than we assume with Pacheco and Rashad Penny. They have a lot of upside on the bench. I like the team. Carson says 10-team one flex. We have Tua, Saquon, Mixon, Jefferson, Waddle, Pitts, Garrett Wilson. In the bench, we have Madison, Pierce, Addison, JSN, Johnson. On the IR, we have Alvin Kamara. We just have so much running back production we can afford to sell one of these guys, even though we have Kamara coming back in 3 weeks, right? I think the play is in a league like this where we have this much production at RB, we have no excuse not to go through and package together Tua and Alexander Madison to get an elite level quarterback. Go get Fields. Go get Lamar. I'm assuming we're not going to be able to get one of the big 3, but that's the fundamental move that we need to be making in this league. Wheels says PBR start 3, week 1. Brees, Pirine, Van, Brian Robinson. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be starting Brees, Brian Robinson, Van Jefferson over Samaje Pirine if it's a full PBR format and we have no Cup. Obviously, I mean, if Cup plays, we pivot over to Pirine. But next question coming out from Bus Monty Games says, be gentle. It's a 12-team PBR league where we have Hurts, CMC, Waddle, Swift, DJ Moore, Pitts, Dobbins. And then on the bench, we have Pittman, Hollywood, Montgomery, and JSN. Great team, my man. I mean, similar to what we were talking about with one of those teams previously. I mean, when you're so deep at both wide receiver and running back, like we kind of have no excuses where we can always go through and we can always make an upgrade in that starting lineup. Like a 2-for-1 deal. Like if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to try to trade like Pittman and Kyle Pitts to go get like TJ Hawkinson, I think it can make a lot of sense just when we have an embarrassment of riches here with this roster. Cole says 12-team at PBR where we have Tua, Bijan Sanders, Olave, Devonta Smith, Dalton Kincaid, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, we have Dotson, Jamal, Khalil Herbert, Elijah Mitchell, Elijah Moore, and a back. Fine having 2 tight ends here since the first guy's Kincaid. If we have Tua, I generally want to be on a team where we have Waddle or Tyreek. If we trade Olave for Waddle to get the Tua Waddle stack. I like that we are rostering running backs with upside down there on the bench, though. Now, Russell coming out says 10-team full PBR. We have Hurts, Mixon, Jamal, Garrett Wilson, Amari, Kelsey, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have Kamara, Taylor, Pickens, Tony, Elijah Mitchell, Zach Moss. Should we look to do anything? I mean, in terms of the long term, obviously you like having Kamara and Taylor coming in eventually. That's why it's perfect to have Jamal Williams to cover for him in the short term. And yeah, no, I actually really like this team. I think if week 1 you don't get the role that you want from Zach Moss, you're going to go ahead, you are going to cut Zach Moss, and you're going to pivot over to another option off the waiver wire. But as it stands now, I think you keep it as is. I mean, having Jamal Williams is going to help us cover for those other guys at the beginning. Now, Greg coming out again says Watson, Etienne, Wilson, Walkers, Diggs, Smith, Waller, Thomas. Should I start Pickens over Thomas for the flex? It's a tough spot because Pickens has such a bad matchup going up against the 49ers. I'd say, yeah, it's just because with Michael Thomas, like the last time he was productive was literally before COVID. Last time he was productive was 2019. Like, I don't know if we can go through and start this dude, right? Not until we see it. Will says, I have Lamar, Kupp, Diggs, Mixon, Brees, Waller, McLaurin. On the bench, we have Geno, Mike Williams, Swift, Penny, Kincaid, Gabe Davis, Pittman. I don't want to be rostering 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends here. If we could trade Geno in like a package with McLaurin to get a slight upgrade at wide receiver, or the same thing, say Geno with a Gabe Davis, get a slight upgrade at wide receiver on that front, or Pittman. I mean, and then also with that open rush spot, then at that point, we are going to be looking to add in an RB. I mean, I think it's a team that is in a very good spot. Obviously, it'll be better whenever we get Cooper Kupp back, though. Now, Fed coming out says 10-team PPR1 flex. We have Fields, Akers, Diggs, Wilson, Kittle, Ridley, Lockett, Johnson, Tony, McKinnon, Rodgers, Juwan Johnson, Ferguson, JT. Should we try to trade Fields, JT, Akers for the Allen, Stack, and Pacheco and Higbee? So going from Fields to Allen, clear upgrade. JT to Pacheco, clear downgrade. Akers to Higbee doesn't really accomplish much. I would love to trade Justin Fields and Cam Akers for Josh Allen. If we could go Fields, Akers for Allen and just keep JT and tell him that he can keep Pacheco and Tyler Higbee, I would really like that. Because 10-team league with 1 flex, we have more than enough depth to just go through and wait to see if we end up getting Jonathan Taylor on the way back around. But Kareem coming out says 10-team BBR double flex. We have Dak, Pollard, Brees, Chase, Waddle, Goddard, Debo, Christian Watson on the bench, Deontay, Judy, Gibson, Mostert, Warren, McKinnon, punted quarterback. I mean, I think we're fine with Dak Prescott if we punted quarterback here when we're so damn strong at wide receiver at the very top. And I like the stack that we have with Pollard as well. I think we're going to be looking to sit on our hands until Judy comes back. But once Judy comes back, we have that depth. Then at that point, I think we make a 2-for-1 deal. But Kurt saying Puppy 4 is here. Hell yes, ladies and gentlemen. Puppy 4 has dropped on Underdog Fantasy. So we will be getting into Underdog drafts on the live stream later tonight. And of course, if you want to get into some drafts with us, or if you want to go check out any of these pick'em lines on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, Underdog is going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find our 2023 fantasy football draft guide. And now is the best time to get on Underdog, not only because the puppy has dropped, but also you have the Patrick Mahomes special Thursday night against the Lions, more than less than half a total yard. You also have, Josh Allen as an exclusive special only if people use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets Monday night. And then if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're also going to be getting an additional mystery special pick'em on top of all that. I've never seen an Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that while y'all still can, ladies and gentlemen. But Boosh coming out says 10-team happy BR 3 wide receivers. We have Allen, Bijan, Gibbs, Wilson, Brown, London, Andrews, James Cook. And then on the bench, Charbonnet, Brees, Addison, JSN, Johnson, Kincaid. Traded Chase, Hopkins for Wilson and Brown. Assuming this is A.J. Brown, my man. As long as we're on the same page that this is A.J. Brown, I'm fine with it. If you made this freaking deal and you got Hollywood Brown back in return, I'm going to be freaking pissed, my man. Oh, overall, a great team. Love the elite level quarterback. Love the elite level tight end. Focusing in on wide receiver and running back upside on the bench. Now, Z Dana coming out says 10-team PPR format where we have Hurts, Jefferson, Kupp, Hopkins, JSN, Johnson, Hall, Akers, White, Charbonnet, Swift, Hawkinson, and a backup tight end. What should we do with the running back situation? Week 1, we should drop the backup tight end, pick up another running back. If we have T. Hawkinson at tight end, we don't need a backup. Week 1, we're going to be starting the combination of Cam Akers and Rachaad White. I just don't want to start Brees Hall until we actually see it. I like the upside of Brees Hall, but I'm not going to be starting Brees Hall until we actually see him out there producing. But Mr. Filthy Wub says 110 spot, 15 rounds, where we have 2 flex spots, tips for drafting. Generally, if it's going to be a 10-team league, we want to go ahead and we want to go through and we want to have a well-balanced approach where we can't just start wide receiver, right? Because the last thing is if you start A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb out the gate here at wide receiver, and then like Olave makes it to you at the 310, you have to take Olave. And then we've gone that heavy on wide receiver. It's going to be a tough spot where like we can't take advantage of like the London values later on. So I'd say stay balanced. Try to at least get one running back through the first 2 rounds. You'll be able to find wide receiver values later on. And then if we could get Andrews, Lamar at the 3-4 turn, that'd be beautiful. But I think that is it for this live stream. We've been live for almost 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We will be live again in a couple hours, getting on to drafts with Underdog Fantasy. And of course, if you want to get into a draft with us in a few hours, or if you want to go check out any of those pick'ems, promo code FLOCK, Underdog Fantasy, 100% deposit match, plus 3 special pick'ems, an exclusive flock pick'em, Josh Allen more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets Monday, a site-wide special, Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a total yard for the Detroit Lions on Thursday, and then an additional mystery pick'em if you are new to Underdog Fantasy. So please make sure you take advantage. And yes, 5 hours is crazy. So if somehow you are not subscribed to the channel, go down there, subscribe. We'll be live every single day until 2024. But I appreciate y'all, ladies and gentlemen. I really hope you have a great day. And I really hope I get to see you out with the live stream in a few hours and draft in that puppy tournament with you.